work for some. Oh, okay, now we go. Nickelodeon Part 2. Yeah, just make sure that we're all loud and clear. This house is clear, Miss Belvedere. Or Mr. Belvedere, I don't know. There we go. Make sure y'all see me in the chats. I know my hair is awful. I need a haircut, but I've been hibernating in the summer.
I think I need a haircut too.
Yeah, but sometimes it's hard because most of these barbershops are like, I'm booked. You're reserved for this day. I can't do this day. I'm busy. Huh, what do you know?
Sorry, this whole day I'm available.
All the time. Hi,
I see the notification.
Now I'm seeing some Nickelodeon via my timeline. Nickelodeon Show attempt at making pop stars. What, from Miranda to Victoria to Ariana to Drake Bell?
Wait a minute, wait, before you tell me anything. How was your day?
Come on, I need to see the live stuff. Yep, there we go, part 2, so I can read the chat as I'm looking at it. Hello, Mr. Metal. Oh, I thought it was going to be like, hello, Mr. Dog, because of the Rugrats reference. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair, Lesnar, this is the first stream that Gabriel's not involved. So, basically, Gabriel has broken a record because ever since the first one, Gabriel has been involved in all of them, but now this is the very first one where he's not in it. So, technically, it's just...
Yeah, imagine he joins the call right now.
Wait, what?
I was going to say, imagine he joins the call right now.
I doubt it because Gabriel pretty much said what he has to say about the shows in part 1, so... And plus, like I said, he takes slow dookies in the toilet just like Rumpy, so I don't think he's going to pop up at the last minute. So, anyway, for those who are in the chat, I know there's only 2 people for now. Most of you are watching Gamescom, which, once again, I could honestly would care less about it. But however, for most of my personal opinions aside, the reason why we're doing this, because number one, is this a desperate move to make content? Yes. And secondly, we want to continue most of the Nickelodeon streak, which... For those that have seen part 1, despite, you know, how late I premiered it, because, you know, inconvenient timing, we're going off with part 2, starting off with the last 2000 show, Big Time Rush, to the 2010s. And technically, we're ending this off at Rise of TMNT because that was the last Nickelodeon show that I actually watched multiple episodes of. Not including the Patrick show because I only see clips on social media, but I've never sat down to watch the entire show, so I can't really say much outside of just the clips. And another thing I would also say is, once again, not including the Paramount Plus TV shows because they intended to stream on Paramount Plus. Until then, Viacom's like, yeah, let's just air these on Nickelodeon for those that can't afford our streaming service. So that's why we're not adding that. Hey everyone, hello, Mr. Nerd. So basically it's just me and Lesnar. No Gabriel today, just me and Lesnar wrapping up these modern era shows of Nickelodeon in the 2010s.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gabe cannot be here because life.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that he was here in part 1, he pretty much said for what he has to say for the majority of these shows. But don't worry, whatever the next stream is, I'll make a poll for the next stream, which we probably might save it for September, so would move on to other things in life. So whether it's Nickelodeon movies, Cartoon Network, DreamWorks, and we'll just make the poll, then you guys can feel free to vote in the community post after the stream. So, if anyone has any questions or any comments, without further ado, we're going to be starting off with the tier list, starting off with, when you go big time, hey, don't you feel the rushing, man. Where do we begin with this? Do you want to talk about Big Time Rush first, or you want me to start about Big Time Rush? Like, either or, Lesnar.
You know what? How about you start first? Because I'm gonna let you talk first this time.
No problemo. So, Big Time Rush was a welcome surprise. Breaking news. No, it's not true. Don't believe the lies. It's not happening today. Don't fall for it like the fan base, which is why I'm not doing Sonic 3 content because it's not happening today. Don't fall for the clickbait.
This is not related to what we're doing.
Also, don't fall for the clickbaiting lies that the internet is trying to tell you. So, that's why it happened. So, don't believe in it. So, I'll talk about Sonic 3 when I have the time. But for right now, it's not happening. It's just off the Games Awards and whatever it is called. But the point is, it doesn't caught my interest because if it's not related to the third movie, then I have no interest of watching the Gamescom live. The point is, don't want to waste my time. But anyway, we're not talking about Sonic. Let's get to Big Time Rush. So, back to the point where I was saying, this was a welcome surprise to me because, I mean, I was expecting to be something more like in vein of Zoey 101 and Drake and Josh vibes when they decided to make the show. And Lesnar, you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is made by the same guy who made Declassified, like the same creator.
Yeah.
All right, so
yeah, because if you watch the show, it's all cartoony live action stuff.
And also, there's like random sound effects when they start hitting themselves. Like for instance, from Logan, James, Kendall, and Carlos. I like the fact that they definitely have like their own distinct personalities. Like the one thing I do like about James is like he often wears a do-rag and he sometimes like he's a superhero at times. There was one episode I did like where they disguised themselves as superheroes, but then they got locked behind bars, which I did remember the promos. They are superstars. Well, they became superheroes to the sky, or super criminals. This is so bad, which I will admit, I think when I was a kid, I liked Kendall just because he was the main lead band member when it comes to Big Time Rush. Carlos, I think Carlos was the funniest next to James around that time because not only is like, you know, funny Hispanic dude, which so weirdly that Carlos weirdly just voices a character in Loud House and the Casa Grande spinoff, which I didn't care much about, but I'm like, hey, OG Nick Star, that was a part of it. But I do admit, I like the fact that Carlos can get paranoid at times. Like, I remember when they were in a staff meeting with Gustav during the records of what should be their next album about, and there's basically some people, some professional higher-ups are like, hey, you should definitely do this in the desert or in the water, and then Kendall and Logan were like, I can't swim, me either, and then Carlos was like, I'm afraid of sharks, and then James just hit himself in the water where he just faints down, and then their boss Gustav was like, next! And then it actually happened that same episode where the janitor just pretends that he's like a professional agent, and he's like, that's right, I'm the janitor. No, you're not. No, I'm a superstar. You are fired, and I want to tell you that all your friends, they're fired too. So I will admit, like, some side characters like the janitor do, which I remember Kendall's mom assumed that it was like a murder or something, but then Kendall's sister, which I forgot what's the character's name, but I remember the actress, Sierra Bravo.
It's Katie.
Katie, that's her name?
Yeah.
I like the fact that she tries to like expose the gender, but in reality, it's her best friend named Molly. Well, it wasn't really her best friend, but this is literally about that. Bro, I'm watching a video Gamescom while I'm working a video of my own. Do you post content? What do you post? Secondly, watching Gamescom. Once again, for those who are talking about this, I care less about. If you're expecting Sonic 3, doubt it. Don't fall for the clickbaiting lies. But anyway, back to Big Time Rush. So clearly, they definitely have some funny moments. Katie, I was expecting that she was gonna be like Megan from Drake and Josh, but in reality, she's not as diabolically devious like Megan intentionally. But there is a balance where she actually like.
She's just Megan, but nice.
Yeah, like basically a more like tame, kinder version of Megan, just compared to Megan Parker and Drake and Josh. So either way, I thought she was cool, and this is off topic, but it's interesting that Sierra Bravo started making out with Tom Holland in a later movie. Quite interesting. It's like, who would have thought that chick on Big Time Rush would, I don't know, be a girlfriend of one of Tom Holland's movies that wasn't well received? How ironic. But either way, back to the point. I do like Big Time Rush actually has like big celebrity guest stars, or in this case, special Nick stars. Like for an instance, you got freaking Tom Kenny to play Patchy the Pirate in one of the episodes, which technically that makes it the first live-action SpongeBob crossover, but the interesting about it is they brought back Patchy the Pirate, but there was like zero references to SpongeBob SquarePants whatsoever. Like, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's because of licensing issues or the fact they don't really want SpongeBob to intentionally cross over.
I mean, they're at the beat.
But either way, I just feel like, well, I guess it was a nice way just to like incorporate Patchy the Pirate inside of Big Time Rush, even though we all know that he's from SpongeBob. I like that Tara Strong is in the show, where she definitely plays like a hot teacher in the pool or something, where the band assumes that they'll definitely like be a part of like a fun class, but in reality they all got sent to detention. And other celebrity ones, I remember one of the biggest promos was when Jordan Sparks, which I did not know who Jordan Sparks was, but I remember when Gustav's like, I don't want you guys near Jordan Sparks. But I will admit, Gustav definitely carries the show whenever he's upset, because I don't know, he definitely gives you like that Kevin James vibe, but if Kevin James has a beard, he definitely was like a mafia boss for the records. I remember one time he was a roommate with the band members, and he scratches his booty cheeks, and he kind of like trashes up the place, and then they scare the hell out of him for being like a ghost or something. And I remember that the one hilarious moment where Gustav and his personal assistant are trying to like change Carlos, and he turned into a bunny, and I remember I was cracking up as a kid where he literally says, you pineapple Yes, which is one of the songs from the band. And one of the moments when I forgot who it was. I think it was Kendall Logan where they try to change Carlos back and they're like, oh, who's that? In reality, it was Carlos as a woman. And then out of nowhere, another Nick crossover is, I don't know what's the name of the monster, but it's that green monster that sings, there's a party in my tummy, so yummy, from Yo Gabba Gabba.
Talk about Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yeah, when Carlos just randomly transformed into him to some reason during the Halloween special, which I think...
Oh, that's freaking Broby, dog.
Oh, what's his name?
Broby.
Broby. That was so random when it happens, but...
Nah, bro, not even that. They had a whole crossover with that show as well.
Oh, yeah, I think I remember that, like, not
that and True Jackson.
True Jackson. Yeah, I did remember Keke Palmer actually appearing in one of the episodes. But either way, by the way, yes, the songs are a banger. I mean, clearly, I just sang the theme song. Any guy you wanna, like, I remember that one. I think my personal favorite one, The City Is Ours. It's the one where you got these random side chicks that say the exact same thing together. Like, that was the worst music video we ever seen. Like, they always repeat the same words again and again. And I like that throughout the series, it shows, like, there are multiple girlfriends. Like, you got Kendall's girlfriend, which is definitely the biggest one. If I'm going to be honest, I definitely like Logan's girlfriend, even though she was super clingy to Logan at first, but I will admit.
Played by the same chick from Zoey 101.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, she was pretty attractive, not going to lie. But either way, side characters are pretty funny. Some side characters are pretty iconic. The songs, absolute banger, which, funny enough, I know Big Time Rush definitely come out in 2009, but when One Direction came out, I was first introduced to One Direction in the 2012 Kids' Choice Awards, and when they were first introduced until they appear in episode iCarly, I thought One Direction was just a British ripoff of Big Time Rush, except it's 5 Brits instead of like 4 boys in the band. So I thought they were
on iCarly.
Like, literally, my mind's like, they're copying Big Time Rush. But in reality, they're just their own band that coincidentally shows up in Nickelodeon KCA show, but also an episode of iCarly. So that kind of like makes a match before in a way. But I like that literally in real life, Big Time Rush, I mean, just like a band, they just split up and they often do their own things, which I know Carlos has done other successful stuff. He's been in a movie with George Lopez. Obviously, he's been a part of the Loud House, and most of the other actors have done their own thing. But either way, and once again, it's one of those good Nick sitcoms that doesn't necessarily, like, you know, does involve, you know, foot fetish guy, because, you know, it's the same guy who created Declassified. So honestly, Big Time Rush for what it is. I think Lesnar would have a word for this whenever he's up for it. I'm still debating. Do I want to put this on S tier or A tier? It's in between somewhere, S or A. Like, I'm thinking about it, but definitely give the show a high praise because it's fun. Second, it's a boy band aside from the Naked Brothers band, except it's 4 dudes rather than 2. So that's what makes Big Time Rush so enjoyable.
Yeah. So S and A, they're still good. They're still good tiers. Now, okay, Big Time Rush. Oh man, I know I keep saying this, but it's iconic. It's a really good show. Like even then, like when you watch the show, you enjoy it a lot, even though there's a lot of like cartoony sound effects and all that. But even then, that makes the show better. It's funny. It's great. It's creative, and like I really like the characters. Like Kendall, he's more like the leader and like the one that gives us pep talks and speeches. Carlos is like kind of like the dumb one and also the reckless one as well. Logan, he's the smart one, but also the responsible one, but also like I think I'll say the most paranoid one I want to say or something, but maybe not.
So
and James,
Lester,
he's just James.
Lester, as you think about it, they're basically like the rock band version of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If you think about it.
Yeah, they are. Oh, dude. Oh man, yes, dude. It's not surprised they haven't thought of that, dude. They should have made that a thing. Big Time Rush is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, because when you describe their personality traits, when he said like, oh, Kendall's the leader, that's Leo, and then one is the reckless one, Carlos is basically Raphael, and then where he said Logan's smart one, that's Donnie. So technically, like I said, they're like the Ninja Turtles: Leo, Mikey, Donnie, and Raph, just like Kendall, Logan, James, and Carlos. It's the same.
Does that make James Mikey?
Yeah, because think about it. James has like a bandana, and he basically just hits himself, and he's clumsy. So technically, I would consider him as the Mikey type.
Yeah, James is just James. Like he can be self-centered a lot. Be like, I used to be on this cover of the magazine. I wanted to be on the big screen. Basically all that. Now, the show in general, I love it a lot. I know I keep saying that, but like, can you blame me? It's really good, even for a
Right.
2010 show, 2009. And
Mm-hmm.
ironically, the show premiered the same year the Naked Brothers band ended. So bye bye to those guys, and hello to Big Time
Coincidence.
Rush. Basically, a new music cash grab for Nick.
It sure
Um,
was.
and yeah. And by the way, you can't tell me there's a single bad song from this show or the band in general. Like, dude, worldwide, the most peak song
I
ever. And
remember
especially the
that.
music video where freaking James cut off Carlos's verse
I
in
remember they
one.
promoted that during the Kids' Choice Awards, did they?
In 2011. Wait, no, that episode came out in 2011, right?
Yeah, but I remember they promoted by saying something something worldwide when they won a Kids' Choice Awards, and they promoted and hinted the song as well.
Yeah, I think they did. I did watch the episode though. Basically, like, Kendall's girlfriend is moving away because of a huge movie deal or something. But then Kendall's like, no, no, no. His girlfriend's like, I'm not going. But in reality, she's not going because of Kendall. So Kendall he found out about this because his sister told him. So Kendall's like, basically acts all like disgusting and rude at like a date. So basically, so she can go. So then, like the next day, Kendall's just sitting around being like, "Man, I can't believe it." But then Joe, that's Kendall's girlfriend, she comes back and she's like, I realize why you did that, just so you could so I could go, and you care about me."
Hmm.
And that's honestly like a really sweet thing. Like, even though Kendall basically embarrassed himself, but still, good boyfriend, and she's also, this is, I want to say, a good girlfriend too. But knowing how this show takes place in like this, the boys become stars, and it takes place in Hollywood, you know, a lot of the press being like, this star is dating this star, even though in reality the star is dating another dude. But yeah, basically that's kind of like how it is. And this show really depicts Hollywood really well.
Agreed.
Um, like you get get signed to a music deal, but then there's a lot of press, there's a lot of fans, there's a lot of paparazzi, a lot of stuff wanting
Producers.
to go down, and a lot of rumors on the internet. Yeah, so basically, it really depicts it really well. Like, you can't do this thing, or here's what you got to do. Like, that's kind of like the whole thing of the show. Like, and even then, I got to go back to the characters. Gustavo, funny as hell. Like, he's so, especially when he's mad. When he's
Yeah.
loud, I
Every
laugh.
time.
For
You
21.
are fired.
Oh my god, I can't,
I
bro.
like that. I like the fact that his actor is still in touch with the guy who plays Robbie from Victorious at times on social media.
Oh yeah, even I think he's still in touch with the boy in general.
That definitely makes a lot of sense. But back to the part where he said earlier, Lesnar, where he said Big Time Rush is a perfect, accurate time. Like, they accurately depict Hollywood in that series, and then Nancy Classified did the exact same thing of depicting middle school life. And once again, that's how you know the creator knows the both sides of the middle school life, but also the Hollywood life. So he knows what's best for the environments in these shows that he created.
Yeah, and by the way, the creator of both Ned's and Big Time Rush, Scott Fellows, the GOAT. One, because his shows are really funny, and even the sound effects make it funny. The the writing is great, and two, he's not a creep on
Yeah,
set.
unlike a certain someone we know.
Yeah, I have not seen a single controversy with this guy. Like, if you look up Nickelodeon controversies, you don't see his name anywhere.
None.
So thank God for that.
We are
But yeah,
close.
Big Time Rush. Frick. If I had to rank it, I would definitely high praise, either A or S tier. But let me think.
Yeah, it's
You know
hard.
what? Even yeah, I will say the later seasons though, you can tell that the boys like are like grown men now,
Yeah,
and they're still
totally.
like doing the wacky things.
You could tell by their age.
So I think even then, like you watch it, yeah, like you watch it and you're like, yeah, I think it's time that this show kind of like wraps up because the guys are getting older, and I think it's like a really good way to end it. Like, I think the episode ended with Carlos getting like a spy girlfriend and Katie getting a date. Yeah. Oh wait, I think the spy girlfriend is played by Carlos's real wife in real life. Hold on,
If that was the case, then that makes a
I
lot
think
more
she is.
sense. Then that makes a lot more sense if you think about it.
Huh. Yeah, I think, or maybe not. I assume, maybe so. Hold on.
Hmm.
If I had to look it up, dang it, let me look it up. All right, let's see. I think she was on an episode,
Interesting.
or maybe she just went to one of the. Never mind. Yep, that's definitely her.
I expected it.
Yep, and I think that's how they met on set, and they probably fell in love in real life, and now they're married, and now they have a kid. I think. Do they?
Maybe. Celebrity gossip at its finest. Then who's Venus and Milo? I guess Katie will be that type since you're referring to the female turtle, Cameron. Since Katie is
Yeah.
basically the sister.
Big
But anyway, I guess
time. Oh,
I guess for the tier list rating, where would you put Big Time Rush?
you know what? It's a goated show. S tier.
Alright, it definitely goes there up in the S tier range, so definitely just put it aside next to Invader Zim and Avatar The Last Airbender. But speaking of sitcoms, since now we're about to talk to this next big iconic one, and in my personal opinion, the last good Nick sitcom until the rest are either average or just bad, like in my personal opinion. So we're gonna get to Victorious. You don't have to be afraid. You put your dream in
Ready to
action.
put your
Never
dream
come
in
out
action.
Every time it goes to Immaculate, I thought it would go Immaculatory just intentionally just to put her name in it, like in the song.
Oh yeah, Tori is already all over the place, dude.
Yeah, literally. Well, also Victoria Justice herself in real life too.
Yeah, literally the show's logo, the word Tori is highlighted.
Yeah, like literally. So, just to put the pun into the name, I guess. But either way,
Yeah, Victorious Victoria.
but either way, who shall begin on talking about Victoria's? Either you or me on this show.
You know what? I'll say some stuff first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Victorious, I'm gonna say this. What I vividly remember seeing promos back then a lot on Nick when it was still airing episodes, even though I was like incredibly young back then. I remember a lot from this show. Like I think that's the most show I watched. A lot more. No. That show. Okay, so the one show I watched a lot, along with iCarly, SpongeBob, and basically, yeah, that's kind of it. But Victorious in general, like I like the show, but like at the same time, I think that Victorious is like another. Basically, I don't want to say like it kind of like really like depicts Hollywood. Like the show it mostly takes place at a high school where like kids desperately become stars.
Most of the time.
It either takes place there or Tori's house. We don't really go anywhere else. Let's see the characters. Tori herself, bro. I can't. Oh man, I will never forget when this show first went on Netflix and everyone binged it and everyone started hating Tori, bro. Even Victoria Justice herself. They were like, I hate Victoria Justice. She's so mean. She's the rudest celebrity ever. Like Tori is so bleh.
No wonder she gets bullied by.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah. And it was all because of that one viral video where she's like, I think we all sing or whatever, and like everyone probably thought that was like like a hate comment or something towards Ariana Grande or something, because like I think at the time like Ariana Grande was peaking and like a lot of people were like, I hate Victoria, we stand with Ariana Grande, and I was like, what is going on?
Because clearly she's the one that was the breakout star of them all.
Yeah, and even then, like I look back on the show and they mentioned the stuff that Tori did, and even then, like I noticed that they list the bad stuff that she did, but like at the same time, the bad stuff she did, she either like fixes it, she fixes it, or like probably didn't even intend to do it. Like the time she accidentally killed Rex in the machine.
Oh yeah, it's the one where Rex goes to the hospital and then Tori and Robbie were there before quote unquote Rex dies temporarily.
Yeah, and even then she didn't even mean to do it, and by the end she quote unquote brings him back to life.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think it's a nice part to do for a friend. Like and even then, like, how can you hate on her when knowing that she's basically like the therapy friend? Like, everyone goes to her house basically if they ever have like a problem or something. Like
Yeah,
in one episode, Jade goes to Tori's house because she broke up with Beck, and she's like, "I want it back." And not even that, bro. Like they, I get that she's like, yeah, she's new here. She came in late, but now she's like the leader of the friend group or something, whatever. Like every So I guess people took it that way, like the wrong way. And I think now years later they finally realized, wow, we hated her for what? And not even that, even Victoria Justice herself. Like I never understood the hate people gave her at the time, bro. Like I thought she was a nice and sweet person. Like what she made the I think we all sing comment. I thought to myself, she's not lying. I mean, they all sang on the show, right?
clearly because that's what the characters in the show aspired to do, be stars.
Yeah, like everyone took that as a threat, but in my mind, I'm like, I mean, it's true. I mean, everyone sings. Tori sings, Kat sings, Jade sings, and I guess Trina too.
Hmm.
I know if Gabe was here, he'd say something about the sister.
Oh yeah, what about Trina? What will he say about that?
Yeah, he would. Okay, well, he would say something about like, bro, I liked her back then.
I mean, sure. I mean, it's
That's basically what he
Renee.
would say.
She fine. She fine.
Yeah, but anyway, back to the characters. Next one, Andre, go-to character.
Yeah.
Like he's the type of dude that you want to hang out with.
Bro's
Like
pretty
he's chill, he's laid back, and he's very talented too. Like he's like the dude with many talents. He can play instruments, he can sing, like he can play the guitar, the keyboard, the piano, and I think any instrument too, and the tuba. Like remember that one episode where like he was playing the tuba.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, so basically he's very talented, and he's also like the type of dude that you want to hang out with a lot.
And also, his grandmother's hilarious, man. Whenever she's on screen.
Yes, the grandmother. Oh, thank you for reminding me.
Hmm. I was like, you can't
Andre!
forget. Andre, there's another me on the wall, Grandma. This is a mirror. Andre, stop talking to yourself. That's a lie. They're not here. Oh, Grandma. Jake, definitely from Andre.
It's raining in my bathroom.
I remember one time she actually interrupted the I Party with Victoria's crossover where she just pops up out of nowhere in front of Andre. And then one where she rambled.
That was her only appearance.
Or one time where she actually puts oatmeal on Tori's hands while they're in the car.
I'm not letting you hold my mug.
That was
Bro,
so funny.
oh my god, Andre's grandma was the best side character. There's a lot of great side characters, dog. Like, oh, she was so funny. She killed me anytime she was on screen.
I know, right?
Grandma, that's just a ceiling fan.
I'll not be surprised. It'll be so funny. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but instead, her origin story of why she ever freaks out so much because Josh ran over Oprah, but in reality, it was Andre's grandmother. I ran over Grandma.
If Victorious ever does a reunion, hypothetically, Andre's grandma better make an appearance, dude.
Like, I remember Victoria Justice and Danielle Monet were reunited. I remember the comments were feeling like, Victoria's revival, we want one. It's like, well, that has never been talks clearly, but if there was, Andre's grandmother definitely should be returning since that woman is active on social media whenever she shares stuff about herself or the stuff that she had Victoria's.
Yeah, and even then, she's active on her role on the show, too. Like, she's like, thank God I had the character.
Mm-hmm. Like, that definitely just saves her career, but also, like, boosts up for people to follow her.
Yup. Anyway, wait, what was I gonna mention? Oh yeah, I remember people made a huge deal that Victorious didn't get a proper finale. Like, it ended with them being chased by rats in cheese costumes.
I mean, that goes for, like...
And then, out of nowhere, that's when the show ended.
I mean, to be fair, I guess aside from iCarly, most Nick sitcoms don't really have like their true closures. I guess iCarly's like the only one that actually had a good ending where it treats to be like one.
Yeah, iCarly did a really good job on that, but Victorious, not really.
Mm-mm.
And I don't know if that was I don't know if they were like, all right, so we know this is gonna be the last episode. What episode should we do? Let's end it with them being chased by rats wearing cheese. Okay.
Victorious, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the characters. Oh, Robbie. Now, I know I'm seeing a lot of Robbie slander too, and I don't blame him. Remember that Roborazzi episode?
Yep, Roborazzi.
Yeah, he was a douche in that episode. I can't lie. So glad he got his comeuppance when they stripped him naked and they were recording him.
Well, this is what happens when you become egotistical. Everyone's gonna laugh at you, even with your butt cheeks just hanging out on camp.
Nah, he was wearing a towel, but still. I can't. And even then, like, he's the one. He's the nerd. He's the one that doesn't really get any girls, and and like he's like the most awkward and nerdy of the group, and like he walks around school with a puppet, and they allow it.
I'm surprised they even allow that in school because obviously bro's a freaking ventriloquist, but he still like talks out of his mode.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be real. Yeah, speaking of Robbie, I can't mention Robbie without Rex. I think Rex is basically
whatever
just
it takes, Cupcake. I want to call him Batman.
Yeah. Oh, do you have Batman's phone number? How are we gonna call Batman?
Because then they got stuck inside of a cupcake parade flow or something.
Oh my god, yes.
And then some black
I'm gonna be real.
comes in, and then they all start singing this theme song that goes Loo, Loo, Lee, Loo, something like that, from what I've remembered.
Yeah. And anyway, Rex, I'm gonna be real. I've noticed there are sometimes whenever Rex is talking, like Robbie like moves his mouth a bit, and so that convinced me like, is Robbie a ventriloquist? And that's like his impression of the puppet he's holding, and that's like his like alter side like. The stuff that Rex says, I would not picture Robbie saying. And also, like, I understand the Robbie slander. Like, you know that one episode where, like, Trina was on a harness,
Robbie
but then,
on
like...
stage?
Yeah. Either, when Helen became the principal, too. How can I kill what's already dead?
Man, Rex had the cojones just to say that in front of him. Like...
Yeah,
Let's not forget that one moment in the end credits where he actually sings the Drake and Josh Found a Way. Over your shoulder, you know that I told you. I thought that was pretty cool.
That was funny.
Which makes it canon.
Yeah, speaking of Drake and Josh, they appeared on the show.
Drake Bell did appear in one episode. He just
and Josh too.
He just randomly shows up in class and then the eyes wave by saying, "Hey, it's Drake Bell for Drake and Josh," and then he leaves, which I thought that was funny.
Yeah, all he did was just pick Tori from the ground. You get it? Picking you up when you're down.
So
that's literally what he did.
And then he's off screen.
Wait, was that the bell? And then the actual school bell rings. Oh, there's the bell. And then Psycho explodes.
Saved by the Bell, named Drake.
No, I think a dude from Saved by the Bell was on that episode too.
Well, that makes it even more ironic if you think about it.
Yep, yeah. Yes, dude, okay. I'll get to the episodes later. Anyway, back to the characters. Let's see. Cat. Dude, season 1 Cat and compared to season 4 Cat, what happened to her? What happened to the character, dog? Like, you watch season 1 and you'll see Cat. Season 4, she's completely different. Season 1, she's more like she's happy. She's the happy-go-lucky character in season 1, but she was completely different. I mean, like, she had some common sense, and she knew what it is that needed to be, like, I don't know, like, get done. But season 4 Cat, she's kind of freaking, like, I want to say she's kind of, like, dumb in a way. Like, she's a very ditzy, dumb character with, like, and that doesn't really have much self-control. I don't know what they did to her character, dude. Like, what happened? Like, that's my question for this show. Like, why did Cat change? Like,
and then it's so weird.
I think in general,
it's so weird for some reason. Like, after season 4, then we get to the Sam and Cat spinoff movie. She's back to her go-lucky self, like she was in the earlier seasons. Victorious.
Yeah, but like, I can't lie. Ariana Grande was kind of more tan than in season one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Before she break out to her music artist career, where she's 100% more tan than her Nick days.
yeah, dude. But anyway, Kat is she's a character on the show that's like a lot. I think a lot of people like, but then again, she's a good singer. Yeah, I know. Ariana Grande, good singer, great singer. High pitched, freaking high notes. Yep. Beck. What can I say about that guy? He's just the hot dude.
He's
That's
goaded.
all I got to say about him.
Yeah, he's goaded. Coolest guy in school.
Yeah, Jade.
Including that one
Jade
moment.
is
I like that one
the
moment where
mean dude.
I like that one moment he shamelessly kissed Tori and Jade witnessed it out of nowhere. So it's like, yeah.
And everyone blamed Tori for that. Like, listen, like that was literally the first episode. Even though like she said, "Kiss me," and then he literally went for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like he could have said like, no, but he went for it. So like, and everyone blamed Tori for that. Like, yeah, she said it, but he didn't have to kiss her.
But he did either way, because why? Bro has got the res, and plus it's like, hey, Victoria Justice, I love you. I'm gonna kiss you from my girlfriend.
And then again, this is the first time that Tori stole what a girl's boyfriend. That and also when she kissed her ex boyfriend, also Kat's boyfriend.
Yeesh.
Yep. And even then, Kat was there to witness it. That oh my god, this show is has a lot of the teen drama. That's not even like I think the type that actually happened in high school, but like it's just like it's Nick, so we gotta, and also it's kids media, so we gotta just dumb it down a bit. Well, not dumb it down,
Yeah.
just make it more
Just put
family like.
and filler as well.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I don't really have much to say about Beck. He's just the guy. He's just the hot dude that all the girls want.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, next character, Jade. I can't lie. Her, no, the actress, dude. Like Liz Gillies, she bad.
Yeah.
She's bad, dude.
Down bad. Suck that D.
And yeah,
I want you to take a look
you
at
know
my
what's funny?
Nickelodeon. What's funny?
In one podcast episode, she's like, "We can date our fans now. Like they're not kids anymore. They're like older. They're like our age now." in a podcast episode, and in my head, I was thinking, to quote Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber, "So you're telling me there's a chance?"
There's a chance. Yeah. I mean, I remember you told me that story not too long ago, and then that's when we decided to make a fun story. It's like, okay, if we have to choose one Nick star today, who will it be and why? And then I guess it's like, just to be superficial, I guess Miranda Crosser will be a fun girlfriend to hang around with. I think Gabriel easily said Jeanette McCurdy, but who would you choose?
Uh, I think I said either Liz Gillies or Victoria Justice.
So technically, that's funny. Me and Gabriel chose cast members from iCarly. Then for you, it's either one of the cast members from Victorious.
I mean, they're both the main cast. They're like the two main girls of the show.
Arguably the most attractive girls in the cast. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and I think Gabe would date either Jeanette or Daniela Monet.
Oh yeah, Danielle Monet. Yeah, she definitely would be good as well. But if Gabriel doesn't go with Jeanette, then you can take Danielle Monet, despite the feminine name.
Yup. Anyway, back to Jade. She's just the mean girl that has a really snarky attitude. And she's very mean. She always has like her favorite things are scissors, and she always has them on her. And like I remember, like a lot of people are like, who would win in a fight, Sam or Jade? And I'm like, Sam, obviously.
Yeah, because Sam.
Like Jade is just a mean girl.
Yeah, like I said, for Jade, she's just your stereotypical emo goth girl. But Sam Puckett is wild. Like that one. Okay, off topic, but in iCarly, where she decides to become like a nice girl, but then when the bullies come after her, she just went ham at T-Bone's Shake restaurant. It's like, yeah, there was no competition between if you put Jade,
Yeah, it's
Sam,
not
and
even
Ren.
that, bro. Like, what kind of question is that? Like, Sam has a criminal record. She's banned from so many states. She's been to jail so many times, and
Mm-hmm.
she grew up with like a very like she has a very hostile mom, and she doesn't play around too. Like like what you said, Dana, when she fought the bully, and not even that. This ain't the first time she fought a bully at the Groovy Smoothie. Remember that one episode where she fought this one dude, make it like taking the kid's glasses, and she basically came to his defense, which is I think I would say character development for Sam.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Like she definitely has her shine moments, but it definitely shows like more that you don't want to mess with chick because she definitely has like a wild side. She'll eat you. She'll like spit paintballs out of you just like she did to Spencer one episode on iCarly. So it's like, come on, there's no competition
That was
against
because
her.
of a game. Of course she would win. She's Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she has scissors. No, Sam has a sock full of butter.
Yeah, like Jade is just nothing compared to Sam when it comes to like who is worse when it comes to like attacks or threats.
Yeah, what's she gonna do with the scissors? Cut her finger off,
That's
bro.
that's not
Even
good enough.
then, she'll still
I
beat.
believe.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, basically Jade is like I remember a lot of people like either simp for her or like were saying that she's the best character ever, knowing good and well that there have been moments where like I can't lie, she's hot and all, but like there are moments on the show where I'm like, wow, like I did not like like what she did, like I where I like didn't like her, like at the times where like she would do like a lot of mean things to Tori, like
She's
basically that one
green.
episode where like she wanted to have the main role in a play, but Tori gets it and she goes out of her way to sabotage it, all for a school play, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like she like okay, so this isn't really like all Jade's on, but like so and then episode Robbie was at the hospital and like basically somebody has to give blood. She goes into Tori's medical records.
Oh
I don't think that's
God.
legal.
Oh no. That's just wrong.
Yeah, that I don't think that's legal, dude. And
No.
even then, like Tori had to give blood 3 times in that episode, 3 times,
No way. That's
and
just
people hated her for what? People
nah.
hated Tori.
Yeah, I feel like Tori's just
Still
being
baffles
overhated
me
for
that
that.
there was a lot of yeah, like a lot of people hated Tori, but you look back and you're like, she gave blood 3 times to her friend. She
Just to make
basically
the
got
sacrifice so he
her
could
and
live.
a dude together. Like they basically got Jade and Beck together back when they were like split up or something. And like
Yeah.
even then, like she'll always help out her friends at some points. Like Tori changed seasons later, so how can you hate her, bro? I never understood the hate. I was never on the side. I was like, nah, I still like Tori.
Yeah, same goes for me, and it's like what you just said. She's basically like the therapist to pretty much the majority of the main cast of the show. Like they always depend on her for help. Even Jade at times, whenever she's
Yeah,
not treating Tori as a rival.
yeah. So basically, that episode in general was this is the one time I didn't like Jade like at all. What other character am I missing? I th- Trina.
Yeah, Trina, you didn't talk
God,
about
where
her,
do
her
I start with
sister.
her? Yeah, where do I start with her? I'm gonna be real. Oh my, listen, Danielle Monet is bad. She's bad,
I can
but
understand why.
Trina is.
I can understand why Drake Bell decided to hit her up in those live action Fairly OddParents movies. It's like, all right, I see you play it.
Yeah. Um, dude. She's insane. She is she can get mean. She's kind of centered. Um, and she does have some funny moments where like remember this one time where like she was getting a package delivered to her and then when she opens the door the package just hits her in the face and she's fucking done.
Wasn't that in like one of the earlier seasons, if I could remember from TV?
No, I think that was like was it season 4? I think so.
Maybe. You tell me.
Yeah. But yeah, and I'm gonna be real. When I was a kid, I kind of also didn't like really rock with Trina that much because I guess because like she's kind of obnoxious in a way, but that doesn't mean she still doesn't have iconic moments like the whole Chicago thing.
Yeah, and Jerry Trainer
And
was in the audience watching it.
yeah, yeah, And oh yeah, another thing. In that one episode where like they were asking how to train to get into Hollywood arts because she's a crappy singer.
Mm-hmm.
The part where Psycho is basically gets high and like he's and like after drinking, basically what he drinks is expired coconut milk, but in reality it's kind of like I think it's a reference to acid.
Probably.
But yeah, the part where she was singing and Psychowitz is seeing things. She was the hot dog, bro. And another thing, like she was flying, she was morphing, she was going all over the place. I know that wasn't like a moment specifically that she was doing, but that moment that was a part that was with her that was funny, funny.
Hmm.
So yeah, Trina, she's the character herself. Listen, she's hot, but at the same time, the
Dumb.
character,
She's a
nah.
dumb.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to mention the side characters. We already mentioned Andre's grandma. Funny character, needs to be in more episodes. To be honest,
Sinjin.
give her her own show at this point.
I also mentioned Sinjin.
Yeah, Sinjin. He's just a weirdo. He looks like
At the
Robbie, but
lamp
weird.
store.
I always thought Sinjin was like Robbie 2.0 when I was a kid.
Yeah, I kind of feel like he's kind of like Robbie, but a little bit like Fregley from Diary from Wimpy Kid, but except less disgusting compared to Fregley from the Wimpy Kid films.
Exactly. Although the thing is, Sinjin has like chewed food on his locker, so like
Yeah, that one time where he
so
actually, that
basically
one time where he's at Jade's house when they're literally on a webcam. Please don't tell my mother.
I think Sinjin might be worse than Fregley. They're in high school. Wimpy Kid takes place in like middle school. They're in high school, dude. There's a lot of things can happen there.
Anything, including exploding toilets.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, Sinjin was a character. I mean, like I didn't hate him, but like I didn't love him.
He's I.
Anyway, the best side character, along with Andre's grandma, Psychowitz, I would want him as my teacher. Like I'm not lying. I'm not kidding. I would want him as my teacher. Like he's crazy, but like he's also lovable,
He's
and
a fun
like
guy.
the actor delivers his craziness so well.
Mm-hmm. Even the hair
Like
just
props
speaks
to the
for itself.
actor for for this character. Like I remember one time the paparazzi came into his classroom and they were like, "Oh look, it's the voice of Plankton." No, I'm not the voice of. I mean, Karen, I must have the secret formula for the Krabby Patties.
Okay, it was nice. I know what you're talking. It's like, oh yeah, he did an impression of Plankton, didn't he?
He did, because I thought he was the voice of Plankton. Why would the voice of Plankton work at a high school, dog?
Why would the voice of Plankton will have like goofy ass haircut, which in real life, Mr. Lawrence has that typical nerdy hair, not crazy hair.
Yeah, and Psycho is wears hippie clothes. What are you on about? And he never wears shoes, which, you already know why.
Yep, for reasons.
Yeah. But then again, that's probably part of the wackiness of his character. I love Psychowitz a lot. Like, I would want him as my teacher. If I have a teacher that's like Psychowitz, dude, I would enjoy the class. I would never want to leave.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Be there all day until, I don't know, until the school closes.
Yeah, like the one time he accidentally ran over a go kart, and then he brought in the box and a raccoon came out.
Crazy.
But yeah, Victorious in general. The songs, they're good as well. Like I love Take a Hint, L.A. Boys, the main theme song. Make it shine. There's a lot of good songs. I think these songs from these Nick sitcoms are actually really good. I don't think there's I mean, there's not a great song, but like I don't think there's a bad song where I've heard people be like, "Nah, I hate that song. It's the worst song ever from that one show."
Yeah.
That and Big Time Rush, since Sony Music did both shows. But yeah. Anyway, that's my rambling on Victorious. If I had to rank this show, I want to put it in A tier or S tier. Let me think.
Yeah, I was just thinking if you want to put it to S tier next to Big Time Rush or A tier by the other sitcoms down below. Just either depends, either or.
You know what? I enjoyed Victoria's kind of like how I enjoyed Big Time Rush, but I enjoyed Big Time Rush a lot more. So you know what? You can put it next to Big Time Rush.
So basically S tier for you. So that seems fair enough. But thanks to your valid explanation of why Victorious is great, and like I said, in my personal opinion, the last great Nick sitcom. Which either way, I feel like that was like the good era where Nick sitcoms actually just went downhill, where they just focused way too much on brainwash than actually development stuff. Like when I see Victorious, like clearly for me, I never watched Zoey 101 that much when I was younger, but now as I see the comparisons, because Victoria Justice is now a lead star in the series, it kind of feels like a successor to Zoey 101, but it's not like a sequel or anything. But it gives me a similar vibe where you have a group of teenagers, but except the difference is they all aspire to be talented stars, which clearly most of the majority of them is like singing as well. So technically, I know Tori Vega definitely gets bullied, and I dare I say, like, I think the chick definitely gets like overhated. And clearly, when she came around the new school, that's where her and Jade had like the rivalries back and forth. Like that one time where Jade embarrassed Tori up front of the watch to just be like, "What's the matter, dog?" So technically, Tori has been through like a lot of ups and downs, especially when she's
And yet they would still hang out together.
yeah, that's the one thing that's pretty baffling. It's like it's kind of like this weird frenemy like dynamic. Like you've seen it a lot in cartoons, but done it like in a sitcom by saying like, "I hate you so much, you ruined my life," and then Tori does some mischievous acts just to embarrass Tori, like the play that Leslie
And
just
she
talked
considers
about.
her a friend too.
Yeah, that's the one thing that just felt weird. Which I remember one time, I don't remember which episode it was, but I remember when Jade was trying to impersonate Kat with the voice, and then she literally did like a spot on impression of doing the I found the way that Kat laughs, and then when she randomly just makes like a puppy's joke, and then Kat was so gullible, was like, "Oh, so that's how I usually would laugh." So either way, Jade, when I was a kid, I didn't really like her that much because I do was like, typical emo bully girl.
Real.
Like it was like basically it's like, yeah, I've seen those girls around my elementary school days, so nothing too new. It's like I never really liked her at all. Which I know as I got older, she is attractive. Surprisingly, that Lizzie Gillies voiced Catwoman in a DC Batman anime film was like, oh, I didn't know that, but hey, that's pretty cool. But back to the point where it comes to like most of the characters, I remember one time where Jade and Tori were actually cleaning up stuff together, and then they just left the building. It's like, all right, just small things where they got along. And during the one moments where Jade doesn't want to admit a bit about her vulnerability, including the one time where Sinjin, for some reason, just sims for this like chick like way too much at the time. And I like that she often scares Sinjin a lot, where she goes 3, 2, 1, and then Sinjin just escapes. And I'll talk about my favorite episode in the show, and I won't get to it, but it's literally my favorite one is Wi-Fi in the Sky, where he just randomly puts his username Skinny Jeans, and he's like, "Hi Jade, where do you get that lamp from?" From the lamp store. It looks exactly like my mom's. Oh, weird. Are you in my house? Take your computer with you. Please don't tell my mother. It's like, yeah, Sinjin, he's no different than most of the other nerdy sims that just thirst on the baddies just because, the nerds like Sinjin are not too masculine enough just to handle tough chicks like Jade. So random roles like that just proves that, she's definitely not a girl that you don't want to mess with. But she's no Sam Puck in particular. But either way, as I continue about talking about the other characters, so just to get this character out the way, Cat Valentine, yeah, she can be annoying when she was like first introduced, just because she's gullible, she's bubbly, but yet at the exact same time, just innocent for the most part for whatever she does. But either way, I mean, obviously it was revealed in the crossover where she's like, "She did say I sing," and it's so funny, like after the success of Victoria's, when Ariana Grande is clearly like one of the biggest music stars, it's so funny that Ariana Grande talks about even the days when she was working at Nickelodeon. Like one of her usernames was Jim Carrey Fan 32, because Ariana Grande has admitted in interviews that Jim Carrey was one of her childhood crushes, where he met him in like 2013. She met him again during the press tour of Dumb and Dumber 2, and then next thing you know, boom, she appears in the episode of one of Jim Carrey's short-lived series called Kidding, where they did their own song together. So, and also Ariana Grande made an album called Eternal Sunshine, and it was basically a recreation of the exact same movie that features Jim Carrey and Kate Winslet. So it, like, I will admit, Ariana Grande, I may not have the biggest crush on her compared to the other cast members, but I 100% respect her, where I like it a lot, where she has much more respect for Jim Carrey as an actor, but also the dedication. So I'm like, all right, girl, I see you, Cat Valentine. I mean, as a character, I don't know, you're okay, but Ariana Grande, you've earned my respect. Thank you very much. So, aside from that, Cat Valentine, like I said, can be annoying at times whenever she is, but can be silly whenever she's around. But then we get to the other characters. Robbie, I'll admit, definitely Sinjin is a lot more of the weirder version if Robbie was around. But yeah, it is still pretty odd that he definitely needs to bring his puppet Rex, which, once again, I know the joke is whenever he puts the hand inside of Robbie's like Robbie grabs Rex's noose and make him communicate. Like, literally, in my mind, is like, is he the one controlling the puppet, or the puppet has a mind of its own when Robbie puts the hand inside of Rex? And obviously, from the first episode when Tori was first introduced to the class, make it going down the rain, whatever it takes, Cupcake. And then I forgot, that was during the time where during the stage, I remember me and Gabriel used to quote this. I forgot what lyrics he's saying, where Robbie was singing on stage, and then Rex, I forgot what he said, but he goes like, brr, 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 brr. And it was during the same episode where he was
right next to mine, feel the beat, and we're lost in time forever, baby.
That's the one I'm talking about, and I'm pretty sure that was the same episode where he was just roasting Robbie on stage. I don't know, man.
No, wait, that was the Freak Out episode.
Freak the
when
Freak Out.
they were singing on stage.
That was an iconic song because I'm like, what other songs do I know outside of the main theme? Freak the Freak Out, whoa. Which, yeah, Victoria Justice killed it when it comes to the vocals of that song. But either way, like I said, my favorite moments with Rex is during the moments where he just lets go of the chair and he doesn't move at all, or that one episode which, once again, they're just stuck in a cupcake flow. I want to go Batman. It's like, bro, I would expect a puppet just to talk about Batman in a Nick sitcom, and then some hobo looking guy came into the cupcake area and they go loo loo loo. So either way, it was hilarious, and I like the fact that Rex sings I Found a Way, literally the end credits of over your shoulder, you know that I told. It's like, all right. And then Kat's literally just laughing in the background. Nowhere, it's like, all right, cool to know that Drake and Josh is basically canon in the Victoria's verse. And secondly, I mean, first of all, Drake Bell.
They mention it a lot in the show too.
Yeah.
Helen's the principal.
Yeah, like even Drake Bell fell into Kmart Rescue Victoria Justice, and like what Leslie said, Josh Peck did appear. How ironic, Josh Peck appearing in Victorious, but also the revival of iCarly, because, you know, hey, we're all timing with the same brand, with the same Nickelodeon network, so I gotta respect my Nick sitcom homies out. So I honestly like the cameos whenever they showed up. And speaking of other characters, so I do like Andre. First of all, I was introduced to Andre when he was like one of the characters from iCarly, where he goes, Carly, oh Sam, yeah. What's the name of the song? I call it Carly Sam, yeah. And at one time where he wearing the Zebo mascot costume, and he was like dumb by saying like,
I do not want to play Zebo.
Said this Kiuk, because obviously in that character in iCarly
track,
more
man.
Music. I was cracking up from his debut during iCarly. However, like the dude. Excuse me, I almost got dehydrated. So, technically, good friend to Tori, especially whenever Tori needs it for help. Like, I feel like Andre's like always like the go-to guy that Tori can always depend on, including the one moment where, like I said, my favorite episode is the wife episode where he tries to encourage Tori about trying to, what was the assignment again? I think it was like a essay or something where she tries to type it down.
Yeah, something for Psychowitz's class or something.
It was, hey, there's something coming, evil! And then Tori's like, how you spell evil? And then Beck's like, 4 eyes with a double L, just to make it more an exclamation extravaganza when it comes to the reaction. And yeah, Beck, like what Leslie said, just your typical handsome-looking dude by Wilma. He's definitely like, I like the fact that, sure, Beck is one of those handsome-looking guys in high school, but I like that he doesn't come off as a jockey jerk, because, you know, most of those guys often becomes a jerk, and then when it comes to
okay, yeah, that's true.
Like, I will give Beck credit, like, he's definitely one of the nice ones, like, the most chill ones that doesn't disrespect most of the others, despite his complicated relationship with Jade, and whenever they're around with Tori. I mean, like I said, I like that, you know, Beck never plays the victim, but it's always either Jade or Tori, either or, because, you know, women do be like that. But I like the fact that during some of the episodes, where, like I said, the Wi-Fi in the Sky episode is when Tori and Trina were like on the plane and they talk about their computer assignment. Kat's just goofing off and she decides to turn herself to like a pie or something, and then she got sensitive over Tori hurting her feelings. And then the one moment where Beck is holding a puppy, and that one time Trina was showing her ass on the camera, which I didn't have no problem with that. Rondre's like, what was that? And then Tori's like, that was Trina's butt. And then out of nowhere, that's where Trina...
Don't lie, y'all liked it.
Like, Trina stole a camera from some other random dude. I forgot what was his name, though, but the audience clapped.
Perez Hilton, dog.
I was like, who is he? I'm like, when I was a kid, I'm like, is he from somewhere?
Apparently, he's like a famous like he's just famous.
Okay, so singer, celebrity, I don't even know. That's why I was so confused. I'm like, why are they clapping? Do I know this guy? But anyway, the
He
point.
has content on YouTube though.
Okay, that definitely makes a lot of sense. But the point is, when she walks by and interrupts the camera just to take it away and takes for Tori, the random kid that could not stop kicking the seats and just start teasing Trini a lot. And he's like, yeah, your sister's a freak.
I wish I was a witch so that I would take my broomstick and I would.
I like that the dad doesn't give a crap by saying, could you please stop kicking the seats? No, it's like, yeah, I bet his dad just regret by saying, why did I basically make love to this woman and make births out of this?
I should have just wore protection. Wear condoms, people.
Yeah, that's what it should have been, so you don't regret it during the plane. And then next thing you know, I like the fact that he taps on Tori behind her, and then literally he's like, but your sister's kind of hot, so you just call my sister, yeah? And I was like, yeah, but you're hotter. And then I like how Andre just jokes about.
He's real for that.
Yeah, where Andre's like, who's your new boyfriend over there? Not cute, Andre. It's more like, I will admit, some of the writing and some of the jokes definitely pays off as well. And like I said, with Andre's grandmother, her funny moments, Andre, that's another me on the wall! Grandma, that's just a mirror. And then, I could have swear, I don't know if they never confirm it, but...
I don't understand this!
Yeah, where she grabs like, what she like, did he grab like a plunger or something and just breaks the webcam? I think it was a plunger.
No, she just punched it.
I don't know. I don't know why she just got it nowhere. Good. Andre, stop talking to yourself. Grandma, I'm not talking to Andre. I'm just talking to Tori and Beck. That's a lie. They're not here.
They're not here.
I'm just talking to them online. It do be like that when you're on Discord calls. Hi, Mrs. Harris. How you doing? I don't want to stand this. Ah! Oh, Grandma. It's just me, Mrs. Harris. Leave me alone. I like that she purposely dropped the camera, which, remind me, why was Robbie... kicked off in the group chat where Tori kicked him out and then Robbie has to put like a different username, like low step.
I don't think. I think it has something to do with, like, I think maybe like because he was like, me and Rex wanted to do plans, but he wanted to do another thing or something, but like, and they probably just didn't want to hear it.
Basically, I'm assuming because they don't want Robbie to waste their time when they're trying to focus on this assignment before Tori.
Yeah, that's probably it. Like, it had nothing to do with the assignment.
So that's what I was assuming, and then that's why Tori just kicked Robbie out, and then Sanjay just kicked him out of nowhere. The one thing that's so weird is, like, I like the fact that they put in, like, random usernames, whether if they know about it or not, and they just invite them in. It's like, I know, I like the fact, like, during in the bumpers in every Victorious episode, it always shows, like, Tori's messages and emojis, everything of how they translate, because, you know, it's the Gen Z era, you gotta get with the times around.
Oh, yeah, the transitions.
The transitions where it goes to the emojis and it goes to, like, the instrumental break. And later on, it just...
Nah, bro, though, you mean the transitions that are always all over the place, that's, like, you know the one, where it, like, shows cuts to Hollywood and then it cuts to the school.
I remember that. I mean, the one thing I also do remember is when Beck was taking care of a puppy named Sparkles for some 9-year-old cheerleader, and then Jay was kind of like, you know, being aggressive, be like, you didn't tell me she was nice, like, you didn't tell me anything, say how this Tori. And then the most chaotic moment is when this one certain celebrity is when, literally when the celebrity just took the camera away, and then just, take it away, and, hold on, just try my best to remember, sorry, I got distracted from social media. Can't believe I'm saying this. Where are you? Sorry, it's just that social media's kind of messed with my mind lately. It's like, is there something distracting? No, it isn't. Alright, thank you for wasting my time, Twitter. When they say 1991, I scream I cooked. Anyway, I'm going off topic. On to continue with Victoria. So, back to the point. I do like the Wi-Fi in the Sky Plane episode a lot, including the moment where Rex was about to die somewhat, where Robbie and Tori were trying to, like, sing a song to him, but then, unfortunately, he passed away, but thanks to Tori just, quote-unquote, reviving him back from the dead. I just thought that was pretty hilarious. But, yeah, as for the songs, I may not remember most of them, just like iCarly or, Drake and Josh, but definitely Freak the Freak Out is the one that immediately just pops into my head. And, okay, I know this episode was intended just for, like, you know, look at Victoria Justice, Danielle Monet, and Elizabeth Gillies to look at, you know, their bodies and more their skins, where it was hot, it was sweaty, they were stuck in a trailer, they were locked in that trailer, but then Trina was free, just getting watered by some other boys. And then I like how Jade shamelessly is like, no, I'm not sweating, and then Beck is like, correct, is like, girl, you're sweating. It's like, yeah, whether it's California or Florida, summer humidity do be like that, but I understand the intention why they make that episode for good reasons. I don't know, But either way, like I said, Victorious, in my opinion, was the last good Nickelodeon sitcom to me for the first time. So that's why I think, like, after when the show ended, and even though Lesnar said that, oh, a kid chased by what, rat with cheese or something?
Yeah, they were like dressed up as cheese, and they were being chased by kids wearing rat costumes.
So, like I said, such a weird way to end the episode. So clearly, it's not going to be as impactful or satisfying, emotional like iCarly. But either way, I definitely save, like, since I do give a lot of credit from the diversity, but also the teenagers, despite the filler. And yeah, the teacher, he's funny. The fact that he did apply to impression, I did remember watching that episode where he did a really good job impression of Mr. Lawrence. So either way, I will say Victorious definitely has like likable characters, good theme songs, but also the aspirations where they want to be stars, and definitely have their own like other conflicts. Like, once again, it gives me similar vibes like Zoey 101, but definitely this one is definitely more on like the aspirational music aspect of it. So Victorious, that being said, it's already an S tier for me, along with Big Time Rush. So like I said, the last good sitcom. Anyway, after that, we finally...
It's a lot of rambling on Victorious.
And also Big Time Rush. So, now we're going to take a break for Nick's sitcoms, well, except for one, since Lesnar just added one at the last minute, which is Bucket Skinner. But now, let's talk about the next Nick Toons, which is a spin-off of one of the most popular one, Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. It's none other than Planet Sheen! It's like, I know this show debuted back with Tough Puppy when it first came out, and for some reason as a kid I liked it just because I'm like, well, this is no Jimmy Neutron revival, but it is based on Sheen. And I will admit, yes, Sheen can be annoying, and I know it's the trope of when you give a comic relief side character like being the main lead, which is basically kind of like Mater in the Cars franchise, and if how a comic relief side character could carry like his own show or his own movie or anything like that. But I will admit, during the first episode I definitely saw like Sheen's quotes is very quotable, where, you know, his voice actor just brings us, oh, monkey, 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 monkey boy, it's a talking monkey! Jimmy Neutron, someone named J.N. decided to put the note it. I didn't do it! Which I thought that was pretty hilarious just because, you know, Sheen is stupid and basically his brain is kind of like a monkey either way. And sure, we get to like some of the other characters, which I'm trying to remember the villain's name, who's voiced by Jeff Bennett, where he goes, oh, Grok! Like, I just want to get that action figure that says, ooh, too dangerous. And then he has this sidekick that has like an eye or something. Dorcas, that was his name. I remember Dorcas, where he comes a little bit overload. I cannot stand over this Sheen human. And then, I mean, the show definitely has some likable characters, which I will admit, it is pretty weird that we got like an alien variant of Carl Weezer. I'm like, you know, you could have just got Carl Weezer in the show, but I guess like in some weird way they wanted to add Rob Paulson in, which they made this alien clone, which is basically Doppy. I like the moment where he does act a lot like Carl. It feels like a green slimy slug. Like during the episode where both Sheen and Sheen and Doppy were singing the Thanksgiving episode, which is basically a parody of Thanksgiving. More, Latin, more, singing Doppy. I remember during this one chick, I think her name was Asifa, which is like this blue warrior alien that Yoda's a lot, and she has a pet dinosaur named Chok Chok, which clearly around that time Sheen technically has feelings for her, but he does at the same time. But one thing that was pretty cool around the time was literally where she decides to defend Sheen at certain times, or one episode where she wants Sheen and what's the British monkey's name? I'm trying my best to remember. It's not Chok Chok, is it Nesmith? Yeah, I think it's M. Nesmith, the monkey. I think that was his name.
I don't remember. Let me see.
He's the one that says, you come from Earth, where basically he's kind of like...
Oh, yeah, Mr. Nesmith.
So, yeah, I mean, literally, it's kind of like Darwin...
Surprised not Paul the monkey from the DNA Productions logo.
Hi, I'm Paul. That would have been a nice Easter egg if that was the case. I like the moment where, obviously, he wants to bring logic to Sheen by saying, what about peace on Earth, Sheen? And you should definitely be, like, a bit more courage for a banana or something. I like the moment where they try to like babysit Cha Cha in like one of the houses, and then they're like, we gotta take Cha Cha outside. And then when Cha Cha makes a bit of the messes in front of Doppy, like in usual raw post of crazy fashion, when Cha Cha makes a mess, like Dobby freaks out, like, why do I smell like all you people? And it's like, man, they're giving Rob Paulson a raise whenever he screams as Carl Weezer. But the one character that I did find that was annoying, and I don't blame Sheen for that, was Princess or something, who was the daughter of the king, which I understand why the king likes Sheen, who's voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, but man, I couldn't stand just because you're telling me that she becomes like your usual annoying bratty teenage alien chick, and then she has another head where she's acting a little bit more stupid and dumb, and for some reason she has a weird obsession over Sheen and just go rapping off her just to lick him around. It's like, ugh. I mean, I obviously will not blame Sheen where it comes to like some dumb retarded alien chick, but since she is the emperor's daughter, obviously Sheen does not want to break her heart because, hey, the king likes me, so don't want to take off the daughter. So I like the fact that Athena actually scares off I like that she scares off most of the times, and even though as annoying as is, I like the fact that she scares like, oh, you must take him from your kingdom. I like that even Doppy's parents try to save him, like, Doppy, what are we supposed to do? We will save our son, Doppy. Which, once again, I think Rob Paulson definitely carried the show for a Planet Sheen spinoff, and once again, this show is a lot of filler because, you know, it's in the title, it's based on the side character, but I will admit, I kind of wish that Jimmy Neutron would actually make, like, you know, like a cameo or a guest appearance, and even though it's not like the next introduction for what it was, I definitely say Planet Sheen is definitely more in a vein like Fanboy and Chum Chum. Like, I think it's okay. I don't think it's as bad as it is. There are some annoying side characters, but there are some moments where actually generally were funny, whether that's from Sheen or Doppy or during the one moment where it involves Mr. Nesbitt the monkey or the villain Dorcas. So I say it's alright. I definitely would put like somewhere on the C list for me for Planet Sheen. And I will admit, the theme song, for some reason, it actually clicks onto me. Guess what? And Planet Sheensy's also funky. No, I don't think it's called Planet Sheensy. So for some reason, I actually think the theme song's actually pretty decent. So C tier for me when it comes to Planet Sheen.
Okay. I'm gonna be real. It's been, like I said, the last time I watched Planet Sheen was basically like when it aired on, of course, on Nick Toons, and basically like the last time it premiered on Nick, I think. I do remember I remember characters Carl the Slug, which is just Carl as a slug, and the monkey, and Dorcas and the flying eyeball, and the dude voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, and Princess Eum. Although I don't remember Athena, is that her name? I don't really remember her that much, if I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, the theme song's kind of retarded. Like, it's. I mean, I will say it's just because of the lyrics, but I like that she points out the dumb lyrics in it. Like, I get the last part, but the first two lines just off, bruh. Like, what dogs like cheese, cows like monkeys? What? At least Sheen is smart enough to know, like, what did you just say there, dude? Yeah, I would. I think I could say more about the theme song than the actual show. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, back when I would watch it on Nick Toons, and it would air a lot, even though I don't remember any episodes. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the lyrics. Skateboards rock, shoes like feetsies. You are watching Planet Sheensies. Okay, it's not called Planet Sheensies.
I like how the way he said it, Sheensy.
Bro, I was just talking about the intro. Like, the first two lines of the intro is just dumb, and I'm glad that Sheen pointed it out.
Planet Sheensy's also funky.
Bro, the freaking first lyrics, dogs like cheese, cows like monkeys. What does that even mean?
I don't know. It's basically just kind of referring to Sheen's illogical nonsense, which it doesn't roll like that.
Okay, I get the last part, but the first few lines, you're just off, bruh.
Very meta.
That's just creepy. Dude, no casserole pomegranates, dude. What? Straight out of the planet? What you gonna do? Change your name to Larry. We're baking on the queen. It all make perfect sense on Planet Sheen. Oh. But, yeah. like I said, I say more about the theme song since knowing it's iconic and like I've listened to it a lot. Yeah, like perfect sense on Planet She, basically that. Um, Kind of what Daniel said. Like I said, I agree. I mean, it's been a long time since I've watched the show, but now that you said it, your list, your opinion, I agree. C tier.
Yeah, like I said, I see it like it's more in the same vein of Fanboy Chunchin. Like, it's not as bad as most people say, but I definitely say it's decent if you only tolerate this type of humor, but it is what it is. However, there is one Nicktoon that I definitely say it's better. Like, I know both shows premiere on the same day, and I did end up watching both of them just because they were both new. It's Totally Puppet was a straight on mutt. Ain't out mud. He's scratching, digging, then
He digs it, and he chooses butt.
Now
Choose his butt,
enough.
but we bad
And
guys
now
get
he start more tough. And now he's
for
secretly
tough.
agent stuff.
He's
He's a
a
tough puppy.
He's a
Yeah,
tough
puppy.
puppy.
He's a
Tough
tough
puppy.
puppy.
He's a tough puppy.
I mean, like I said, say all you want. I will say this. Say all you want about Butch Hartman, but once again, this is another cartoon that reference Secret Agent Man, which Teen Titans literally take the same music of when there's trouble, you know who to call, like from Teen Titans. Like it's the same thing with Secret Agent Man. It's like there's a man who leads a life of danger. It's same thing with Tough Puppy with Tough Puppy, Secret Agent Man. And like I said, every time I think of Secret Agent Man, I think of Ace Ventura 2 when Nature Calls, when Ace Ventura was going undercover. So it got me that nostalgia throwback by saying Secret Agent Man, Tough Puppy. So literally take inspiration. I'm mostly watching Games Gun for good games. Did I get any good games? No. Like I said, Cameron, that's why I could care less about Gamescom, because nothing interesting outside that channel game. Like, I just don't care about it today. So, don't think it's a waste of my time. So, back to the point. So, yeah, I talk about the theme song, but hey, bro, it's Jerry Trainer, Crazy Steve from Drake and Josh, Spencer Shea voicing a dog, and a Butch Hartman Nicktoon. So I'm like, you know what? I think that's pretty good, and I think Jerry Trainer's great whenever he's performing live, but voice acting, I really like Dudley Puppy. Like, sure, can Dudley be over the top, but hey, Jerry Trainer's no stranger to that. So I like the fact that it features a dog, and for me as a dog person, it definitely just thinks on the runs, which I like the fact that obviously Dudley Puppy is not, you know, a trained spy in a way. I haven't seen the show, but I've seen clips. I've seen it since day one, where it shows the promos of Jerry Trainer as Dudley, or the promo where he's like, oh yeah, 3 things. Always tell the truth and don't bite your butt. And then his mom just giving like a dog treat or something that leads to the villain snap trap. And I will admit, even though Kitty Catwell is kind of like the secondary female lead, which I'll be honest, I'm no furry, but just like Lola Bunny Space Jam, I smash Kitty Catwell. Just saying, if I was an animal or something. But that's just me. But either way, I think Kitty Catwell, aside from her being a sexy cat fox or whatever she is, I like the fact that it definitely goes to the trope where Dudley's an idiot, but Kitty's the smart one, but yet they make their dynamic duos, and later on they actually have their bonds of becoming partners. And I like the fact that Dudley wants to have his moments to be relaxed by saying, could you tell me a bedtime story, Kitty? And then she's like, once upon a time I hit a dog with the clock, the end. But I like how Dudley, sometimes his stupidity can lead to like smart actions where it comes to Snap Trap and his gang of villains try to like take over Tough headquarters or during their heists or any of their vacation. Like sometimes Dudley's stupidity can help around what Kitty's doing with behind the majority of these villains. And I do like the other characters like Keswick, who I like Keswick is basically like the Albert Einstein, but you know, I gotta get the zazz, son. Like I could definitely tell the inspiration is basically Porky Pig if he was like a dorky dog, and that means he's definitely half like a sheep and a German Shepherd. So I do like the one episode where Keswick actually builds like a robot and he actually has feelings for it. And I like that the robot just points out like, paper cups, paper cuts, paper clips, where they put like so much puns and all around and just becomes super random as you expect from a Butch Hartman Nicktoon. But the one thing I also like was, okay, the Flea, who is voiced by the same guy who voiced Jordan in Fairly OddParents. I like that the Cheese voice is literally his J. Jonah Jameson voice from Spectacular Spider-Man because it's the same voice actor. Agent Puppy, Peter Parker, give me pictures of Spider-Man. Like, it's literally the same voice, but he does in the Flea. Like, oh, with this frozen yogurt that you can just lick on the floor. I'm like, wait a minute, it has toenails. So I think the Flea, just like, I think the inspiration is kind of like Plankton, where you have a very tiny character, but has a very deep, gravelly type of voice. So it was kind of funny of how the way they make the Chief, like, you know, the main boss of the CEO headquarters. And as for the villain, Snaptrap, he's humorous as expected. He's like, what about you guys? I'm gonna take like bad guys like you. And I like the fact that he's a rat, he gets allergic to blue cheese. Like, what is this flavor? Blue cheese, boss. Ah, I thought you said that you weren't allergic to cheese. I'm like, a rat that's allergic to cheese. So honestly, that was pretty funny that despite he's a rodent, he can't eat the main diet for what rats and mice usually would eat. And I can't remember too much of the villains, but I remember the alligator. I remember the one small mice that he tortures with all the sharks whenever he's in his headquarters. But I do remember one villain, which is the chameleon, like the Silverbug. I will admit, it was so off that Dudley had a crush on the chameleon when he's in disguise as a poodle or something, and then he randomly marries her. I'm like, ew, you just marry a chameleon that doesn't even have any shaved skin or something. But either way, I like how very meta when Dudley actually meets up the chameleon by saying, I don't know, could you please stop moving like that? It's very weird. Like, Kitty, there's one eye that's twitching, there's another one that's freaking me out. And there's like so many hilarious moments, like during the one moment where Keswick reunites with a tough group, and I like that Kitty's like, look, he has web feet, and the Dudley's like, I don't know, I think he just laid an egg. I just feel like Jerry Trainer's timing of voicing Dudley's just very humorous. So either way, I wouldn't say Tough Puppy is as great as Danny Phantom, and surely it's not as iconic as Fairly OddParents, but for what it is, as a spy anthropomorphic type of show where it just goes to like different villains, different heists, like the creativity still shines through. And I will admit, I do like one of the jokes where Bird Brain, who's voiced by Rob Paulson, he gets hit by a monkey or something. It goes like, "Cause you kiss it for the monkeys I got tonight." And there's one moment where Bird Brain hires like two sidekicks. One of them was an owl, one of them was a bat. It's like, we're gonna meet Bird Brain. Who? Bird Brain. Hey, go meet your boss. Where? I was like, I'm right here. Where? So the jokes is constantly cast on where Bird Brain has like the worst sidekicks just to take. Kung Fu Panda 4 ripoff Tough Puppy with the villains called the Chameleon. Not, well, I wouldn't say it's a ripoff because Chameleon is basically the same for Spider-Man if you think about it. Because, you know, it's not really the most original name. But obviously when you name a villain Chameleon, it's just a shapeshifter. So I don't think it's a ripoff Rocket Man 101. But either way, Tough Puppy, I enjoyed it for what it was as a kid. I definitely say it was a much better Nicktoon than Planet Sheen if I'm watching in comparison. So, and I will admit, I mean, in my opinion, I think this was like at least, just like I said, Victorious was the last good Nick sitcom. I believe this was the last good Nicktoon from Butch Hartman before, you know, years later on, departure for whatever the reasons were. So, if I had to put Tough Puppy, I would definitely put it somewhere on the A tier, if I'm being honest. Like, definitely A tier for me when it comes to Tough Puppy. I would say.
Get out of here.
So, anyway, Leslie, your comments on Tough Puppy?
Oof. Well, Tough Puppy. It's funny for how it is. Jerry Trainer as Dudley, even giving Jerry Trainer as the main character in a voiceover role is honestly like the best decision that they would make. Like, he's very funny, he's very humorous. The time, like you said, the timing is perfect of his comedy.
Could you scratch my butt, little birdie? The one time where Dudley has a rash and he asks a bird, like, could you scratch my butt, little birdie? Jerry just kills it, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and also the other characters, Kitty, she's one of those, basically the tough, responsible one that also she screams a lot, which, of course, shout outs to Ray Delisle, who knows how to scream a lot.
Mm-hmm. Like she's off the cast for every Hartman cartoon. One thing I find that's pretty interesting, like sometimes she could be chaotically stupid whenever she does, like she randomly dances, but clearly, you know, tries to be mature for the most part, except if you give her like a ball of yarn or something, because, get it, she's a cat, so she'll fall for it.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real. It's been a long time since I've seen the show. Once again, Nick Toons. I watch all the cartoons on Nick Toons. I'm gonna be real. Like, oh man, I do remember like one time where like Dudley was like driving with Kitty, and then like I don't know what was going on with him, but then like he was like, "Look, there's my friend Jay, and he's walking." Like, yeah, like, Jay walking. Look, it's a guy named Jay, and he's walking. Which honestly, I thought it was honestly really hilarious, and like the whole thing
Hmm.
was really hilarious. Was funny too,
I know what you
and
mean.
yeah, I do agree with what you say, Daniel. It's really iconic. The theme song is it's really goated. Um, yeah, really great show.
So you would agree with me on A tier?
Yep.
Well, the last thing I will say about Tough Puppy, I remember when I was a kid that I did enjoy the show. It used to be at Nick.com where I get to play as the tough agents, whether it's Dudley, Kitty, Keswick, or Chief, or maybe sometimes like some other spy that was a part of Tough Headquarters. And we literally had to do like this weird Pokemon type of battle where you had to fight Snaptrap and his henchmen. And I remember that was like one of my favorite memories that I did remembered when it comes to like playing the game where I'm just fighting basically the villains from the show. So that was a fun moment where I used to be a fan of Tough Puppy around that time. So, like I said, I really enjoyed it. So, I mean, this was Leslie's idea. The next sitcom, which is Buck and Skinner, aka the one rip off of that one Disney Channel show.
Yeah. Yeah. So Bucket and Skinner, the ripoff of Disney XD Zeke and Luther.
Zeke and
So
Luther. Thanks for reminding me.
yeah, that's it. Instead of skateboarders, they're surfers. And you know what's funny? Like they're surfers, but we never see them surf. Like the difference is on Zeke and Luther, we get to see them skate, but here, nope, they don't. We don't see them surf. Anyway, Bucket and Skinner, I'm gonna be real. Like I understand. I'm pretty sure this was the most hated show at the time, probably. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's a really. I've watched episodes on somewhere, even on TV. And to be honest, what I have to say about the show is just do better. Like like if you watch this show, you're gonna see it and it's like, man, it's kind of corny in a way. Like there's one episode where like the main character Bucket has like a fear of chickens and basically the bully basically like locks him in a room and puts in a chicken and like he starts running. And like in one scene he starts imagining his friend Skinner as the chicken for some reason. Like his head is literally on the body of a chicken. I'm being dead serious. Uh, but yeah, and another thing about the show, you could definitely tell this was on a low budget. Like compared to the other shows on Nick at the time, you you watch this and it's like, wow, that this is some low ass budget they have here.
Hmm.
And I guess the main one I actually like on the show was Ashley Argota, who was on True Jackson. She's on the show, and she's not like her character on True Jackson, but like she just the show takes place at a surf shop and also on the beach too. And most of the time, the characters on the show wear like summer clothing, like it's always summer over there. And at some points, like I don't know if they actually do like wear like normal clothing. They probably do, but I'm gonna be real. Like there were some episodes that there's one episode where like they had to take care of the little sister who is she's evil or something, but like because like she always torments the boys. At some point, well, she has a crush on Skinner, kind of, but mostly Bucket. Like there was an episode where they had to babysit her, and then like and in order for they're doing that because of a concert because the girl best friend has concert tickets, and they're doing it because yeah, let's go to a concert, and the band's name is Stink Butt. Like I'm not joking.
Bruh.
So yeah, and basically they do actually do get their she gets her comeuppance at the end of the episode where like she thought it was like they were in costume for like these two mascots, but then she thought it was them and the mascots, but it turns out they're not in there. Then basically she's like actually like trapping the actual mascots and basically torturing them. So yeah, that's one of her comeuppances. There's this one episode called the Epic Breakup. Oh yeah, keep in mind every episode has the word epic in it. So
They're just
there's one
milking
episode called
that.
Epic Breakup.
They're just
Uh huh.
milking that
Yeah.
for every episode, are they? Just to put that name. How does that make it
Yes.
different?
Every episode.
Like for iCarly, I get it. Like I Goodbye and I, like I said, they put a lot of eyes every single episode, which we get because that's the context. But for this one, it feels like a desperate move just to milk it for every episode. But it's also lazy if you think about it.
Yeah, because like the show's called Bucket and Skinner's Epic Adventures, so you got to put epic in every title.
Even though not every single episode is going to be epic because barely any surfing, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was expecting epic adventures. Where are they?
So what's like?
Like you're lying to me, show.
Clickbait, clickbait, clickbait.
Like, bro, like the okay, I will admit, like anyway, like the like I said, the budget is low, so that's probably wondering why like we don't get to see them surfing. And if we do see them surfing, we all know they're probably going to be in front of a green screen or something.
It will be like it's not gonna be
And I would
real.
agree.
It's just your typical Nick studio where they put the green screen and then they just play waves in the background. They just stand like surfboards, like, all right, Seth, just move. Whoa, we're surfing. So once again, just a waste of time if that was the case, and waste of money too.
Yeah, not even then, dude. Like, yeah, the transitions are literally just stock footages of waves. Like, I'm being real.
Label, label.
Yeah, so basically, if you watch the show, I don't. I mean, I'm not saying like if you enjoy it, great. But if you like actually watch it and you're like, man, this ain't even that good. Like, anyway, I was talking about this one episode called Epic Breakup. Like, because like in that episode, Bucket has a crush on Ashley Argota's character. Her name is Kelly. He has a crush on her, and basically he wants to take her to prom. But the problem is she already has a boyfriend. But then, oh yeah, and by the way, Jeanette McCurdy's in that episode, and basically her best friend Jeanette McCurdy makes a visit to her, and then like it turns out the her boyfriend is like boring or like sensitive too. So like, and then later in the episode, she's like, I can't date you anymore. We're done.
Well, that just
And
happened.
yeah, but the actual epic breakup was when Bucket and Skinner got. I'm being dead serious when I say this. They dress up as aliens to go to a take over the world concert or something, and then they get taken by the government, and they go up to like this I want to say like this government base or like this spaceship, and then later they like they like go to jail and then like get into a fight with robots and the government too. Oh, and one of the governments is played by Matt Shively, also from True Jackson. Um, and and that point where Bucket was like, "This is all your fault, Skinner. You are like, I can't believe you got us into this mess." Until the point where they're like, "Man, I guess we can't be friends anymore. So yeah, I guess we're done here." And in my mind, I'm like, "Oh, so that's the real epic breakup. Bucket and Skinner breaking up, not her and the dude breaking up." I'm being dead serious when I say this. They were dressed up as aliens too.
What the twist? I think not.
Yeah, and that was more of a special than an episode actually, because it was like I know it was like 40 minutes long, I think. But yeah, now the characters, Bucket, he's of course he's more of the awkward dude, the awkward like the sensitive, and also like, and he's not nerdy, he's just awkward. Like, but then again, you'll like being friends with him, and at least he's like likable and everything. Like, he is, at least he knows he has some common sense. But yeah, that's all I gotta say about Bucket. Skinner, he is like the dumb one, kinda. Like, are we surprised? It's always the blondes that are dumb. But yeah, I mean, Skinner is like a really good friend of Bucket too. They like hang out a lot, but he's more like the ditzy dumb one that's like, dude, look, I like in the beginning of the episode of the babysitter, like he brings out a payphone out of nowhere. So yeah, that's also another thing about Skinner. He like has like a bunch of random moments too. Like like those. Ashley Argota's character Kelly, she's just the girl that just works at this shop at on the beach, and she's also the love interest to Bucket, and also the friends to the group to the boys. And that's kind of all I gotta say about it. Like that's all I gotta say for these characters. Like they're not like they're just there. Like they're you ain't got much to say about them. You won't see much about them. But and that's kind of it, to be honest. And then there is this guy for what's his name? Oh yeah, Aloe. He's kind of like the typical jerky jock bully to the boys. Like he's very self-centered. He's very mean and like I said, bully and a jock too. Like he's ripped and everything, and like he has this dude that's always by his side, like kind of like his I want to say his minion or something. And he always bullies Bucket and Skinner because something, you know. And then there's Kelly's little sister. Her name is Piper. Yeah, she is no Megan. She may be evil and like always torments them, but she's also kind of a bitch. Like I'm gonna be real. Like she's very like I said mean and also like I would like sometimes it's you would watch her on TV and on the show and then you'll look at her and be like, man, I don't like her. Like I said, she's no Megan. Like all she does is just torment the boys for fun, just like Megan does. But like she's not my Megan.
Just not as bad or as likable-ish as Megan, but basically just a knockoff version.
Exactly. She's just a knockoff version of Megan. It's always the little sisters that are mean and basically in these Nick shows. But
Yeah.
Megan is the better mean little sister.
Yep, they all be copied the exact same formula what worked before, but obviously it won't be as great for what they did before. So it's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat.
That's exactly what it is. Oh yeah, there's this other character. It's the fat guy. What's his name? Three Pieces. He's the owner of the sub shop, and he's also Bucket's uncle, and he works there. And his character is just like he likes to eat, and he has like a bunch of meltdowns, and whenever he would like freak out or something, and he's very clumsy too. like that's all his character is, dude. And not even that, bro. The names of the characters, like there's Bucket, there's Skinner, there's Aloe, the character I just mentioned, Three Pieces. So yeah, that's kind of all I gotta say. And it's funny how Nick like just like let the show continue. Like the epic breakup episode would have been like the proper finale to the show. And like that's the last episode that aired on the main Nick network until it moved to Teen Nick. And surprise, surprise, no one watched it. No views whatsoever. Who's gonna be like, dude, I gotta watch Bucket and Skinner on Teen Nick. They're every new episodes there. I can't wait to watch episodes. Yeah. I can't wait to watch episodes like Epic Chicken or Epic Bobo.
Because I'm definitely expecting
that's
that
an
the
actual
show
episode,
barely
by the
has
way.
any of its fans, so that's where I'm like, yeah, probably not. Like, not a lot of people will come in just to tune in when it first debuts.
Yeah, so that episode, like, it ends with. Do you know who Cody Simpson is?
Of course I know who Cody Simpson is. I think he appeared in one Nick sitcom, which I forgot what the name it was. And I remember he was with Jeanette McCurdy and the Kids' Choice Awards 2012 when he introduced Katy Perry. And he's that one dude that sings the song and Climb with the Chance Meatballs too that goes la da dee la la da do la la da dee.
Yeah, well, Cody was on this on this show.
Interesting. Just to get Cody Simpson that paycheck and that dough for that episode, huh?
Like you just said you saw him on the Nick sitcom. You don't remember? Are you sure it's not this show, Daniel?
He was next to a couple of black kids, and like some kids were like, "It's Cody Simpson," which I forgot the name of what it was, but it's like some black kid that was like geeking out over Cody Simpson.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. Anyway, so yeah, Cody Simpson makes an appearance in that episode too, and at the end he performs this song called Mine. And I'm not gonna lie, that episode is the reason why I have that song on my playlist now. Thanks, Bucket and Skinner. But yeah, like I said, that episode could have been like the finale of the show. Like it would have ended off like to that because at the end, Bucket and Skinner make up. Bucket gets to go to prom with Kelly, his love interest, and they just ended off with a party and a performance by Cody. And that could, like I said, good finale, but for some reason the show went on Teen Nick, that is, and no one watched it. So what's the point anymore? Just cancel it, dude.
I guess it's because
So
of the
yeah,
success of Cody Simpson, just putting him in and be like, hey, go watch our show, and then point on T Nick, and most likely the ratings just went low.
yeah. I looked in the view counts and nobody watched it. There was no view counts at all.
Yeah, I expected it to flop when it first, returned, but yet barely any fans that comes in to support the show.
Yeah, this show and How to Rock, I never saw on Nick. I can't lie. Like I didn't know it existed until like I would watch like Nickelodeon related videos and they would mention that show on there.
That's what I was thinking. Like, I didn't discover the
So
existence of the show literally from a YouTube video by ranking the worst Nickelodeon shows of all time.
yeah, and I can definitely tell the show was really hated. So if I were to rank Bucket and Skinner, put it next to Planet Sheen.
Oh, really? You're gonna give it a C tier?
C tier. I mean, I will say there are like some kind of redeeming qualities, like the redeeming quality to the little sister when she got her comeuppance, and also like I did enjoy the epic breakup episode, kinda, but then again, it was just goofy as hell.
Hmm.
Or even then, like just a low C tier, or maybe even a D tier.
That's what I was thinking because I'm like, you sure it definitely deserves that much praise? Despite, I will admit, it's like probably some of the episodes where they start screaming. It's like, okay, I feel like they're kind of making it too over the top when it comes to their acting, where it doesn't feel too much genuine. It's like force a scream on cue, and then just insert laugh track. It's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be ringing with these characters, including the female one
Oh
too.
yeah, I don't know what it is with these just sitcoms in general. Anytime a character says a word, there's always a laugh. Like I would say, so what do you want to do today? And then you hear an audience laugh. What was funny about that?
Trust me, it gets worse in other sitcoms like Henry Danger as a prime example, where it's like almost every minute or so.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, never mind. Put Bucket in D tier.
Yeah, because firstly for me, I don't really watch the show that much, but I can understand why the show is not that beloved, and I can understand why Lesnar talks about it because obviously couldn't care less about it, didn't caught my interest. It's just that being it called Epic Adventures and barely any surfing despite poor archive footage of it, and sure they do bank on some stars like Lesnar mentions about Cody Simpson, but I don't think that's totally enough just to carry the show, and clearly it's not going to be as well known as Zeke and Luther, so I just see it's like it looks pretty mid, honestly. So that's why I'm like probably not just my interest
Yeah,
so much. It's very
it
mid.
kind of is like the clear Zeke and Luther ripoff. We never see them surfing,
Hmm.
and clearly low budget and stock footage of waves too. Like those are the transitions.
Yep, lazy when it comes to the budget.
Yeah, at least in Zeke and Luther, like I said, you get to see them skating.
Yeah, when the Disney Channel show does it better with skateboarding rather than two dudes about surfing, even though it ain't real surfing. This ain't no Soul Surfer on Nickelodeon.
Yeah, and like the first episode is literally just them coming back from surfing. Like that was a great surfing session, Skinner.
Too bad we never see it, so thanks for wasting my time.
Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, the show is really dumb.
Yeah.
Dumb starts with D, and that's where it's going.
Well, that's why I just feels like, yeah, I was like, whoa, see, I think that's a given a bit too much praise just because, the
I
show.
don't
So
know why I said C, bro.
I was like, remember, we do have a tier list, and none of them has been on the D slot. So definitely Bucket Skinner. Not, I wouldn't say not the worst Nick show, but definitely like one of the unbearable ones to me. However, even though it's not a sitcom, now we're returning back to the animations, which, in my opinion, we got, well, before we get the 2012 TMNT, other good Nickelodeon shows, but this time, this is the second one based on a DreamWorks production, and obviously this was made after the hype of Kung Fu Panda 2, and I love Kung Fu Panda 2. It's my favorite, not just my favorite one in the franchise, but my favorite DreamWorks movie ever. But after the success of that second movie in the first film, it's exactly what Nickelodeon DreamWorks did. It's like, hey, let's make a series out of it. But I was expecting it was going to be like a spin-off of Furious 5 or something, since in the original Kung Fu Panda DVDs, they make a spin-off featurettes of the Furious 5, but they also make a special featurette of the masters themselves when it comes to Master Ox and Master Croc. But man, Legends of Awesomeness, like obviously I didn't know it wasn't Jack Black because they couldn't afford him. Which it's funny that a Netflix series Jack Black did the voice for Poe, but instead it's Jack Black's voice double Mick Wingert, and boy, he does a really good job voicing Poe, which I've heard his voice in the Kung Fu Panda video game on Xbox 360 when I was a kid next to Lego Indiana Jones. And bro, like even though Jack Black did not wrote the song, in the way that Mick Wingert performs, it's like it feels like something that Jack was saying. Hear the legends of the Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda.
Raising a noodle shop, never see glorious fame. Climb the mountain, jumping on the dragon warrior name.
The dragon warrior name.
Kung Fu Panda.
Kung Fu Panda.
Master Chief, who's at the warrior blossom. The master the skills of foundations and awesome. Kung Fu Panda. Panda. He been training with the furious five, and they're fighting something alive. And Kung Fu Panda. Legends of Awesomeness. Sweet.
Awesomeness.
Which, by the way, like that theme song alone, which don't get me wrong, I like Pants of Madagascar with the comedy, but that intro just slaps pretty hard.
I would always quote "sweet" at church, whatever.
To every single time, just because he got for Poe in the series. Speaking of the series as a whole, like yes, you could definitely tell, just like Pants of Madagascar, they just toned down most of the drama stuff that you like from the movies, and clearly it was definitely a TV show that was made for Nickelodeon. But as a fan, I really enjoyed it. Like obviously for me, I love the first two movies, and it is still my favorite DreamWorks franchise, despite, you know, the fourth one. I thought the fourth one was okay, but it wasn't as great as the first three movies of Kung Fu Panda. But the DreamWorks series, I definitely say that I'm glad the series does a good job where you get a little bit more in depth of some of the Furious 5 members. Like, literally the first episode when Tigress was sneezing and they need a cure just to get, like, a flower petal. I like that. Literally, we get, like, similar 2D animations for what makes the first movie, like, the first couple of movies special, where there's, like, 2D art that represents, like, the flashbacks. Is a good thing that the creators behind the show kind of, like, kept that in the spirit, but also, like, you know, your usual Nickelodeon computer CG animation for what they did with Penguins of Madagascar. And once again, I like that each of the Furious 5 members, each of them has a role, but also has a meaning. Like, for instance, when Monkey got, like, he got stinged from the scorpion, it's so funny where he's like, must destroy Poe, destroy Poe. And I could tell Monkey's voice actor is Jackie Chan's voice double that voiced him in a Jackie Chan cartoon back in the 2000s, which I thought that was pretty funny. And other episodes I did like is where Poe and Tigress, I mean, just like in the first two movies where Tigress was like Poe's biggest critic, and then later on she became like a friend and ally that cares a lot about Poe. And some of the episodes where she gets to tag along with Poe throughout the adventures, where they fight the wolves, they fight out the crocodiles, and even sometimes the rhinos themselves. And I like the part where Poe is like, okay, we're gonna take down pretty lady, I'm a boy, he met me. So I like that Tigress for the most part just usually just stays a character whenever she's next to Poe. And I like the moment where they deal with this bratty princess for whatever, like this bratty princess baby pig that just like, be lecturing her slaves and her servants. And when they try to get to the one character that's voiced by Kevin Michael Richardson, I thought his name was Tabletai or something, where he goes, Tabletai, Panda Warrior Kingdom, haha, goodbye, Panda. I like the one episode where that ox and Poe takes like the crown, and they thought they have the powers just to, like, absorb it, but in reality it electrocutes them, it makes them laugh, it makes them scared, and it just hits the crown. So I like that the comedy still shines through when it comes to that villain and Poe whenever they fight. And even the crocodile that's voiced by John DiMaggio, easy peasy lemon squeezy Poe. I like that some of the villains were like enemies to Poe, but later on they somewhat get along with Poe and Shifu, like later throughout the series. And speaking of which, for other characters, I like that Viper and Pang, aka Poe's Goose Noodle Shop dad, those are the only cast members from the original movies that actually returned to reprise their roles. Like, you got Lucy Liu back as Viper, and you got James Hong, which bless that man's soul, who still voices Ping from the movies, the TV shows, and the video games. And that man is like, what, almost 96 years old, because obviously that man is a popular Asian actor. And even outside voicing Kung Fu Panda, I remember he voiced a character in regular show when Benson tries to get a fortune cookie. Like, well, once you get a fortune cookie, you get a free meal. And that's where Benson gets like bad luck. But anyway, I know I'm talking about regular show, but I'm just saying, like, the voice of Pain, James Hong, was in that episode. So I like that. Literally in Kung Fu Panda, literally we just go to other moments. Like, I like that in this episode, there's one where Mantis was about to get married and Po is basically taking all the abuse, where Mantis is supposed to fight for this female Mantis, where basically she believes that Mantis is the real Dragon Warrior, but instead Po's taking all the fights from this random goat that whistles and just abuses him. And then Po's like, bones don't sound like that, Mantis. I gotta get hits. I just can't take it, Po. I'm in love, and tomorrow we're about to get married. So personal conflicts come in the way whenever Po's with the Furious Five, including moments where Crane doesn't have the strength that he used to be, where Crane loses his prime. So, like I said, the Furious Five definitely shines through. But also, this is the meme that I know this was quite interesting, that Po gets to meet Tai Lung's nephew, Pang, not Pang, where basically Shifu thinks that he definitely take the era of being the next Dragon Warrior, and obviously Po doesn't want to tell Pang the truth about what happened to his uncle Tai Lung, which I did expected that he was going to be the nephew of Tai Lung. I like the moment where he's about to fight the Ox, where he's like, that's right, I'm quitting the Jade Palace. That's right, you can deal with me. No, I'm going to do my best to destroy you. That's different. And I like the Ox's nephew comes over and be like, Uncle, have you seen my... Oh, I didn't hear. And I like that he was trying to compete with Pang around that time, and he's like, I know I shouldn't invite your sister. And I like the fact when Pang was about to confront the Po, this is the iconic meme that mostly people saw online, where Po goes, I skadoosh your uncle! And then Pang is just like, you know, expression. It's kind of like saying, I F your uncle! Which, once again, it just goes like off out of context when you use that clip as a meme. And speaking of which, I know Kung Fu Panda 4 brought back Tai Lung, like the real Tai Lung, but it's so crazy that you brought Po in disguise of Tai Lung just to have his confrontation with Pang. So I do like the Po and Pang confrontation episodes, and even for some of the side villains that actually have arcs, like I like that there's literally continuity of the first two movies. Like one of the rhinos basically lost his job after when Tai Lung break out of the prison from the first movie. He's like, I definitely brained the Dragon Warrior. I hate you, Dragon Warrior. And Po tries to be friends with him, but clearly that dude doesn't know that Po was the Dragon Warrior the whole time. And one of the funniest moments between Po and Shifu is, me and Gabriel quote this a lot, where, Po, all I want you to do is give me an apple. Wait, that's all you want? An apple? An apple. An apple. An apple. The way how Shifu said it. An apple. And I like that it was kind of like a diversion where all the animals and all the creatures at the Jade Palace, like, I like that the music score takes in vain for like what the movies do, where it goes like a Chinese flute, where the pig and everyone else is just staring at Po by saying, why is everyone chasing and going after me? So it does go to crazy shenanigans. And I like that there's some villains that actually have some vulnerability. Like one of them was a prison, but he definitely wants to be reunited with his daughter or something. And then when Po needs a one spoon just to save him, and then breaks the spoon, he's like, stupid spoon. And most of the time that he faces other villains that are often backstabbers and they try to break his son down, it's like, well, looks like I had to not call you my friend. And then his son got breaked out, and then they just betray Po and along with his team. I like that there's one episode where there's like this giant literal Mushu dragon confronts Po and takes over the Jade Palace, and then Po definitely just find himself unworthy to become the Dragon Warrior, and there's like a two-parter where Po definitely earns his place as the Dragon Warrior once again. And look, whether if you want to take Legends of Awesomeness canon or not, just like I mean, Legends of Awesomeness is the only Kung Fu Panda show that aired on Nickelodeon, but then you got Positive Destiny, which that was Amazon Prime, and Meg Wigger voiced Po, and then you got the Netflix series that Jack Black returned to voice Po around that time. So whether or not if you want to take any of the Kung Fu Panda series canon, like the three that I just mentioned, at least, you know, still pays respect in the continuity. I remember seeing the episode where Pang hangs out at the Jade Palace and some pigs mistake him for Shifu. Oh yeah, I do remember that. So thanks for reminding me, Rocketman01. But technically, one of the things I do really enjoy about Kung Fu Panda Legends of Awesomeness is the fact that it is fun for what you enjoy about the Kung Fu Panda movies. They do have action. There's definitely some good TMMOs with Po and the Furious Five. The dragon was voiced by Alfred Molina. Yeah, I remember that. That's the best thing I like about Alfred Molina. Like, obviously, he's iconic as Dr. Octopus in the Spider-Man franchise, but outside of Doc Ock, he is very versatile in voice acting. Like, I did not know, like, outside of Kung Fu Panda, he voice acted in, like, multiple Disney animated movies that we grew up watching. It's like, oh, that was Alfred Molina? Hey, that's pretty awesome. If I were a rich man.
Legends of Awesomeness.
Either way, I can ramble all day long about Kung Fu Panda Legends of Awesomeness. Like, clearly for me, as a fan, I enjoyed it from what it was. So, if I'm going to be honest, I do like the drama moments. I do like the action sequences, the comedy. Most of the characters are very spot on, especially Poe himself. So, either way, I have to say this. Kung Fu Panda's Legends of Awesomeness is totally skadoosh level awesomeness. Yeah! So, it's totally awesome. So, I don't know. I'm still thinking of either giving it A tier or maybe S tier, literally next to Penguins of Madagascar. But at least as a TV series, this is personally for me. Legends of Awesomeness was technically. I know I said in part one I wasn't really a big fan of Last Airbender, but I'm gonna get. This is my personal hot take. Legends of Awesomeness was my Last Airbender because clearly I grew up with the Kung Fu Panda franchise, loved them to death when I was a kid. So I'm like, I'm just gonna binge more episodes of seeing my homie Kung Fu Panda on the screen on a Nickelodeon show. So I'll put S tier for what it is next to Penguins of Madagascar. Like, Penguins of Madagascar is a fun comedy, while Kung Fu Panda is a good action adventure. Some episodes are story driven, some episodes are just fun. So it does pay respect to the Kung Fu Panda franchise, despite, you know, just the first two movies before the third one came out, especially the fourth one. So I enjoyed the show, so it's S tier for me.
Yup. So, Kung Fu Panda Legends of Awesomeness. Sweet. Oh, man. This show was honestly like the peak of all our childhoods. Like, I enjoyed the show, the theme song. I quoted it a lot when I was younger. I mostly the sweet line. And I would always be like, "Yeah, the legend of the Kung Fu Panda." All the time when I was younger. Like, this show was honestly like, to me, like the because like Poe is my goat, dude. Like, Poe will always be the goat,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that they made a show, good, like that's a really good decision. Like, make shows based off the iconic DreamWorks characters like the Penguins and now Kung Fu Panda,
Mm-hmm.
which really good on their part.
The one thing I also noticed, I like the fact that the majority of the DreamWorks shows were on Nickelodeon, but I remember How to Train Your Dragon had a show, but strangely it was on Cartoon Network.
Was on Cartoon Network
instead of Nickelodeon. I don't know what's the reason why, but I guess because of, I don't know, like, oh, we have the rights to dragons or you have the rights to Nick, but I don't know, it is what it is. But that was definitely during the era, because I want to bring it up, of DreamWorks shows, whether it's Nick, like Kung Fu Panda, or straight to Cartoon Network, but mainly it's been Nickelodeon.
Yeah, Madagascar, Penguin, bro. Madagascar, Kung Fu Panda, and also Monster vs. Aliens. We'll get to that. Was on Nick, but How to Train Your Dragon was on Cartoon Network. I mean, that was something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Kung Fu Panda is the goat. Is goated. Like, the show is goated. Like, the episodes are, like, basically what you said, Daniel. It's honestly really funny, and like, yeah, the characters, everyone, everything about that show is honestly iconic. And honestly, you can, like, if you want to put it in like either S tier or A tier, that's valid.
Alright, so perfectly fine for my valid reasons for Kung Fu Panda. So I guess that's all I have to say about Kung Fu Panda before we go to Robot and Monster.
Yep.
Okay, I want to talk about Robot Monster. In my personal opinion, one of the most underrated Nicktoons. And yeah, I mean, like what me and Gabriel said, Gabriel thought this was a preschool show because of the theme song, and when Robot Monster literally just goes 1, 2, 3. But either way, for some reason, I actually find the theme song catchy. Ooh, oh, Robot and Monster, best buzz,
Monster,
flying yoga in my head, blue blush, morph, explosions.
Explosions.
1, 2, 3.
2, 3. Robot and Monster. Right now. Marv.
So that's the one thing I really like about the show, because it's literally super random when it comes. Like, I like the fact that it's a very suburban society where you got robots and monsters living in the same place. I mean, I could tell they take inspiration from Monsters Inc. and, dare I say, Wall-E, but in a very cartoony way. So either way, I do like Robot and Monster as a duo. Especially, I like the fact that the voice of Monster is voiced by Hank Williams, who was the cop from Dumb and Dumber that pulled over Lloyd and Harry. And he's like, oh, you better shut your mouth and make the booze medicine. And then he drinks the beer bottle out of Lloyd's piss. And then he starts clicking like a dolphin. You get the hell out of here. I'm like, that was the voice of Monster from Dumb and Dumber. And like I said, I noticed his voice. He did voice a robot in Disney's Meet the Robinsons. And the Apple and Annoying Orange. The Annoying Orange is a Cartoon Network. No way, Orange. I'm just going to be staying next to this door. Like, I'm happy about it. It's like, man, Hank Williams' voice is everywhere. But however, I did like his voice as Monster just because he's innocent, but he's also stupid as well. I just think Monster's pretty funny. Like, during the moments where one of the episodes when their landlord is blind and he's old and they don't want to kick Marv out and they don't want their apartment to be evicted since Robot and Monster are roommates. I like that Monster has to play along by saying, oh, those are just couches because Monster has a weird obsession. Then he starts eating the couch and then the landlord's like, who's out of control? Me, I am. You remind me of a young me. Oh, really? That is so... I hate the younger version of me.
I heard the younger version of me.
That was so funny when I remembered. I hope I'm not forgetting something important. Then they just toss Marv out the glass window. Marv! Nope. Like, once again, I just like how random the show is, but yet it has some comedic moments. Maybe it's because the show is written and, you know, there's a lot of comedic talent when it comes to this. So, technically, I do like the funny moments when Robot's brother, which, yeah, I think his brother's name was Gar, who's voiced by Maurice LaMarche, which clearly they were just focusing on doing everything to find some blinking lights. And I like that when his brother was gone, Robot takes in charge of the whole entire factory, where the robots went crazy, where they actually destroy themselves in the factory. And when they started dancing, like, what a party, what a day, like, just shaking your booty, Monster. I may be organic, but it's really fun. It's like, for some reason, why are they giving me vibes of Bob the Tomato and Larry the Cucumber for VeggieTales, except it's more mature and less, yeah, family friendly, kid friendly, all that. Like, that's the dynamic of Robot Monster. They're like Bob and Larry, but they're more mature than Bob and Larry from VeggieTales. Like, I honestly got that weird vibe when I was watching the show. And once again, when it gets to like the later episodes, like the Marv episodes, man, it was so funny when a robot sensei's like, alright, you want me to go therapy if you're robots? But we are silence! And then when he goes closer to Marv's mind, of course, interesting. What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it! Take your demon pet and go! Are you gonna get us our money back? No! Which I thought that was pretty funny. And I remember one moment where some old lady robot just crashed Robot Monster to a random blimp, and then she's like, Colin's like, oh, you boys insane? We may be insane, but we just want Marv back, and we're not insane. And during the moment where she kept Marv, like, for herself, he's like, what type of name is Morph? His name is Narf. Narf! And then literally Marv just says, Narf. Literally, I thought he was going to say knife. Because in my head, I was thinking of Annoying Orange instead of just saying
Annoying Orange.
Because in my head, I thought he was going to say knife, knife. Which I just like that he's like a small cube. And then I understand why this side character named Ogo's pretty annoying, but during that one moment where Robot was blowing a whistle, Marv, you leave that hat alone. That is notes. And then Ogo was in the background. Ah! These flowers! They hate me! And then Robot just blows the whistle. Then Ogo kind of looks like he's having a seizure or something. That killed me when I was young. And then, same episode, Ogo just crashes to Robot Monster. Stay away from those flowers! And then just crashes them, like, literally out of nowhere. And then the one episode where Ogo was crying just because nobody wants to celebrate his birthday, well, Robot Monster wants to go to, like, this carnival ride, which is basically a ripoff of It's a Small World. And since, you know, Robot is definitely, like, more douchey, while Monster's more kind-hearted, where Robot wants to go to the ride because it's the last day, but Monster's like, let's go celebrate his birthday. And then literally, what's so funny that Ogo just lied about it. Even Monster was ticked off about it. And then Robot's like, how do you feel about it now? And then Ogo starts crying. It's like, all right, Monster, let's go to the ride. Monster, oh, Ogo, I'm so sorry to apologize. And then Robot just hits himself. And then the hilarious moment is where Ogo randomly tells Robot Monster, sometimes I just feel like throwing up in the ride. And he literally throws up when Monster took some pictures like... I know the show doesn't make any sense, but there's like some moments that just made me like laugh so hard just literally out of nowhere. And I remember one episode where Robot actually makes like a clone. It's kind of like when you got one of those toys like Woody or Buzz Lightyear where they just repeat the exact same phrases when they push the button. That's what the Robot clone is, where he literally just says the same phrases: "High five, happy to see you, glad to help. Yes, I am the real robot." And I like that all, not just Monster, but all the people like with robots and monsters literally put him at the stage and they actually believe it's the real him. Like, they literally thought he was gonna have a speech or something, but he literally said the same phrase: "High five, happy to see you, glad to help. Yes, I am the real robot." Like, literally, it is hilarious of how they bring all these random ideas for robot and monster and just put into one. So clearly the show was not like really that well long, and I think it's pretty underrated, but it is definitely funnier than Sanjay and Craig or freaking Breadwinners or Loud House. So I definitely say I had a good time. An interesting story about Robot Monster: I was watching it when I was at the Nickelodeon Hotel in 2013, where I had a roommate named Angel, and we were watching Robot Monster at Nick Toons, and we were out in the SpongeBob room in the Nick Hotel, which, trust me, I was lucky to be at that Nick Hotel before they closed it down, and we were watching episodes of Robot Monster when it was teaming on Nicktoons. So that was like one fun memory that I did remember from Robot Monster. I did like one moment where Robot tells Monster, "You can kiss that baseball goodbye," kiss the baseball, and accidentally hits someone in the eye, and then it got run over for it. So I would say Robot Monster, I say it's like in the same vein as Tough Puppy, so I would say it's somewhere on the A tier of my ranking. So that's how much I would put the ranking. So A tier for me when it comes to Robot Monster.
Agreed. Man, this Robot and Monster is a trip, dude. And the episodes that you mentioned and the stuff that you quoted is just funny. It's so funny. And let me tell you, the theme song is so catchy. Like, I would jam out to that theme song so much. Like, it's really catchy in a way that it's not even like, yeah, it's a song for a kids show, but like at the same time I would listen to it. Oh wait, well, I wouldn't listen to it all the time, but like I would listen to it and then I would just start like jamming, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Robot, I don't really remember much about his character, but I know he was there. He hangs out with Monster, and like, what did Robot do again? Like, he would, what was it?
What do you mean?
Hmm. Like, whatever he would like go on these adventures with Monster or whatever.
Most of the time, Robot's often the punching bag, and like we said, Robot's definitely more like the douchey jerk, while Monster's always the gullible nice guy that basically helps out. Like, for an instance, like, he tries his best to, like, try to, like, compete with his brother, but at the exact same time, basically, Robot's the smart one, but technically he's the one that's often the punching bag, while Monster definitely gets more of the credit. It's kind of like that, like, he's definitely, like, a more stern version of Bob the Tomato, or it's kind of like Monsters Inc. in a way with Mike and Sully, so that's how it is when it comes to Robot's character. Like, douchey, smart, but at the exact same time, wishing what's best for him, but also, like, like, at times, like what you expect from most duos, the appreciation of Monster, despite he's an idiot, but a good friend too, Robot.
Yeah. And yeah, I agree with you, dude. It was pretty shocking to know that Monster was played by Harlan Williams from Dumb and Dumber.
Mm-hmm. And his voice is everywhere around
And
the
the
show.
freaking apple. Yeah, I mostly knew him as the apple from Annoying Orange,
And that one robot
to
from
be honest.
Disney's Meet the Robinsons.
Oh yeah, true. But anyway, honestly, I remember the show airing on Nicktoons. But at the same time, I don't like have like very like I have like kind of vivid memories of the show, but not very like like the ones I remember the most. Like, yeah, I remember watching that episode. But to be honest, I agree with you, Daniel. I mean, like the show looks so funny, so wacky, and it's I really like the CG in that show. It's pretty good. So yeah, I agree. You could put either in basically A tier to put it on the list. Let's see. Where is it? There's a stream. Oh yeah, Daniel left the room. TMNT 12 is TMNT 2012 is S for sure. 2012 is the most goated show.
Say, well, Ari, what you said?
I said A tier.
Okay, A tier for you. Sorry, I got interrupted by a family member, so that's why I wasn't speaking for a while. But yeah.
Oh, makes sense.
At least for Robot Monster, we can finally talk about a peak Nick Toon.
Yep. And we will get to a peak Nick Toons soon. Another one I meant. I'm saying it because Cameron said it in the chat.
So the next one, I knew it. It's the 2012 TMNT show back in 2012.
Yes.
Huh, I guess you were just waiting for me to talk about the show.
Oh no, sorry. I was just getting immune to the awkward silence.
It's just like, I guess you want me to talk about the show first, huh?
Yeah, you can. Go ahead.
So, now, yes, I definitely see in one comment, TMNT 2012 is S tier 100% for sure. Man, it's like what Gabriel talked about in part 1. This was the show that actually got me into TMNT, which, don't get me wrong, I know the 80s cartoon exists, the 2000s during 4Kids exists, along with the 90s Jim Henson movies, like the live action ones back in the 90s, including that underrated 2007 animated film, which is watched for free on YouTube around that time. But I'm going to be honest, I didn't really care much about the Turtles until I watched this iteration, like the first one owned by Nickelodeon, because man, the CG animation is so top notch with the characters, with the world building, but a great way to introduce Ninja Turtles to a new generation of audiences, but at the exact same time, pay respects for what makes the original Turtles, or in this case, the original iteration, so great. And yeah, I like the new version of, like, don't get me wrong, the 80s version is iconic. TJ Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power. But the rap version in the 2012, like, Leonardo's Leland Blue does everything.
Anything it is to get his bitches through. Donatello is the fellow has a whip with sheath.
Raphael, Michelangelo is one of a kind. There's none this part of time. But the good guys win, the bad guys lose.
They need to be one lead, mean, good, incredible team. Teenage Mutant
Ninja Turtles, Turtles, Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power.
Heroes in a Half Shell, Turtle Power.
Like, I really like the remix version of the theme song, and yeah, I really dig the voice actors. Like, I know Rob Paulsen voiced Raphael in the original series, like, back in the 80s, but I definitely say his voice fits a lot better when he's voicing Donnie, just because he sounds a bit more nerdy. And you got freaking Beast Boy, Greg Sides voicing Michelangelo. He definitely carries it. Like, every time I think of Michelangelo, I always think of Greg Sides voicing him. Gucci, Gucci, goo. Booyaka shot. Take a look at my nunchuck fury. So I just definitely think he embodies Michelangelo around that time. And then I never would expect Sean Astin, who played Sam from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, which that's a big actor that you cast for a Nickelodeon show, voicing Raphael. He does a really good job of being the muscle meathead, be like, we're Ninja Turtles. So I'm like, yeah, I definitely say he did a good job for Raph. As for Leo, I mean, I'm not going to talk about the original actor, which I know it's Jason Biggs from American Pie, but I remember they intentionally changed his voice, and then I like the fact that in the later seasons they literally cast Robot Chick creator Seth Green to voice Leo at the very end, which, like I said, not going to talk about controversies about the American Pie actor, but it is what it is. But I like that in the show they actually point that out, that why did Leo's voice change. And also Master Splinter, in my personal opinion, the best Splinter ever. Like I know in other Turtles iterations, including Mutant Mayhem, did the exact same thing where, oh, he's just a mutant rat from Japan or any of that. But I believe that the origin of Splinter is more believable, realistic, that he was a man, like a Japanese man that actually learns martial arts, and he gets mutated to become a rat and then adopt the turtles where they become mutant turtles themselves. So I feel like in my head that makes a lot more sense than just a random rat being mutated but as a human. And I like that literally in the first episode it goes in depth that the Shredder, quote unquote, killed Splinter's daughter, but in reality, Splinter didn't kill his daughter. Like Shredder raises Karai, aka the true daughter, which I like the fact that Karai's voice actress is the same voice actress that voiced Stacy, aka Candace's best friend from Phineas and Ferb. I'm like, hey, I recognize that voice. It's Stacy from Phineas and Ferb. Stacy's mom, she's got it going on. Worst episode of Phineas and Ferb that we're not going to talk about, even though it's not canon. But either way, do like the voice Stacy, and I'm surprised the voice of Tinkerbell is freaking April O'Neil, which, don't get me wrong, guys, 80s April O'Neil, smash her all the way because she was hot in that series. But I'm going to be honest with you, like, aside from, April was viewed as a sex object in the 80s cartoon, but honestly, I think this show has the best iteration of April because, number one, she's a teen. Two, I think out of all the turtles, I think Donnie having a crush on her makes the most sense because, in my opinion, because Donnie is the nerdy type and basically Donnie doesn't know how much love is like. And I like that, just like Bros in real life. I like that Donnie's like, oh no, April's calling Dice, and then Mikey and Raph just makes fun of it by saying mwah, 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 where the officer just makes jokes about it. And I know, just like in the original source material, that April O'Neil falls in love with Casey Jones or one of the turtles. And yeah, shout out to my boy Josh Beck voicing Casey Jones. I'm like, hey, Josh Nichols is a part of the show because Josh Beck is a huge Nickelodeon a Nick variant, so that's why he eventually does a good job just voicing Casey Jones, which, not gonna lie, I thought they would introduce Casey Jones like in the earlier seasons, but then when you get to the later ones, that's where, he was a part of the show. And I like the fact when April decided to give Donnie a smooch on the cheek, but yet Casey gets a little bit jealous about that. It's like, alright, I see how it is. It's kind of like, the rivalry of Casey Jones along with the other turtles around that time. But outside of that, even though Shredder's mostly voiced by an Asian dude, but I like that every time I get to think of Shredder's voice, it's just Kevin Michael Richardson by saying, must take down the turtles. You think you are ready to face me? And it gives Splinter a lot of flashbacks or any of that to whenever he thinks his sons is going to be down. I like that the show definitely have its emotional deaths when Splinter's doing his best to fight for his turtle sons, and spoiler alert, it did suck when Splinter bite the dust and he got killed, which I never saw a Turtles iteration, no Turtles medium, probably outside the comic books, that actually killed off Splinter, which, once again, that's where it shows so much emotional depth of how much Splinter means a lot to the Turtles. But aside from the emotional moments, when it comes to the villains, so they did a really good job of designing the Foot Clan into the show. Every time I think of the Foot Clan, I always think of the 2012 iteration. Obviously Shredder is iconic. Kevin Michael Richardson does a really good job, which honestly my favorite design of Shredder. And even though we don't get to the most iconic side villains, Bebop and Rocksteady were not introduced until the later seasons, which I'm like, how come they're not introduced in the first one? But instead, that's where they got other villains like Dog Pound, Razor, and yeah, someone mentioned in the comments, Baxter Stockman, who is voiced by Phil Lamar. And I like that when the Turtles are about to fight Baxter Stockman with this villain Fish Face, the walking fish that has Metal Gear, and they had to team up with the Turtles to escape out of Baxter Stockman's lab. And he's like, say hello to my weapon of doom, because they're poking fun of this nerd's, this dork's designs. And I like the fact that they did his origin story right, where Baxter Stockman becomes after when he gets mutated, he becomes the Fly, and he decides to buzz around and has mutant fly power. So that was very spot on of what they did with the origin story of what they did to Baxter Stockman. So after when he decided to go to other villains, Krang, oh yeah, this was the series that I think they did a really good job of adapting Krang. So personally, in my opinion, the way that they make the Krang, sure, they make them menacing, but at the exact same time make them very weird and zany. And I like that in some of the later seasons they have a whole Krang invasion where they literally take all over the streets of New York, and there's some moments where they just take the implants out of the robots whenever the turtles slice them and dice them. So I do think the Krang story arc was really captivating, but also very complex as well. And as for the turtles themselves, like I said, I like that they stay true to their characters, their own personality. Obviously, Leo's the leader, Raph is the meathead. Leo and Raph have their rivalry moments here and there. Donnie's the smart one, but crushes on April. Mikey's definitely the party dude and definitely likes the pizza. Which, to be fair, like, even though I know it's a main diet that the turtles love pizza, but man, somehow the CGI version makes it even look appetizing as I'm looking at it. So that's one of the things I'm like,
Dude, yes.
I remember at the Nick Hotel, they actually have the pizza brand that is literally inspired by the TMNT show back in 2012 when they used to have like this huge. Because I remember in the Nick Hotel, they market the heck out of this show where they actually have a laser tag room, all because, you know, this show reunited old TMNT fans, but definitely introduced a new generation of fans, which is like me and Gabriel and Lesnar, all this stuff. And like I said before, since the show was so good, like really, really good, me and Gabriel were like, let's get the merchandise, which Gabriel got the action figures. I remember getting the McDonald's toys. And since, you know, Viacom had the rights to the Turtles, that's where they did the show. And of course, the Michael Bay live action movies existed. And then we got new Turtles cartoons. And then you got the Seth Rogen version that is the recent one that came out last year. And then they got a TV show, which I haven't watched the new one yet on Paramount Plus. But once when I do, I'll definitely check it out to see if it's worth watching compared to the Mutant Mayhem movie. But either way, man, the animation styles, the character development from the Turtles, April, Splinter, like I said, best Splinter when it comes to the show. And the villains, like the villains are fun and wacky, but some actually got like emotional depth, just like how I give credit to that for a couple of Panelitis to the Monsters. So, like I said, I can ramble on, but this is literally the best TMNT show. Glad that got the ending that it deserves for over 5 years. And yeah, from 2012 to 2017. So this carries a lot of nostalgia, carried a lot of action, and obviously another show that features a brotherly dynamic, and this was the show that made me love the TMNT for who they are today. So if it weren't for this show, I probably wouldn't have that much interest to the Ninja Turtles compared to the older iterations. Like, this cartoon basically motivated me by saying, you know what, let me check around the other iterations of the Turtles and see how it's going to be. Like, okay, now I understand why people are loving the show so much. So TMNT, without question, is definitely 100% an S tier show. All the way S tier.
Yup. For sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this show was another. I'm gonna say it again. The peak of my childhood, dude. I love this show so much. I love it to death. I would watch it whenever it would come on Nick, or even then I would like back then I would like go on YouTube and like try to find like episodes or clips of the show. Like, well, and like of course this is my introduction to the Turtles because, well, one, I was 5 when the show came out. Second, since it's aired on Nick and I watched Nick a lot, and I would see this show and I would love it. Like, wow, this show is so cool. And I always thought that these were like the original Turtles because this is my first time watching these characters on my TV back then when I was young. So like, yeah, and gotta give a shout out to like basically the really great casting choice in the voice acting too, like Josh Peck as Casey Jones, and Sean Astin as Raph, and Rob Paulson as Donnie, and it really fits for him too.
I almost forgot to mention
So
this, Lesnar. I
yeah,
remember there was one episode where they actually crossed over with the OG cast of the TMNT cartoon.
yeah, I remember that.
And it's funny that Rob Paulson had to voice Raphael from the old TMNT, and then you got the new TMNT, and they got back all the original voice actors from Cam Clark and all that. It's like, all right, that was basically like, I like the fact that TMNT did the Spider-Man No Way Home move before No Way Home even existed. Like, oh, old variants mean the new variant, so they did it first before Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans, and way before Spider-Man No Way Home. TMNT did it first.
Yeah, so basically, let's just say they took inspiration from TMNT from that.
Mm-hmm. Since, you know, that started the whole multiversal variants of bringing back old cast members to meet the old variants and meet the new variants. That was awesome for any Turtles fan, whether you love the original, or whether you love the new one, or you're just introduced to both. It's great. It's definitely great to watch. Love the art style in both CG and 2D form in that special.
Yeah, and now just because of that show and knowing how I think Nickelodeon has like the full rights of the Turtles.
They do.
Like they would like,
They do.
yeah.
100%.
Yup, like now since they like there's a lot of merch of it and a lot of toys too. Like I remember I used to have like I think a Raphael toy,
It
but like
was
it was from the
everywhere.
'80s show. But yeah, and it had, and since it was from Nickelodeon, it had to have the copyrights and the licensing of them, and it was the '80s RAF. And then I knew about the 2003 show, and then the live action movies. Oh yeah, of course the 2007 movie too. And let's see. Oh yeah, I used to have back when I think I turned like was it my 8th birthday? I had one of the kids at the birthday gifted me TMNT pajamas, which was so good, which I'll never forget. And I don't know what happened to that now, but I'll never forget like loving to wear that shirt. Oh man. Now let's see. This show in general is like because I like how this show really has like the it has CG, but there's also like some anime-ish stuff into it. You know what I mean? Right, right. Oh yeah, he left. But yeah, basically, I really like the show. It's honestly like the most goated show, peak of my childhood, and of course, it definitely deserves an S tier for sure. So put it on the S tier. Oh yeah, dude. I can't mention the show without the theme song. The theme song is the most oh my god, it goes hard, man. Like I know the original '80s one was the how it is in the original. Like that's how it goes. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, yeah, shelter power. But the 2012 one, it goes hard, man. Like I could rap that intro like all like almost all any time. Like you would jam out to that intro. Like I said about Robot Monster, the type of intro you would jam out to. Like you would like either like dance to or like just bump to. In which don't know. Maybe when Daniel gets back, I might
About
want to
what?
rap the entire intro.
About the rap?
Oh yeah,
What about the theme
I
song?
was talking about the rap and how it. Yeah, I was talking about how it goes hard, and then I might want to rap it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it takes a lot, but once again, I just like pays homage of the iconic OG theme, but wrap it off throughout the montage of blue, orange, purple, and red, just like with the OG Turtles.
Yup. Leonardo's lead red blue.
Blue,
Does
just
anything
anything
taste
that
good?
just
Ditch
is
through.
through.
Not
Not
tell
tell
us
us
fellas,
fellas,
wait
wet
machines.
machine. And I forgot how Raphael's goes, but I do remember Mikey's. Michelangelo, he's a one of a kind. That's his party time.
Raphael's got the most attitude on the team. Michelangelo, he's one of a kind. And you know what if I when it's
When it's
party
party
time? I
time.
split a ton of every single skill they need to be one lean, mean, great, incredible
Incredible
team.
team.
Teenage Mutant
Mutant
Ninja Turtle,
Turtles,
Teenage
Teenage
Mutant
Mutant
Ninja
Ninja
Turtle,
Turtles,
Teenage
Teenage
Mutant
Mutant
Ninja
Ninja
Turtle.
Turtles,
Heroes that
heroes that
have
have
shell to the
shelter
power.
power. Yeah, Baxter song is funny
Oh
too. It
my
was
god.
creepy.
Yep. S tier show.
So I guess that's all I have to say about Ninja Turtles for S tier.
Yep.
Well, I say you should take it away with this next one. And yeah, even though, yes, this is back then when Lucas, aka Fred, was being like a golden Playboy Nick star when he had 3 movies, his own TV show as Fred. But in this sitcom, he's not playing as Fred. He's playing a weird alien called Marvin Marvin. Lesnar, you want to take away with Marvin Marvin?
Love to. So Marvin. Okay, so knowing how Lucas went from a YouTube star to a whole Nickelodeon star, like literally, like in a short amount of time,
Mm-hmm.
like he, like at this point, he's a big internet celebrity, not a celebrity in general, but at least at the time he was. But knowing how he has a TV show on Nick that's not from the the character that basically started all. That's why consider that Marvin is again one of the most hated sitcoms. I do remember back when the promos was on. It was Christmas. It was actually like almost about to be Christmas 2012, and I remember I was in the living room. There was a Christmas tree in the living room, lighting up the tree, lighting up the living room, and I was watching Nickelodeon and saw promos for their show. And in the promo, Marvin slapped himself in the face. And I did the same thing too. And my mom saw me do it, and she said, "You're not watching this show." And I think I only recall like watching one episode on TV at the time, but then after that, I haven't watched it since. Um, but yeah, Marvin itself, it's. I'm not gonna lie, I've laughed at a few moments from the show. Like there was this one episode where Marvin gets a job at a burger place and he becomes like assistant manager or something. Was it assistant manager? I think. Yeah, probably is. And like he becomes like this the most controlling and mean like boss ever, and like he fires one of the employees, and then a lot of the lunch rush happens, and then he fires another employee, and well, one of the employees told him, "I can't do all this. I'm just a person." Then he says, "Demerit points for being only a person." That I'm not gonna lie, that kind of got me. But yeah, I will say Marvin, like it's kind of like they said, it's kind of like those other sitcoms where like an alien would move in with a family or something. Like this isn't anything new, like at all. So it's if you would like watch the show, you'll find it very stupid. Let me tell you, really is. But majority of the cast is in it. Like of course Lucas himself, Jacob, aka Hawk from Cobra Kai, is on this show too, which is honestly interesting. You can see his young self on there, and then there's this other cast of shows like from the show like there's this character named Terry, and then there's the mom, there's the dad, and there's the grandpa, and oh yeah, and there's also the best friend too. That's all about this show that I'm gonna say for those characters. Um, I will say like I said, I found myself laughing at moments, but I understood why people found it so stupid and why they hated it a lot. Um, the jokes on the show is just I guess when Lucas delivers a joke, it's kind of like I want to say like funny-ish, but like since I know he's not playing Fred here, but like I think Marvin is just Fred but with a deep voice and he's an alien. So that's kind of like how I describe him. And what other things I would say is I guess you could say that this show is more like the most surreal like sitcom of all. Like it's unlike any other show you would like see on Nick. Like an alien would move into a family with a family or something. And see the episodes. There was one that big time rush started an episode with Marvin. Where they like I don't know. I guess they're like, were they robots or aliens? I can't remember. But but they do guest star in it, and that's kind of it. And that was also like the finale of the show, I think. Yeah, it was. So yeah, Marvin is kind of like I said, a dumb show, but I will admit I've kind of laughed at some jokes, mostly on the burger episode. Okay, let's see the ranking I would put the show on. I'm not saying I love it, but like I don't like deeply hate it like extremely. Um, but like at the same time, it's not a great sitcom like at all. It's not like the best show ever, not at all. So if I were to like make it in a tier, maybe like I would suggest like maybe putting it like either in next to Planet Sheen in C tier or next to Bucket and Skinner in D tier.
If I'm gonna be honest, I think it belongs in the Bucket and Skinner one. If I'm gonna be honest, if I have to
Makes
choose.
sense.
I mean, personally, for me, like, even though, don't get me wrong, Lucas is funny, and obviously we know him because he's the YouTube viral sensation of Fred, which, yeah, like what you were just talking about, Lesnar, when I was just listening through, like, he just came from being, like, one of the biggest YouTubers in the late 2000s era, and now, thanks to him appearing on an episode of iCarly, that leads to, hey, let's make him a Nickelodeon star with 3 Fred movies, a Fred TV series that failed so horribly in the ratings, and now you got this show called Marvin, which I get that it was the trope, like during the time where Lucas was, branching out to doing other things, but in reality, it was just the same character, but except he doesn't squeal or scream every single time where he randomly slaps himself, which I get the concept that Nickelodeon was trying to do, like bring an alien to be a vibe with the family, and they actually make like an intro with that animatic. It's like, why couldn't you just make this as an animated series? Like, that's one of the things, like, I get you want to milk Lucas's fame after, being, like, famous as Fred Finkelhorn, but I'm like, you could have just done this, like, in an animation style, even if the show's not going to be peak or anything, but I feel like you could have done something with it, which, clearly, for the show, there's a lot of gross-out humor where squirts out nose into a drink, and then his date's like, it's grossly awesome. And either way, the show, it's just filler. It's brain rot. It's pretty mid for what it is. Like, it's definitely, like, in the same vein as Bucket and Skinner, which the family is nice for what they are, and I guess the brother is okay, but I just find the show pretty forgettable when it comes to, like, most of the Fred stuff. And this is going to be weird for saying this because even though I do have my enjoyments of the Fred movies, and I remember I did, just like what Les talked about, I did mimic the Marvin slap just because, whenever you watch something on TV, you just copy and mimic it. But I didn't get in trouble compared to, like, what Lesnar's been through. But for me, Marvin, it's not like the one I would watch unless it's, like, late showings at Nickelodeon whenever it's airing on. But it's not as rewatchable as, like, Fred, because I remember... I mean, look, yeah, the Fred movies are cheesy, they're corny, but it does have its funny moments where he electrocutes Kevin, and he just goes, awesome, I dug all the way to China, ah! Or the moments where he starts screaming on the roller coaster just out of nowhere, which I thought that was random. And then one of my favorite moments is when Fred is supposed to save Chudy, but then Kevin picks her up, Chudy, I'll save you, love! And then Fred's Alpha Gen scream, ah! Now I understand why Lucas can't do it anymore, because... obviously, puberty has hit your throat so hard. So, yeah, I mean, the show is not good. I wouldn't give it too much compliments because, obviously, it's just brain rot, gross-out humor, and a concept that would have honestly worked better in animated form, but I guess just to milk Lucas's fame ever since he worked with Big Time Rush and Marvin, and then, like what Lesnar told me, Monster vs. Aliens, which we will get to that show later on. So, I would say, I mean, I don't hate it, but it's like, it's just somewhere on the D tier. It's just meh.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, I think this is like the third and final DreamWorks show, and yeah, Lesnar did tell me. I don't remember which episode it was, but he told me that Fred himself, Lucas, was in an episode of Monster vs. Aliens, but I just don't remember which one. But now,
yeah, he had a voice role in that show. Hold on.
You just don't remember who was the character, like some random alien or human or monster.
I can look it up. Okay, so he played all right, so I'm on his wiki right now. He played a character named Smarty, and it was an episode called Screaming Your Calls.
I don't think I ever watched it.
Okay.
But either way, now we're talking about... Well, I know there's plenty of DreamWorks shows that go straight to Netflix or Amazon Prime or Cartoon Network if it's like the Dragon series. But most of them is either like streaming services after that. But I believe this is definitely like the third and final DreamWorks show that Nickelodeon has produced. And speaking of which, I mean, I did enjoy the original Monsters vs. Aliens movie. Like, even when I was a kid, I was like, hope they get a sequel, which I feel like that movie is franchise material. Like, we could have got a Monsters vs. Aliens sequel rather than Boss Baby 2 or Trolls get multiple sequels, or Megamind could have got a true proper sequel, but instead it's a slap in the face to a straight to streaming movie that everyone hates. But at least for Monsters vs. Aliens, I wish we would have gotten, like, you know, a true proper continuation, but I'm like, you know what, in television form, I would just, you know, tolerate for what it is. But I'll admit, even though it's kind of surprising that none of the original voice actors from the movies never returned, because for Penguins of Madagascar, same goes for Kung Fu Panda, they actually returned like some actors who voiced those characters from those movies and they got back. While for Monsters vs. Aliens, it is like totally double, like voice doubles all the way. But the one thing I think that the one standout is it's Eric Edelstein, who's the voice of Grizzly from We Bare Bears, and I'm like, wait, so he's the voice of Bob into this? I'm like, well, of course, if you can't afford Seth Rogen, I feel like he's the one actor that could sound close to a Seth Rogen type. And I gotta say, I think he does a really good job voicing Bob, where he goes like, it's a super freaky job. Boo! I want to have me some ham-style chocolate. Hi there. Oh, drop backwards, R. And don't forget about cupcakes. I feel like he was very spot on. of doing the mannerisms and the stupidity of Bob, because obviously Bob, just like in the movie, he never has a brain. He's not clearly the smart one. So I feel like they got the personality right for Bob. And the voice cast, like I said, they did a pretty solid job. I will admit the one voice that does sound off is General Monger, which he sounds nothing like he did before, like in the original series. But now he sounds a little bit more like he's about Southern without cleaning it up. I just felt like the voice for Monger, I mean, Kevin Michael Richardson is great, but I just felt like it doesn't sound like, you know, the same OG voice from the movie of, "Can someone get her out of here? You can let go of me now." So, I like that they actually put the president from the original movie, actually have him like a role, and there's one episode where they actually turned the president into a baby, and it's his birthday, and Dr. Cockroach actually puts like a spell, or basically an experiment, where he's like, "I'm 10 years younger, I can't wait to hang out with Team Monster," but when they shrink him to a baby, and once he's about to announce his birthday, and he just grows up like, "And now I just realized I'm just wearing a diaper," and then he just runs out of the door and just escapes out of freedom. So I'll say this, the new characters, so the one character, I forgot, okay, it's Jeff Ben's character, and his name was Culverton, yeah, that was his name, where he just comes out of nowhere, and he's like the most old alien decides to join the General Mungerload. So, as always, good voice actor, but he's not as, you know, as iconic as Galaxar in the original film. And I forgot what's the name of the small alien that was smart, but definitely knows a lot about Earth studies, and he was alright, but at the exact same time, like, why was he needing the field? Oh, I guess he needs to be a part of the operation because, hey, he's a cute animal, he's a cute creature, let's milk him there. So I didn't really see that he doesn't really have the purpose in the show outside of, like, you know, being the, actually it's about to be this and this and that. So I don't know, he just exists. And then it gets to I forgot what's the woman's name. I think his name was Sita or something, that the Link actually has like a crush on her or something. I thought she was alright. And then there's like some random monster alien creature that was like their pet dog or something. And then goes to Susan, aka Ginormica. The one thing that's pretty surprising is how they try to find ways to make her human, and then she becomes Ginormica size, which that was like 1 or 2, but she was definitely a lot more optimistic in this series than she was in the original movie. But it is what it is. At least they like somewhat explains of how she shrinks and grows. So Monster vs. Aliens, it's not as memorable or as funny as Penguins of Madagascar. I think Bob, personally for me, is where we just carry the movie. So that's where I just think Bob's the one that carries it all. Oh, I want to see where he put the Loud House because it's a great show. You wait and see.
Who said that?
Cool Man.
Oh, wow.
You'll wait. We're not going to tell our answers, but me and Lesnar will wait and see if you're going to stick around the stream. But just to wrap up Monster vs. Aliens, I think it's a decent show for what it is. I mean, I won't say it's as great as Kung Fu Panda, Penguins of Madagascar, but hey, we didn't get a proper sequel. I do admit that it gets very low budgeted. Some episodes are fillers, some episodes are worth watching, but like I said, for what it is, it's at least pleasing. Like, I definitely would watch this TV series more than the Megamind series on Peacock. At least this show is at least more tolerable. So if I had to put a ranking, definitely somewhere on the C tier list. So that's where I would personally put my rank on Monster vs. Aliens. It's decent for what it was.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
So yeah, you take away with Monster vs. Aliens. Bob became pink in the zombie episode. I think I remember that watching that on Nick Toons.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know. I don't really remember much from the show. I just know the theme song and Bob mostly. So to be honest, C tier makes sense. I got much to say about this, to be honest.
So yeah, I guess that's all I had to say about Monster vs. Aliens.
Yeah, I do.
Alright, now we're about to enter, I believe this is still 2013. We got Sanjay and Craig, we got a couple of sitcoms, so this is definitely like, get out here, Subway, we're not sponsoring this. So, let's get to Sanjay and Craig. Personally for me, I thought I was gonna like the show, which I'm like, okay, catchy theme song, looking for a pet one day, better talking steak, dude, what's up, Sanjay and Craig? They never do something, they made it up. So, I do admit, the one compliment I'll give it is the theme song is pretty catchy. You got the voice of Otis from back in the barnyard to voice Craig, and Sanjay is definitely still around. And like I said, I was thinking that this would have been like the equivalent of Nickelodeon's regular show around that time. But man, as I expected, It is so obsessed with its gross out humor most of the time, and sometimes there are pretty funny when it comes to the first episode when they talk about butts and they want to go to like butt surgeries or something, and their neighbor, which I forgot was the neighbor's name. I think his name was Nudeman. Yeah, Nudeman. I will admit, during the times where they're trying to like get over the butt transplant, it was funny at first, and how the fact that Newman's glutes has become bigger, and they go to this one tough guy named Two Flips or something, and they try to like fake the laugh, like hey, that's not a fake laugh, that's a lie. That's where I feel like they're trying to be like the retarded versions of Mordecai and Rigby, but instead it's like a boy and a talking snake. So I don't know, it just felt like pretty off. And then when it comes to the other characters, and yeah, her name is Megan. Nickelodeon, could you please stop repeating the exact same tropes? But except this Megan is not like Megan Parker for Drake and Josh. She's just like very weird, especially for what she does like around Sanjay and Craig. And then the one dude with Hector, he's also strange as well. I remember Sanjay and Craig went to like this weird dream where they went to a pig, and then Hector's face is on like the pig's butt or something. I don't know. That just felt like pretty off for me around that time. So I don't know. That just it was just pretty weird of how they were just added to the cast. And then you got this band, which I forgot who they are. I think they called, surprised Nickelodeon got away with it. They call themselves the Dixons. And I remember that Sanjay and Craig were just into, what was it, like some balloon animal named Benji the gorilla. And they got like a funeral where they fight over the balloon animal with the gorilla so seriously. So I just did not know around that time. But as silly as it was, I'm like, I don't know. It just felt pretty weird to me. So there's one weird episode where they talk about Butterfinger, like, was it like belly button lint, and they decide to like max it out. It's like, yeah, you could tell the writers are just pointing off random silly ideas, like, hey, let's just do belly button lint because, that kid's like pretty funny as a whole. So Sanjay and Craig, it gets really weird, especially one time where Sanjay was having a crush on like some chick like at a diner or something, and then Craig has to do his best just to touch her arms or something, but just like regular show, Mordecai sims for Margaret, but then it just doesn't go out well. It's like, it's just a shameless, gross out version of regular show in a way, and it's like, like I said, at first I thought I was gonna like the show because the theme song was catchy and the first episode was pretty decent, but after that, it just didn't caught my attention. So I would say it's like somewhere on the D list, like for what it was, D tier for me.
I agree. To be honest, Sanjay and Craig was, um, like you said, grossed out humor, a lot of brain rot humor, and the fact that Otis himself, Chris Hardwick, plays Craig, which it's been a while since I've heard his voice. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like remember like almost everything from the show. But like I do remember this one episode where like Megan has like this hamster and like
I remember that
I think she like
episode.
asked Sanjay to take care of it, but Craig is a snake. He's trying to eat that thing.
I remember.
Um, yeah. So basically, that's basically it on it. That's like the one episode I remember, to be honest. And the belly button lint stuff, and I think there's one time where like Craig turned himself inside out. Uh, and this show, I mean, as a kid, I enjoyed. As a kid, I watched it. I didn't love it, but like I watched it. Now, yeah, a lot of gross out humor, lots of brain rot, fart jokes, and twerking and stuff. So yeah, D tier.
Yeah, that's why in my mind I was like, this is not really like, a show that I would go back and be like, yeah, this is good. It's like, nah, not really the biggest fan
There's a
of
lot
it.
of fucking too.
It is. That's why I feel like the people behind the show, they just rely way too much on the gross out humor, and they expect you to ha farts, ha butts, laugh,
There's an episode
laugh.
called Fart Baby.
Like I said, that's how you could tell brain rots, and they just ran out of ideas and just inserted it in. So that's why I don't think the show was really that good. But
There's
anyways,
another episode called Fart Twerk.
well, not interested. But anyway, moving on from Sanjay and Craig, let's get
Yeah.
to technically, correct me if I'm wrong, basically like the first major spin-off that actually did decent ratings is none other than Sam and Cat break the rules and we're gonna be just fine. You want to take away with Sam and Cat, Lesnar?
Yeah, Sam. Okay, so Sam and Cat. I liked and I enjoyed like watching the show back then when it aired. Like I liked it a lot, honestly. To be honest, I would not miss an episode. I would watch it whenever it come on the air, and I watch it because oh my god, iCarly and Victorious together. So yeah, and to be honest, like I didn't really like mind the other characters that much, like the kid and the grown man. Uh, Basically, like I would I would enjoy watching it to be honest, and even to this day, like sometimes I find myself looking back on some episodes. So even then, but then again, the show isn't perfect. Like, uh, it's I would say it's kind of like how do I say it? Like the I think it's I want to say it's the start of you know who's shows like
Mm-hmm.
starting to like fall down a bit. Not this show to like start falling down a lot, but like I would say it's kind of like the start of it, kind of. And I'm not saying the show is bad. I'm just saying like I liked watching it a lot. I thought it was good back then. I watched some episodes, even well, not to this day, but like I don't watch all the episodes to this day.
Yeah, because it only just lasts for
At
like only
least like one or
once.
two.
Because it only just lasts for like one season, so obviously we can't say much throughout the short-lived run that it had.
Yeah, but to be honest, Sam and Cat, like I liked watching it a lot, especially the one with Freddie, Robbie, and Jade. Like
Right.
I thought that was interesting when they all got together and when Freddie made a return. Also, Mrs. Benson.
Yeah, she's back. And also, just to pause you, Dwayne just put this comment. Wow, what a good show. I hope the main actress was treated fairly behind the scenes. Right. I wasn't really into Sam and Cat because it was like being a girl show. Well, to be fair, it is starred like female leads, but it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh God. Oh man. But yeah. Dang it. I would probably want to rank Sam and Cat on the list. Probably B tier
Yeah,
or C tier.
I say B tier is more appropriate for what it is because obviously it's like what I said earlier. I like I said personally to me, I think Victoria's was the last good, like great Nicktoon, or in this case Nick sitcom. My bad. I don't know why I said Nicktoon, but Nick sitcom around that time. But then after when Victorious and then iCarly end, it's like, so is that it? Is that like all the end for all these characters? But then out of nowhere, that's where we got the spinoff where what's Sam Puckett doing? What's Cat Valentine do? Which I'm gonna be completely honest, I remember there was supposed to be a Gibby spinoff, and Lester could correct me on this.
That's right.
Like there was supposed to be like I think they actually filmed the pilot for the Gibby spinoff series, and I'm like, man, I mean, don't
If
get
that's the case, then that spinoff is lost media.
it is lost media, which they did film the pilot, but we never get to see. Only just screenshots of like images of that pilot. But it's like, man, I mean, no disrespect to Sam McCat. I mean, honestly, it would have saved Jeanette McCurdy's time if I'm being honest. But in a way, I feel like Gibby should have deserved that spinoff. But for Sam and Cat, I mean, obviously this was Jeanette McCurdy's final production for Nickelodeon before, she moves on, expose all the secrets. But, however, for me, when I was young back then, like, hey, Sam Puck from iCarly, yo, Cat, Valentine, and Victorious, they're in the show together. So, it was quite interesting that you brought back, like, some of the side characters, like, you brought back Robbie, you brought back Freddie, and including Freddie's mom around that time. The kid, I don't remember what's his name, but I guess he's tolerable and serviceable, just be like, you're mainly in a Nick sitcom. And then you got this European guy that was honestly bald or something. And I like the moment where Sam and Cat has like their indoor pool and they actually have like a boat that like goes around a tour. So despite the show being short-lived, it definitely like has its charms of what these characters were in their respective shows from iCarly and Victorious, but it's pretty solid for what it is. Like, once again, I won't give it as much praise as the original shows for where they come from, but it's a pretty solid Nick sitcom, so easily I would put this on a B tier for what it is. Like, it's decent, but obviously after that, you know what happens. Ariana got famous, and Jeanette McCurdy, the drama happens after between her, and she left Nickelodeon for good, so it is what it is. But yeah, basically that was the last time we saw Sam Puckett until the iCarly one. Dice and Goomer shall not speak of that name.
Gooner.
Will we be tonight? That's the question. For Pharrell Williams diss track to Drake. Anyway, inside creepo pedo jokes aside from Nickelodeon, let's just move on to I think the show is still running, isn't it? Like the Thundermans?
No.
Wait, what? Did they end the show and then they made like some sort of a movie or something?
They did, yeah.
Interesting. Well, this was definitely during the era which Leslie, you could talk about this, but after Sam and Cap, I think I was like Gabriel, like I think this was the moment where I don't think I'm interested in the new Nick sitcoms after Sam and Cat. Of course, the iCarly revival exists, but once again, that's a Paramount production, so obviously they do multiple things that's not approved by Nickelodeon, so that's why Paramount did that. So it is what it is, man. But anyway, Leslie, you could talk about the Thundermans. I have little, but I like to, you're the Nick expert, so you go ahead with this.
Yeah. Okay, so the Nick expert is going to talk. So, I'm going to be honest. The Thundermans is actually another sitcom like that, aside from who shows, from Schneider shows, is the one that I actually watched the most and the one I got interested in. Yeah. Like, to be honest, I caught myself watching like new episodes anytime it would air, and even reruns too. Like, I would watch like almost all the episodes. Like, I remember this one episode. It's from like the early seasons where sibling rivalry between the two main characters, the brother and the sister, all that stuff. And even then, like later in later episodes, remember this one time where like there was like a music montage of like the main dude trying to get into like a concert, I think, with his girlfriend, but he keeps getting kicked out or something. And one time he got like thrown into the dumpster or something. And another episode where, their names are Max and Phoebe. Yeah, so they both got jobs at pizzeria. Yeah, they both got jobs at a pizzeria, and then, I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed that episode a lot. Like, they were messing up on their things, they were messing up on the job, and to the point where I think the kitchen exploded, and the mean and the angry Asian lady was like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Dana Snyder voiced the rabbit on the show.
Yeah, the rabbit. I will admit the line where he goes like, number one, something, something, something. Number two, where he explains about the newspaper in his cage or something.
Yeah. Oh.
Dwayne,
yeah. So
hold on, Leslie. Pause. Dwayne just answered, "Where's Nikki, Ricky, Dickie, and Don Haunted Hathaways?" I originally was thinking about including Haunted Hathaways, but me and Leslie agree. It's like, well, there isn't much about the show, so we can't really give like a ranking on it. So which is why we haven't included those shows on the list. So there's your
I haven't watched those shows in a long time, to be honest, and yeah, I ain't got really much to say about those shows. Neither me or Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, Haunted Hathaways, I do like the black kid who turns into a teddy bear where he goes, "Save me, I'm a stuffed bear," which I will admit, that was funny.
He's talking about Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut, you know who I'm talking about. I feel like he was funny.
Yeah.
And I thought the main girl was Jenna Ortega. Like, wait a minute, she was part of Disney, not Nickelodeon. My bad. I just got confused by like some other Latina-led child star around that moment. So it is what it is. So honestly, like, that's why me and Leslie did not include the list, because like I said, we barely have anything to say. But for these other shows, these last 2010 Nickelodeon shows, we have a lot to say. But for Leslie, you continue with your ramble for the Thundermans.
Okay, yeah. So, to be honest, the Thundermans, I say it's a really good and decent sitcom. It's not like Bucket and Skinner or Marvin with brain rot. No. I get it. It's like, it's a family of superheroes. Incredibles? No. But then again, they're trying to live a normal life. They're like, the kids are dealing with school life. Mostly the two main characters are dealing in high school and also trying to like protect their identity and stuff. Like, they can't know we're superheroes, but that's all thrown away. Like, knowing there was one episode where like they all like get exposed as superheroes, and everyone is basically like cool with it.
Yeah.
And now they're seen as like celebrities or something. So yeah, I actually enjoyed it. I would consider like another good Nick sitcom
that's not
I watched back when it was still on the air, but yeah, I think there's a time where I stopped watching it around like Shoot, was it 2018? No.
You're correct.
Uh, oh wait, no.
You're correct. It's 2018, and Cameron, which I'm pretty sure this dude's a huge Thundermans fan, they did got a revival movie around that time. That's so crazy. Zoey 101 got a revival movie. We're just waiting for iCarly just to answer the call so they can get their own revival movie around that time. But Thundermans was like the last recent one from what I remember.
Yeah, but Thundermans is not the revival movie was not an adult like movie, so. But that's anyway. So yeah, like I said, the Thundermans. It's a really decent. It's kind of a good and like I said, good and decent sitcom on Nick at the time. Not like Buck and Skinner or Marvin, or even some other brain rot sitcoms they had at the time. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed some of the I enjoyed some characters, especially the bunny, the rabbit.
Yeah, I think
Like I thought, yeah. Honestly, he was kind of like my favorite character. But one, since he's voiced by Dana Snyder, and also two, since he's like, I know it's just a puppet rabbit, but like, he's honestly like the funniest character on the show. Like the way how because Dana Snyder, he's funny, and so is the character. And there's also one point where like it was the episode where like the family is having a baby. The mom is having a baby, so that means a new inclusion to the family. To the point where the dude Max he turns Colosso into a human, which is played by none other than Dana Snyder. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, I didn't mean no, not him.
Yeah, not that one.
Dana,
the guy who voiced Gazpacho from Chowder. Are you Gazpacho?
The guy who voiced Master Shake.
Yeah, from Angry Teen Hunger Force.
No, Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
I don't even give him excellent title.
I'm talking about the dude. Yeah, not him. Dana Snyder is played by the human version of Colosso, which is the rabbit's name.
I remembered.
Yeah, and the episode where like they got to reveal the power of the newborn child. Let's see what's the power, and it's teleportation, which is I guess it's cool.
In a way, that kind of copies Jack because Jack can also teleport as well from The Incredibles.
Yeah, then again, the show's a family of superheroes. The Incredibles is also a family of superheroes, and the dad is literally just a watered down Bob. But yeah, so I'm gonna say the Thundermans, kinda. It's honestly really good on my end, to be honest, since I had a lot of interest watching it back when it aired, and I would catch myself watching new episodes and reruns. So I don't know if this will come into a shock to you, but I might put it in A tier.
What? I was like, wait, you're gonna give it that much of a praise?
Yeah, might be.
I was thinking,
or if anything is better, like you think like either A or B tier.
B. I think it's B because I don't think it's like the best show I've ever watched compared to the other sitcoms. I just think it's like B tier is like it's serviceable to watch whenever you make the spare time just to check it out.
Yeah, but I said that because like I liked watching the show, liked it a lot. Watched every time it was on.
Well, clearly.
But yeah, then again, it makes a lot of sense. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I put on B tier because obviously the show is not made for me around that time, and this is during the time where I aged out of Nickelodeon. Secondly, this was definitely during the time where Nickelodeon is basically just experiment to be superheroes by saying, "Hey, look, Marvel's popular, so how about we do that with our own Nickelodeon versions of this?" And then Dwayne, let me just put, he was Gazpacho? What? Never mind. Yeah, I'm surprised that he was the voice of Gazpacho and Chowder, and that was one of my favorite Cartoon Network cartoons when I was watching. Yeah, same voice actor. He's also scratching the ghost of Molly McGee. Okay. Cool trivia stuff, Ethan. Thanks for the trivia stuff. So, Thundermans. I'm not really the biggest fan of the show because, like I said, I'm not the target audience. Number two, it's basically Nickelodeon's The Incredibles, which I will admit Phoebe is pretty attractive, not gonna lie. But I will admit, like, the brother, which is Max, that bro was, like, everywhere during the Nickelodeon era around that time. So I'm like, man, bro cannot catch a break, but he's definitely doing it to just get that paycheck. And definitely the Rabbit that Dana Snyder voices, once again, bro carries the show, and whenever he talks as the Rabbit, it's definitely hilarious, which, like I agree with Lesnar, definitely he's the one that carries the show. And another thing I would say is the fact that whenever he turns into a human, it's like, hey, look, it's Dan Snyder as a person. But I will admit, I mean, I won't say this like as much for other Nick sitcoms, but this is definitely during the trend of Nick sitcoms where they put randomly a laugh track. But once, like for me, it gets worse when we get to Henry Danger, but we'll get to Henry Danger later on, where it's laugh track, laugh track, laugh track, laugh track for like some of the unfunny jokes that we're supposed to laugh at, and they just insert it in out of nowhere, and it just happens. So either way, I don't think Thundermans is like, peak. It's not like you're watching The Boys or anything like that. But clearly, for a kid superhero family movie, I mean,
Boys.
yeah, for a kid superhero family TV show, my bad. I mean, like I said, you could just watch The Incredibles or any other things. But like I said, this is just like, Nickelodeon's experiment by saying, let's make a superhero show because if Marvel could do the same with our success, we should do the same with our own original content. So, Dan Snyder voiced the bunny. Yep. I mean, like I said, that's one of the things that I will say the show is definitely serviceable for what it was because of some side characters, but I don't think it's anything that would give me intrigue or any of that relatability factor like it had with the other Nick sitcoms, like the one that I grew up with. So clearly, the one that we talk about, Thundermans, is like a new generation. So it is what it is. So I say B tier's like fine because I don't have a lot to say, and like we said, because Leslie's younger, so of course he'll watch that. Comparing the boys to the Thundermans is insane. I know, man. I know that's pretty bizarre for me to say. It's like, look, I know the bizarre is not a kid's network, but I'm just saying it's like, if you want to watch a family-friendly superhero show, then maybe just watch the Thundermans, or just watch The Incredibles, or just any superhero cartoon from the Marvel era, the Disney XD era, or even the Batman animated series. I know it's a weird comparison, but I just want to point out that reference there. Homelander definitely kills a
Yeah.
kid and zaps the mother in the eyes and takes over the breast milk. I don't know, such a weird
Never.
reference. Never say those words ever again. Apologize, Dwayne. I know you're going to kill me with your black noir figure. But anyway, just to move on for superhero talks for a little bit till we get to Henry Danger, bro. We get to Breadwinners, which I know Lesnar's going to have some nice things to say about Breadwinners. For me, I can't defend this one. I'm sorry, but I know Lesnar, you will defend it. Take it away.
Oh, okay. Listen, dude. All right. Listen, dude. I was so young at the time. I was around like 6 or 7 years old when the show came out. I loved it a lot when I watched it. I don't know why. I was like, listen, bruh. I would watch it and then I think I became like like a semi fan kind of. Like, listen, dude, I was a dumb child back then, and even then, I'll never forget the times when I would be in school, and me and this kid, we would like role play as the two main characters from the show, and we would like start playing around as those two. Like even back at gym, we would do it. Um, so yeah, those were good times. And like, bear with me here, guys.
You
like
are
I was like
dumb.
7 years old when the show came out.
Of course.
So
Like I said,
of course I'm gonna.
you were the target audience
Yeah.
when it first premiered in 2014. Just like freaking
Yeah.
Illumination Minions.
Yeah, so of course, like the Thundermans came out the year before Breadwinners, and I was 6 at the time, and the show came out when I think I was still 6 or 7. But like, of course, I'm gonna start liking the show. I'm gonna watch any episode it comes on. Like the promos, I remember like really well, and I would like talk about it and like basically like like I said, role plays the characters. And there's this like one point I already told Daniel this, but one time I think the teacher was like, stand up in front of the class and talk about what you love. And me and the kid, we came up and we talked about Breadwinners and how much we love the show.
Insane. What did they say? By
Yes.
saying, like, did they say, "Oh yeah, that's a great show," or what, or "Oh, I don't like that show"?
I don't remember. Listen, dude, we were just sitting there and we were just talking about how much we like the show. I don't think the class said much of it. I don't think the teachers either. But like at the same time, I don't know what I found appealing to that show. That show is just a bunch of twerking and farting and a lot of brain rot, gross out humor, which I don't get it. Why I enjoyed it a lot. That and
Because
dare I say, even
they're
Sanjay and
farting,
Craig.
twerking, laugh at it. It's that's funny. And they just melt
But
it too
of
much.
course, now, if I rewatch this show, I would look at it and I'm like, wow, I can't believe I used to like this. This show is not good.
It's not a good show at all. Like, once we watch it again, it's like, you could tell this was definitely made for 5-year-olds. But instead, if you want to make your 5-year-old even more 10 times retarded, stupid, dumb than before, instead of just watching Paw Patrol to become educated, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna rot your brain a lot more much. Here, watch this episode about ducks shaking and twerking and feeding breads to these carping faces of realistic ducks and just insert it in. The weirdest thing is, wasn't this like a YouTube short series? And Nickelodeon's like, hey,
Yeah, it was.
like we like the stuff that you do. Can we make that as a series? Yeah, we want that green dough. And then that's
Yeah,
how
it
happened.
was a YouTube series. I remember the pilot. Dude, I remember this one episode where like they find this egg and it's like a little monster baby and he has like 3 butt cheeks. I'm being dead serious.
I remember, and I know.
And they start twerking.
I saw the
shaking and
clip.
twerking
I
about how
saw on a TV.
Yeah.
I saw on a promo. Even Phantom Strider put down his top 10 worst Nickelodeon show list. I'm like, yeah, I don't blame the cringe and I don't blame the hate. I feel like with that show, it was cringe overload to the max. That's what it was.
Yes, for sure. Like they started rapping and they started twerking about how the kid has 3 butt cheeks and also they named him Big Baby Buns. Big Baby Buns.
10 out
God.
of 10 writing. Hopefully it wins all the nominations for the Emmys, or dare I say the Razzies.
It won't. And let me tell you, this show has more of a really like 8-bit kind of like video game type style. Like you would watch the show and I remember vividly most of the characters. Like there is, of course, the main characters, Sway Sway and Badooz. They don't look like ducks at all. If I'm gonna be honest,
Nah.
they look, yeah,
No Affleck.
yeah. Okay, there's this other one. What's the name? Oh yeah, I think it's the cop on the show, and she would like always like be on their asses about stuff. And then there's other characters like what's his name? Unsky the Great. It's like this. Yeah, he's like this big dude that's just mean. Yeah, that's there's other characters too, but I don't think they're really interesting to talk about. So, Breadwinners. If I had to rank it, either D tier or F tier.
Personally, for me, F tier. I don't see any redeeming qualities when it comes to the show. So, before I talk about my thoughts on Breadwinners, let me just catch up with the comments. Dwayne just puts, Ren Stimpy, the only one that worked was gross.
Even cross media saying like
The creators of
how he likes Steven Universe.
like I said, I'm trying to read. So, Ren Stimpy, the only one that worked with the gross humor, the creators appeal. Yeah, we were just talking about that in part 1 during the beginning era of Nick Toons. Like Steven Universe, which, yeah. If we do a Cartoon Network tier list, I know some people are going to be debatable for our rank if we dare to rank that show. So, someone took the time to animate Big Baby Buns. Remember that. Yeah, they split the time and the effort. Like, it's going to be so weird for me to compare that. Like, the equivalent of CGI MODOK's butt cheeks in Ant-Man Quantumania. People take the time and effort and lose their health and sanity just to make some big fat baby buns. Man, Breadwinners. Like, when I saw the problem, I'm like, okay, just 2 random birds or something. I mean, sure, you got talented voice actors like Eric Bauza and Robbie Damon, but man, the writers and the producers and the executives at Nick, they probably must have been stoned on crack. They probably must have been
What were they
on
on,
this. It's
dude?
like, what were they smoking up and what they've been cooking? It ain't like no crackpot like a Breaking Bad or none of that. It's like, I would definitely would not expose this. If I have kids someday, definitely won't expose to like brain rot shit when it comes to cartoons like this with all the ducks and the baby buns and everything. Like, it's so zany and bizarre, but it doesn't have the zany and bizarre charm. Doesn't become entertaining like Ren and Stimpy or Rocko's Modern Life. Like, it's just like pandering noise where it just makes most of your brain numb, and it's like, that's why in my personal opinion, like, it just makes other Nick shows, like, it makes Fanboy Chum Chum and Planet Sheen look like 10 out of 10 S tier masterpieces in comparison. But for this one, I wasn't really a big fan of it when I watched it. Definitely don't want to watch it again. So definitely, I would say it's like, I know there's other Nicktoons that are more bad, which I refuse to not watch it, called Big Pig Banana Goat Cricket, where they fully embrace on the gross humor. It's like Nickelodeon. Like, I know Nickelodeon has a disgusting record of pedos and creeps and all that, but they have a weird fetish of like, let's put gross things and be like, funny, oh boogers, oh snub, blah 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 blah. That's definitely hilarious. Let's just put that in our children's medium. That's why around that time, like, you know what? I think I'd rather watch Cartoon Network to watch Adventure Time, Amazing World of Gumball, Regular Show, the Looney Tunes Show. Like, that's why around that era of Nick, I'm like, yeah, these shows are not good. I'd rather just watch the more quality ones of Cartoon Network, which thankfully I made the right choice. And I know Gabriel's not here in the stream, but it reminds me of the one joke I mentioned as Buddha when we were watching Toy Story 3. Dad Snyder, where are you? I want you to sniff my feet. Oh, he left me? Screw Nickelodeon. I'm a Cartoon Network kid now. It's kind of like an inside joke where in the 2010s I care more about Cartoon Network shows, since I feel like Nickelodeon was going way downhill. That was definitely the era where Nickelodeon was definitely losing its prime. Not because it went woke, it's because it just went full on stupidity, where they just don't make shows that has a balance, or make shows that would target to multiple audiences, like SpongeBob or iCarly or Danny Phantom or Invader Zim or TMNT or Drake and Josh. Like, it doesn't feel multi-generational. It's like, yeah, let's just make this for 5 toddlers. Why? Because kids are dumb. So Breadwinners is like the prime exception. Like, there are Nick shows that are worse than Breadwinners, so I wouldn't say Breadwinners is the worst one all time, but definitely it is one of the worst. So it's an F tier for me for Breadwinners.
Yeah, bro. If you ask my 7-year-old self what I think about this,
Anyway, Dwayne just put
you ask what
all
right.
Dwayne just put, alright, you gotta go back to class. Catch y'all. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Dwayne. I had a feeling you were just gonna watch for what's going on. We're about to wrap up since we only got like 4 Nick shows left.
Yeah, see you later, Dwayne. Glad to have you in the chat.
Yeah, hopefully one of these days we can bring in like one of the streams. We just don't know which one. But anyway, I believe this is like the last Nick sitcom. Sure, it's not the last Nick sitcom ever, but this is definitely like a popular one that got multiple spin-off, from what, Danger Force to getting its own animated cartoon for some reason. It's none other than Henry Danger. Lesnar, you take away with this last live-action Nick sitcom on our list.
Okay, so Henry Danger, again, came out at the time when I was 7 years old. So, like I said, I would enjoy watching it a lot at the time when it would air. But now, if I look back on it, I mean, to be fair though, like, it's not the best show ever.
No.
But like, I don't despise it. It's not like the worst show ever, at least in the first few seasons. But like, yeah, I enjoyed watching it a lot because, like, at the time, before I found out about the creepy things behind the scenes, knowing that who made the show, I was only thinking like, oh, he created Drake and Josh, like Carly Victorious. I wasn't thinking about the behind the scenes because I'm a child. I don't know what goes on. I'm just watching the shows. Because at the time I was like, I love those shows. I know this show will be good. So I had that mindset. And so Henry Danger is just another superhero show, along with the Thundermans, which came out like a year after the Thundermans, where a boy is going to want to find a job. Then he goes down an elevator and meets a guy, and then it turns out he's the popular superhero of the city that he lives in.
The laziest name, Captain Man. Really, brah?
Yeah.
Really? Couldn't think of a better name, and you just copy and paste like, oh, Captain America, Superman. Let's slap them in. It's like laziest superhero name ever.
Yeah. Yeah, I will admit it's pretty. That's kind of a lazy name. Like, I will say his name, Kid Danger. Like, at least it has like something. Like, like it's not like Wonder Boy or whatever.
Yeah, just to be like a rip off of Robin or something.
Yeah, at least the main character Henry, his name actually has effort in it. So. Because, like, Kid Danger, it's a really cool name, but Captain Man, like, Okay, are you a captain or and you're a man? You're just a superhero. Like, did you not come up with anything else? Like he's very like on the show, he's indestructible, so you couldn't come up with a different name like Indestructoid or I don't know. But yeah. I will say, like, the show didn't get bad until I want to say season 3 or season 4 or to like the rest of the show. But even then I would still watch episodes of it. Um, so yeah, Henry Danger is honestly just one of those shows where like, I would although I would watch it a lot, but I wouldn't watch like reruns of it. I would just like tune into new episodes to be honest. And even then, I prefer that show over Game Shakers. So if I had to shoot, what would I rank the show? Hmm. I want to rank it either maybe C tier or B tier, C tier maybe.
Personally, for me, my opinion is like the exact opposite. So yeah, Cameron, I have to agree with you on this. It's got to be an F. I definitely think the show pretty much sucks because why? Because look, I get this was like one of Snyder's last shows before the drama happened. Because look, it's not boring, but it's just a waste of my time as I'm watching it. Because you're telling me that this kid aspires to be this popular superhero named Captain Man. And first of all, like I said, the name is so lazy. It's like you just take Captain America and you just put man in it. And it's like, bro, are you like a pirate or something? Just put like a spandex. And what the bro does, we don't really get to see him do superhero stuff. And at the exact same time, literally, he just it's around, lounge, and then it's like, wait, I gotta go twist a chair. Ha ha ha. Laugh track, laugh, 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 like laugh track every single time.
Oh yeah, the laugh track is atrocious.
It just feels like the laugh tracks in this sitcom feels so forced, and you just gotta shove it down your throat by saying, hey, they say one funny thing, like what's behind this door? It's like, can y'all just take a break? I get it's a Nick sitcom, but there's no balance with it, and the jokes, they're not even that funny. Like, look, I mean, no disrespect to Jason Norton, which he does bring a serviceable performance of playing like, Kid Danger, which, typical old sidekick name, so that's anything like two things. Like, I was bored through it though. Like, it's like Delulu Premax, like Delulu Brainrot to the Promax. And it's so weird that there's even some chicks that actually thirst on Henry Danger, which I guess in the show, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, hey, it's a sidekick that like has superpowers. It's like you're basically just taking the tropes of like Robin for Batman and decides to like make it like in a cheesy, goofy, zany fun fest when it comes to the Nick sitcoms. The characters are pretty forgettable, and I just don't think this definitely is worthy enough to be an action series. I mean, at least, like I said, even though I do say Thundermans and Henry Danger, like, those shows are not made for me, because clearly those shows are made for the children that watch this Nickelodeon. I'd rather be watching, like, superhero shows that are, like, more of my demographic, whether that's from Marvel or DC or probably, like, some other superhero stuff that actually takes things seriously, so that's why we just do it for the kids. So that's why we're eventually are just talking about Henry Danger. So it doesn't have that much qualities that much as Thundermans, because like I said, for Thundermans, what carries it is the rabbits, and same goes for the brother and the sister, and I think the sister was pretty cute in the Thundermans. But for Henry Danger, I don't know, it doesn't bring a good impression. It's like, why does Nick, I mean, I understand that it was a hit around that time, but why spin off and milk the crap out of it, man, from a spin-off show and then just make an animated cartoon, which that didn't make any sense. I'm like, but wait, you have a live action one, but now you want to make a spin-off to an animated version? It's like, you could have done that in the first place. Once again, like, not every single Nickelodeon idea is going to be peak and it's going to be great, but it's at least something just to like experiment around. And that's where I just feel like Nick's sitcoms around this era were just like, losing the charm. They just be like, let's just make this just for kids that have like no elegance, no sense of humanity, but also let's just force this to be like a show, and let's just copy like, hey, superhero movies are popular, let's do that in our own kitty-sized version for TV shows. It's like, bro, it's like, what do you want me to do? Just rather watch an episode of Paw Patrol or watch Henry Danger? So it's like, like I said, it's just not really worth my time, and like I said, I just don't think it's that much of a good show, which the effects could have been done better, and two, I mean, some of the elements are just pretty random. So personally for me, it's an F tier for me. So, because like I said, it's just not my cup of tea, which is funny because I am literally drinking tea.
I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, Like the later seasons, definitely F tier.
Hmm. So that's what I'm just saying. Like, even the show when it got worse, like later on, it's like, yeah, probably not worth my time. So now we're finally done with all the sitcoms. We got 3 Nicktoons, which I know there's more Nicktoons after Rise TMNT, but like I said, after TMNT, I just stopped watching Nickelodeon. Just go straight to Paramount Plus and other stuff. And like I said, the only time that I watch Nickelodeon is like whenever SpongeBob's on, which SpongeBob's the one that carries Nickelodeon. However, I bet me and Lesnar is going to talk about this, and in my opinion, probably the last good modern Nickelodeon show. And I know people are going to say, wait, you don't think Loud House is good? Okay, I won't say my thoughts on Loud House just yet. I'm not going to overpraise it like some special needs kids would praise it, but in my personal opinion, I think Harvey Beaks is better. So, I don't know. Do you think I should go ahead, or you should go ahead about your thoughts on Harvey Beaks?
You know what? I'm gonna go first.
Yeah, go.
Anyway, Harvey Beaks, yeah, Harvey Beaks is like the one good modern Nicktoon or Nick show in general. To be honest,
Mm-hmm.
like it's created by the dude who made Chowder, so that means it's gonna be goated.
No wonder I got Chowder vibes
So
when I'm watching it. It's like, why does it remind me of Chowder? But now he says, like, now I understand why it got that Chowder vibe.
yeah, so it and like knowing that, that's when I'm like, okay, maybe the show might not be so bad. And what do you know? It's not bad.
Nope.
It's actually really good. Like the theme song is good itself. Like it shows like pics, like no, not pics, like montages of Harvey and his friends Fee and Fu just having a good time. And the show is honestly really beautiful to look at. To be honest, like
Oh, yeah, the
especially in the intro,
animation.
like
The visuals are just top notch with the forest area. I like it.
yeah, like I watch it and like you just get like a bunch of good and like good vibes from it. And knowing that CH Greenblatt made this, oh man, we're in for a ride. So yeah, Chowder creator made this. Already know it's good.
No wonder.
Harvey as a character, yeah, Harvey as a character. Um, he like I said, he's more like the good kid type. If I know for sure, like he's a good boy. For sure. And probably like doesn't I know he's like the type not want to get into trouble or something. Keep in mind it's been a while since I've watched the show. I might start rewatching it like maybe later after the stream just to rewatch the peak of the one good modern Nick show. So yeah, that's Harvey. Fee and Fu, they're the siblings that are like I want to say they're crazy together. Like they basically like do a lot of fun things with Harvey, their best friend, and all that. And then there's the other characters like the princess and the parents and that bear. Uh, I don't remember much about about the other characters to be honest.
Yeah, except for the
But
dad.
honestly, yeah, basically them. And then again, I rewatched this one episode recently before we did the stream it was called Terry Bear. It revolves around this bear character on the show, and like he's just there and all that, and like I think it's some about like him going through like an identity crisis or something. But yeah, that's kind of like that's a really good way to like do a character and the show in general just does really well. Like, and CH Greenblatt knows how to bring cartoons to the table, dude. Like, he knows how to bring good quality content to the table.
I'm surprised he worked on the earlier seasons of SpongeBob, which that totally says a lot.
Yup. So yeah, oh man, Harvey Beaks is a really good show. I know there are gonna be people out there that are gonna agree with this. So maybe I would want to put it. Would it be rather fitting in A tier or S tier?
I would say A tier will be fine for what it is.
All right, yeah, makes sense.
So my personal thoughts on Harvey Beaks.
So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
So yeah, for my thoughts on Harvey Beaks. So once again, in my personal opinion, the last good modern Nickelodeon show that that's not SpongeBob SquarePants, and thanks to Lesnar by saying like, hey, this is the same guy that made Chowder's like, no wonder the animation style of the main characters gives me a lot of vibes of Chowder. And Chowder, as a kid, it was my favorite Cartoon Network show around the old era of Cartoon Network shows before Adventure Time, regular show, Gumball, and the Looney Tunes show came in the 2010s. I'm like, oh, I love those cartoons a lot more. But no wonder I got the same animation, but also the same vibe of the characters where technically Chowder and I'm trying to remember her name, Panini and Gorgonzola kind of like gives me the same vibe from what I'm seeing Harvey, Fee, and Fu. Like it definitely gives me the vibe of that trio dynamic. So gotta give props to the creator just embracing his art style on the Nickelodeon show. And since he did work on one of the earlier like seasons of SpongeBob, including season 4 around that time where I took my research, I'm like, at least his creator knows what he's cooking. Yes, same creator for Chowder and makes Free Jellystone. Yeah, I remember that. Like, he's the one that makes that Jellystone series around that time. So, he does a really good job for what he brings to the table when it comes to animation. But as for Harvey Beaks, I like that the main voice actor for Harvey is Max Charles. And man, that kid was everywhere. Like, not only just in movies, like he plays young Peter Parker in the Amazing Spider-Man films. He did a lot of voice acting in his career. He voiced Sherman, Mr. Peapod Sherman. He voices Simba's son, Kion, in The Lion Guard, and then he voiced his character in Harvey Beaks, which obviously the dude's a Christian man. He's doing short films, so good for Max Charles. He had a good run for his career as a child actor, but also a voice actor as well. So he definitely does a good job of bringing Harvey Beaks to life. And I know if this is just a theory or not, where Harvey Beaks is sort of an Aspie, aka some person that has like Asperger's, where basically this bird or this kid just becomes socially awkward but gets very OCD. Like the one episode where Fee and Fu are trying to make messes around Harvey's house, and he's trying to like put the coaster in, trying to clean all the doors. It's like, bro, why is Harvey starting to like becoming more relatable to me, like how I was as a kid, of like trying to like put the stuff away and make sure I get the clean stuff in time. Like I have like a weird Aspie addiction, or the way how he interacts with people. It's like, man, Harvey definitely reminds me of how I used to act around with kids like around my age, where I want to be a part of the cool weirdos, and then I'm like, hey, it's a bad idea. I do like the episode where Fee and Fu are trying to like go to like this lake where they spit the water out, and Harvey wants to be a part of it, but the bunny and all the creatures just thinks like, no, it's a bad idea. And that's where Harvey was like banished to be a part of the lake. So that's one of the things that I find that was pretty interesting about it. It's like basically Harvey Beaks, it definitely has like that nice comfort feel like Chowder, but obviously it's not as funny as Chowder, dare I say, because I think Chowder's a much more comedic and more hilarious show to watch. But it definitely gives me a little bit of We Bare Bear vibes. Definitely We Bare Bears goes in more depth about, society, but also the modernization when it comes to people and whenever they talk to each other, which We Bare Bears is pretty underrated. But Harvey Beaks does like the simple way compared to We Bare Bears, where they focus on the children's aspects, the exploration aspects, like going over the fears, going over the trauma, but also trying out new things. It's a nice, polite message to teach kids a lot about. So despite this series being short-lived, and since this was going in vain to be one of the more good quality Nicktoons, Nickelodeon canceled. It's like, man, like I know I expected that most Nickelodeon shows that's not SpongeBob or Loud House or Fairly OddParents don't get to last that long. But however, when it comes to Harvey Beaks, I definitely say things like good messages, beautiful art style that they just put in the background, unique art style. So I gotta say, Harvey Beaks is definitely pretty good. And I like that Harvey's dad is voiced by Baymax from Big Hero 6, which I did sort of notice it from his voice. So I don't want to praise it like, oh, it's one of the most iconic Nick shows of all time, I'll watch it again and again. But however, it's definitely one of the more well-written, well-thought-of good Nick shows, thanks to the creator of Chowder, but also the simplicity of the message. But also, Harvey Beaks just gives you like a little bit of nostalgia of how you used to be like when you were a kid, hanging around with friends about your age that were dangerous and weird, and just go out to the outdoors and have some nice memories, no matter how reckless but also enjoyable it is. So Harvey Beaks is a good slice of life comfort show, so I liked it. So I definitely say it definitely goes up on the A tier for me. So now we get to The Loud House, Nickelodeon's second most cash grabby successful Nicktoon after SpongeBob. Lesnar, do you want to go on with the go with Loud House, or do you think Ash should?
You know what? Why not? I'll do it.
Go ahead. Talk about Nickelodeon's second cash grab on the horizon that doesn't end.
Yeah, that's the Loud House now. Just Nick's cash grab. Like, dude, they're milking the show a lot. There's movies, there's specials, there's live action adaptations, there's like, I don't know, any other thing from the show. Like, that's how you know, bro. Like, they just came out with a movie on Paramount called some spy film or something. I don't know. I don't care. Zero interest. But the Loud House in general, like, I know the show came out in around like 2016. It's probably around like 8 or 9 years old. I did watch it a bit. To be honest, I'm like, I didn't hate it, but like, I wasn't like, oh, I love this show. I'm watching every episode. Oh man. But the Loud House, it's a show about a bunch of kids. Clearly, the parents are horny as hell, and they never use protection. And well, all the stuff they do. What's the life of a boy living with a bunch of girls? Let's see. It started off with this little internet show. No, not internet show. What am I saying? This internet pilot. On the pilot that started with, you guessed it, him needing to go to the bathroom and gotta poo with the house. Anyway, God, what can I say about this show? It's everywhere, man. It's all over Nickelodeon's media. Like I said, live adaptations, movies, specials, merch, toys, blankets, clubs. I don't know.
Movies, live action iterations. I'm like, oh. To be fair, I did expect a live action because, you know, all the characters are human, so of course they're going to do it, just like with Fairly OddParents.
That's true, but at the same time, that's the worst show to do live action adaptation from, because the cast will get older at some point.
Exactly,
like,
so you're not going to keep...
They're going to grow, man.
Like, what's next? You're going to recast them again if they become too old for the roles?
No. Don't recast, just cancel. That's the only solution at this point. Cancel.
Yeah, so then they don't have to milk this property way too hard with multiple spin-offs and series continuing.
If you want to keep milking... God. Yeah, if Nick is going to keep milking Loud House, just stick with the end, with the original show, man. Like, or at least, I don't know, like... I know that show and SpongeBob are just Nick's cash grabs. I don't know how Loud House became immediately Nick's cash grab. Like, it's just a show about a dude and siblings and parents and pets. Like, that's all it is. It's nothing really special. It's just, he just had a lot of siblings, that's all. And they're all girls, so, okay. And he has a best friend who he goes on adventures with. So, what's the... I mean, don't get me wrong, like, there's nothing wrong with that, but at the same time, like, that is definitely worth getting milk for. I mean, like, SpongeBob, it's a sponge who lives under the sea and lives in a pineapple and works at a burger place. That is fire. But a show about a boy living with 10 girls and a parent and horny-ass parents and pets, that lives under, like, one little house, yay. I'm just rambling on about what the show was about. I don't even... it's been a while since I've even seen, like, episodes. I just stopped watching it at the time when, like... Well, since I stopped having, like, cable boxes or something. But then again, like, in general, I'm not watching any recent episodes. Because zero interest. Hello. And zero interest on any more of the new recent Loud House stuff. The only thing I know is that in the live action show, there's like one episode where Gustavo from Big Time Rush makes an appearance. But like, listen, guy, I don't despise the show, but at the same time, I don't like really rock with it like everyone else does. And also, bro, the fandom for this show is awful. I hate it, dude. Like, it's the worst, bro. Like, why are they making big deals out of this crap, dude?
The worst thing about the fandom, since there's so many girls, and these are minors for a second, the DeviantArt. Erase that from my mind immediately. Delete it off the history right now. Ugh.
Yeah. That I don't even want to. No, I'm not going to mention it. Yeah. They're knowing the fact, like what you said, they're all minors too, and I can't, bro. Just not. the fandom of this show is just, ugh. It's those toxic and like the most weirdest and concerning fandoms. Like one of the from other and like aside from this show, there there's other fandoms of shows that are terrible, but this one, honestly, God, what do you expect? Like, there's gonna be a lot of there's gonna be sick people out there drawing art of. I'm just gonna say a drawing art of. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna describe it as.
Yeah, with the sisters and age them up. And
just fill in the blank.
Naughty, nasty stuff. Creamy cream. You know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. That stuff. Ugh. That's what makes the show worse for to watch in general. Like, oh yeah, I forget. They also have the spin-offs. What's it called? The Casa Grandes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is based on Lincoln's girlfriend.
Yeah, Lincoln's friend, Lincoln's girlfriend. I don't know, zero interest. But like, then again, so yeah, live action show and movie, 2 movies actually. Movies, live action adaptations, specials, and spin-offs too. You can't leave out the spin-offs. There's always got to be the spin-offs.
Mm-hmm. It's a tradition for every Nickelodeon show that even SpongeBob has to join in the line, which I'm like, why?
Well, yeah, you can't leave out the movies too. I can't wait to see all the I don't know, like the I don't know if there's gonna be like shorts or something, like TV shorts or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Knowing the fact that I don't even watch the show anymore, I don't even know where to rank it. But like I said, I don't hate it. But at first, when I watched it, like I thought it was just decent. I thought it was fine. It's a fine show at first when I watched it. But then later, I had zero interest in continuing.
So where would you rank it?
Frick. I don't want to. What do you think is the most appropriate tier to put it at?
Either between C or D. Like, it's not the worst Nickelodeon show. There are more Nick shows that are like fully bad. I mean, Loud House does have some qualities. I will give it some compliments, but I won't say it's the greatest Nick Toon that I've ever watched. Like, it's not on A or B for both of us. It's like somewhere between C and D.
All right, yeah, I agree. I mean, to be honest, like I want to say when I watched it at the time, I would put it in C, but in this case scenario, maybe D.
Like D tier for Loud House.
Yeah.
Okay, I know for any Loud House fans in the chat, I know most of you are not gonna be happy, but it's just me and Lezer's honest opinion. Like, if I'm gonna be completely honest on first impression of the show, I'm like, okay, this just seems pretty interesting. They could bring like so much variety of, okay, this one young boy with white hair is named Lincoln, I assume, which I was like, what, is he named after Abraham Lincoln? And around that time, I was like, okay, this is quite interesting. I was expecting that was going to be like the TV show Full House, if most of you remember that. It's Fuller House, but instead it's like multiple siblings. And when I look at all the siblings like down below, I was literally like, wait a minute, is this literally during the time when Loud House is like, wait a minute, same mom and same dad? It's like, what? Wait, huh? And literally around that time, I'm like, so which of these kids are their offsprings and which one's adopted? I bet the emo one was adopted. I bet the rebel one was adopted. And the one thing that confused me, like, of course it's a kid's cartoon, I shouldn't take it seriously, but I'm like, so you're telling me that the mom and the dad had like what, 11, 12 kids, but why most of them are just girls and only just one boy? You sure Lincoln's not adopted? Which I know they confirmed that he's not adopted. He's actually a part of the Loud House. So I mean, literally the title just speaks for itself. And the theme song is decent for what it is, and the Loud House, and it's definitely tolerable for what the show is going to be. It definitely has his wacky shenanigans, but I will admit it has way too many siblings. And like I said, the curse aspect of it is, since there's a lot of siblings that are sisters, and Lincoln has to be the one and only brother in this very feminized household. And yeah, I'm saying this, a very feminized household, because there's so much girls all around the house. And the worst thing is, I kind of feel bad that Lincoln has to deal with most of the shenanigans and all the trash that basically Lincoln has gotten to go through. And it's like, are you kidding me, man? That's definitely not like the right lifestyle to be. Like, if I'm being honest, if I was in that household with so much siblings, I would just move out and just be like, I'm just gonna be with grandpa, I'm just gonna be with grandma. If that was me, if I was young, it's like, nah, I can't share a house with that amount of girls or anything. So like I said, I know it's a cartoon, but from the concept of it's like, I don't know, man. But I do think the voice actors do a really good job, including the voice actor that does Lincoln as well. You got some Nickelodeon variants that are doing their best to do the best for what they were due. But the worst thing about it is they do like some concepts, which I know that Loud House at the core, it's a slice of life family cartoon, but most of the time they do give like some traits to like some of the characters, like, oh yeah, one plays guitar, one is super like your stereotypical mean older sister, one of them is a comedian, one of them's smart, one of them's dirty, one of them's a bratty princess. So I get it, you want to bring like personality traits just to make them differ from one another, but in a way I just don't really like buy most of them. Like, I do admit Lincoln is fine as a character. His best friend is weird, Clyde, I think that's his name. It's so weird that Clyde has a crush on the older sister. I don't know what's her name, Lori or something, because remember all the
Lori, yeah.
all the Loud's names, which I know a lot of people thirst for Lenny, which I understand that she's a bubbly type, but remember guys, she's 16. And like I said, I would agree with Lesnar. I think what loses my credibility for the Loud House is the fandom, man. Like aside from the horny sexual stuff that they've done, it's like there's some that does really curse stuff, like, make the shows and basically just make everything else, like, I don't know, make it curse. And at least there's gay dads in the show. Well, that's the one thing I'm like, okay, I'm surprised Nickelodeon decides, like, oh, Clyde has 2 gay dads, and then what's her name, Luna, that has a crush on a girl or something. It's like, wow. Well, this is either gonna make some people happy, or this is gonna piss some parents off. But I'm not gonna get too political about it. But Loud House did, just because diversity and acceptance and validation, which good for the people that enjoyed that. But however, there are some episodes that are, as you expected, filler, and definitely it's more into that cookiness of where kids are just here and there when it comes to like, oh, they just go out to a baseball game, and oh, there's a comedic show and everything all else. And yeah, the shipping stuff, man. The shipping when it comes from the fandom, it's disgusting and it's cringe, and I'm just not the biggest fan of it. But still, I don't understand. Like, once again, it's another one of those Nick creators, like, oh, Nick Creator does sexual harassment. Oh, let's have another producer just to run the show. It's like, Nickelodeon has track records of creators that have done naughty, negative stuff, except with the prime.
There's a documentary. No.
Yep. Thanks a lot, quiet on the sets, but it is what it is. So, from SpongeBob SquarePants, TMNT, and some of the other shows that has less creepos, it's like, well, at least we can look back at those shows where it aged as well. But for Loud House, apparently not. But I don't understand. Like, for Fairly OddParents, I understand why Nickelodeon milks Loud House like way too much, but still, they just make like multiple reboots and TV shows for Fairly OddParents, and they never wanted to die. I know they made the reboot version. Some people said good about it, but like I said, my interest for Fairly OddParents died after when the original series was going downhill. But when I go back to Loud House, I feel like Nickelodeon has done way worse when it comes to, oh, let's make a spin-off show of the Casa Grandes, which, okay, good for diversity for Latino family, but hello, El Tigre exists. I know it's a Mexican
El Tigre did it better.
but I'm just saying, El Tigre is actually one of the first ones, but I get that you want to do a new generation, but still, the short films, and like what Lesnar said, on Paramount Plus, they keep promoting Loud House, No Time to Spy, stream it now. Paramount Plus is like, yeah, Nickelodeon's just doing their best to market their show a lot. And yeah, sorry Loud House fans, no matter how much you love the show, SpongeBob will always win the KCA award. And I bet you saw a meme where it's like, oh, that's supposed to be my award, Lincoln Loud, give me that award. So I understand the show has its fans, it definitely creates its community, but once again, it's just one of those shows that it's just not made for me. So that's why I could care less about, especially the fact that Nickelodeon milks it way too much with the spin-offs and the seasons. Like, yeah, this is going to be Nick's second SpongeBob. I know it's been around literally when I first started wanting Daffy Duck for the past 8 years, around that time. And sure, like in the beginnings, I'm like, oh, this is actually a pretty good show. But as I watch more of it, it's like, it's not the worst Nick show I've ever watched, but it's definitely like not the ones that I'm just like, not good. Like I said, Loud House is not bad. It's just mid. Like, in my personal opinion, it's just like,
yeah,
whatever.
mid.
Just a mid show, but it's not as bad as like some other Nick shows that I could just think about. So either way, Loud House, it doesn't hold anything special as much as like the ones from the S tier and A tiers. Like, okay, it's special to both me and Lesnar, but I don't know. I just don't have that much appreciation for it. So I'm gonna be rambling, ranting all day long about Loud House. So it's easily a D tier, just a cash grab. Fandom's toxic as hell. Fandom is weird as hell, and the series had a promising premise, but then I wasn't the biggest fan on every single execution of the Loud House. So D tier, not for me. So I could care less about the franchise. If you care about it, good for you. But for me, I don't really care about Loud House.
Yeah, same.
But for Rise of TMNT, aka the second Nickelodeon show, this is the last show for now. And once again, we're not talking about Patrick's show because, like I said, Rise of TMNT was the last Nick show I watched. After that, I was done with Nickelodeon. I just move on and I grow up. But before I get to ramble about Rise of TMNT, Lesnar, do you have any words for Rise of TMNT, which is the last Nick show we'll talk about on our list?
um, I'm gonna be real. I barely watched it. I did see some clips, of course, online. So if I'm gonna say some things about Rise of TMNT, um, I like the voice casting on the show. Like, uh, the we got a lot of the talented voice actors on the show, such as like Ben Schwartz as Leonardo, Josh Brenner's Donatello, Eric Bauza as Splinter,
Technically, I'm
and
Flash.
yeah, and I do think that their designs look pretty cool. Like even then, I like the 2D style of it. Raph looks like a big. It's literally clearly a big beastly man, and while the other rest look kind of like themselves. So, well, kind of. But again, I think the show looks pretty cool. It looks pretty good. So honestly, that's something I'm gonna say here. If you want to put it like somewhere around like maybe A tier, if you want, then of course, what then why not? So yeah, that's what I'm gonna rank it. He left the room again, didn't he? He did. I know because of the TV channel being targeted to kids. Yeah, I'm older than the target demographic for Nick, as I'm 25. I mean, then again, you could watch the shows from back then.
Yeah,
Even then, they could be appealing to adults too.
yeah, like the ones that we just talked about from the 90s to 2000s era. So that's why when we talk about Nickelodeon, we mostly want to rewatch, the ones that we've grown up in our generation. So it is what it is.
Yeah, but anyway, I finished my words on Rise of TMNT,
So we're
and I said A tier.
oh, A tier for you? Okay, not bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I would put yeah, I would okay, I'm gonna be honest, hold on. Come on, Rise of TMNT, get up there, get up there. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So, Rise of TMNT. So, I'm going to be honest. At first, I wasn't a big fan of the style at first, but later on, as I watched it, it did grow on me a bit more. Especially that one Netflix movie that technically was like the real finale of Rise of TMNT around that time. And personally, for me, I was like, okay, I'm going to be honest. It's not as great as the 2012 one. Because I feel like the 2012 one, I definitely like the CG style of it during the S tier. And I feel like they take more of the drama story seriously, which I will admit, Rise Team and T tries, and I think the Netflix movie does a good job when it comes to like the drama conflicts, and this series definitely does have its fans, which, like I said, the animation style, I wasn't a fan of it at first because I'm like, okay, they're making Raphael a bit too big, and the turtles' heads were going skinny, but as I watch more, it's like, you know what? This art style is actually pretty good. It's not my favorite Team and T style, but I liked it. Some moments are pretty fire for what they are. And then as for the voice cast, even though I still prefer the voice cast from the 2012 version, I feel like they actually fit more of the turtles around that time. But hey, you actually got some solid casts. I mean, first of all, this was the show, since this show literally debuted in August of 2018, since August is always like the big month for turtle stuff, which once again, guys, I have not seen the new one, Tales of TMNT, which is tied to the Seth Rogen Mutant Mayhem animated movie that came out last year, and I had to go check that out whenever I could. But since this is the last Ninja Turtle show that aired on Nickelodeon, like on Nickelodeon, not like co-produced with Paramount Plus. When I check over the voice cast, this was during the same time when Ben Schwartz was announced to be cast as Sonic the Hedgehog for the live-action Sonic movie, aka with the old design. And literally, I was like, "Who's Ben Schwartz again?" And then when I'm like, "Oh, he's the guy that voiced Dewey Duck from DuckTales, and then voicing Leonardo from Rise of TMNT," and I'm like, "Oh shoot, that's Sonic!" And then literally, TMNT fans use animatics. No, they actually use audio from Rise of TMNT, because clearly Leo is an action-packed, super energetic blue teenage guy, pretty much just like Sonic the Hedgehog. And when they put the dialogue of Ben Schwartz, Leonardo, and insert to a Sonic animatic, and around that time, when I was hyped for the first Sonic movie, because, you know, Jim Carrey was a part of the film as Robotnik when Jim Carrey was announced, and then 2 months later in August 2018 when Ben Schwartz cast Sonic, and then when I hear one line that he says Leo, I was like, "Please welcome the Headless Battle." Sorry about that. Well, I got a little bit top of work. It's a little bit glom gold that's been bumped. It's like, holy crap. Like, literally, I know it's just Ben Schwartz's voice, but it goes hyper pitch. I'm like, wow. The voice for Sonic the Hedgehog, it's perfect. It matches the character's youth, energy, and personality. So that's why I watched the show. I'm like, I do like the Turtles. So I'm like, let me hear more Ben Schwartz Leo voice. I'm like, yeah, I'm sold for his voice of Sonic. Even before the design and before the movie, I was sold on the casting choice. But him as Leo, I like that Ben Schwartz, like, even though this is a TMNT show, I like that they still give Ben, since, you know, Ben started his career as a improv comedian, which that's something that he still does till this day. I like the fact that they still give an improv dialogue where there's one moment where he's talking to like some pizza chef and he's during off bound, and then he took like one of the chef's hats, and then he's just saying a lot of unscripted dialogue. It's more like, this is what happens when you let Schwartz cut. But then when you talk about the other actors, when it comes to like Mikey and Raph, which the one thing that did surprise me on first impression, I'm like, wait, they're making Raphael the leader? Usually it's always Leo, but I like that in the second season, it just ends off with Leo just taking the past torch, because, I mean, first of all, that's how it is since day one in the comics and the old Turtles, that Leo was the main hero. But I understand that this show wants to be different from the others, where they give it to Raphael, which I will admit, even though Raphael is funny, but the one thing that caught me off guard with Raphael is, like, he's strong and he has a rough attitude like he is in other iterations, but I just feel like he has that Sonic Boom Knuckles syndrome where he's more like, I'm freaking out over these other things. Oh, I'm paranoid. Oh, I'm stupid. So I just felt like Raphael could be out of character at certain times, but I get that's most of the time for the character arc. I did like Donnie, though. I still prefer Rob Paulson's Donatello, but I'm surprised he's voiced by a guy who was selling stone drugs. I forgot what's the name of the movie. Then he makes love with Alexandra Daddario around that one movie called Selling Drugs in New York or something. But however, I do like his casting as Donnie, and Brandon Michael Smith. He does a solid performance as Mikey. He's not my favorite Mikey, but I do like the abilities of how they change the nunchucks. And as for Splinter, man, like I said, I give a lot of praise to Splinter in the original series, because Splinter in the 2012 version feels like an actual in-depth character where you notice the tragedy, the backstory about his daughter and how he becomes a rat. That's why I think like the 2012 version is the best Splinter, and also when he died, emotional. But for this Splinter, like, look, I love Eric Bauza. Eric Bauza is the modern Mel Blanc of the time of voicing all of our favorite cartoon characters, from Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Woody Woodpecker, many other classic cartoon characters. Eric Bauza is a voice acting legend, but I will admit, he does a really good job with Splinter, because, you know, the dude's half Filipino, so it makes sense to voice an Asian character. But I will admit, Splinter was such a frat bro into this. I mean, I get that it was funny, but it's kind of like you let Mr. Miyagi from Karate Kid and make a little drunk and be like, boys, I need to go find me the pizza. And I get there's one episode where the Turtles are trying to make Splinter just calm down, but Splinter does share wisdom, like, you know, what you usually would expect from Splinter from any Turtle show. But I don't know, I just feel like Splinter just feel a little bit, I don't know, doozy at times. And then for April O'Neil, I know most people would say like, oh, this is the best April, but not gonna lie, I still prefer the 2012 April, which I know they race swap April just because, hey, in the comics she wasn't white, and now in the 80s they just made her white. So I get it, diversity reasons. It's not the 90s anymore. It's not the 80s, not the 2000s. You gotta be more, you know, crowd pleasing to today's multi-generational audience. So it is what it is, what they did. So for her as a character, I'm surprised how smart that they make April O'Neil like around that time. So the one thing I do admit what it is caught me off guard from April is the fact that she is a lot more jokey and a lot more sillier than other April iterations. So I don't know, like she does get along with the Turtles as what you expect, just like in every Turtles iteration. But it is what it is. Eric Bauza, oh yeah, his Puss in Boots impression, spot on. Like not only the shorts in the show, he actually did the Puss in Boots voice for the Puss in Boots Last Wish like promos when Antonio Banderas wasn't available just to do the voice. Like we said, Eric Bauza, still one of the greatest voice actors like today in this industry. Probably the best one right now, dare I say. When I talk about Ben Schwartz and Eric Bauza, I like that both Ben and Eric went to a golf cart, and then Ben tells Eric, like, do your best impressions of Captain Caveman. It's like, I like Eric, dude. Really talented guy, but obviously does a good job with this. But then, the one thing that's surprising about Rise of TMNT, you do got some returning voice actors from the original cartoons. Like, you got Rob Paulson voicing one of the Foot Lieutenants. You got Maurice LaMarche. You got Roger Craig Smith, Fred Taciturn. And the funniest thing is, I like that John Cena. Yes, John Cena voices a character. He was in the first episode named Baron Draxum. And what's so ironic is John Cena voiced Rocksteady in the TMNT Mutant Mayhem when Seth Rogen did the voice for Bebop. So I like the fact that John Cena is like, hashtag Team TMNT whenever he's joining one TMNT, like one to another. But yeah. The villains, I will admit, some of them are cool, some of them are forgettable, but I did like the Krang fights during the Netflix animated movie, and even though it was a nice, interesting, like, fighting sequence, but I will admit, it does feel like it's straight out of an anime, like Dragon Ball Z level anime when it comes to the fighting sequences, which I do think it was pretty cool, and how the fact that how much Mikey just cherishes so much about the Turtles, like, they show most of their vulnerable sides and most majority of their flaws, and they find their way just to like save New York from this whole Krang invasion, which I'll admit I don't think the Krangs are as cool as they were like in the 2012 version. Like we said, this is someone that prefers the 2012 version a lot more, but the Krang definitely shows themselves that they could be menacing and threatening enough so they could just like be the antagonistic forces for the Turtles. So, and there are some filler episodes because it's a Nickelodeon show, so it's them just fighting in the mall, and then some goofy moments happen at the mall. And most of the time, some of the Turtles episodes have nothing to do with, like, the fighting, Booyakasha, action sequences, cowabunga dudes. I mean, like I said, this show just tries its best, like, experiment, just be, like, a different Ninja Turtles iteration compared to the other ones. But, like I said, sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't. Like, it could be a mix back and forth. But, however, for a secondary Ninja Turtle show, so, yeah, Shredder did not show up till season 2. I will admit, that was very disappointing. It's like, come on, how can you left out one of the most the most iconic Turtles villain of all time and put in the final act? Which, yeah, we don't want to introduce Shredder too long in the series like most other ones. I mean, Mutant Mayhem did the same thing where they make the Fly, not Baxter Stockman for some reason, which I felt like that was off. Like, why would you replace the Fly and Baxter Stockman separate? Which in the comics and the source material, Baxter Stockman becomes the Fly. But I get that they want to be different for Mutant Mayhem. But yeah, they're doing the same thing where Shredder is not going to appear until like the inevitable sequel in 2026. So this show pretty much did the exact same thing, like the lack of Shredder. They do their pizzas and everything, and sure there are wacky shenanigans. Some could be a bit too much, like too much kiddie when it comes to that tone, but I don't know. But yeah, I will say the art style is pretty cool. Like I said, on first impression, I wasn't a fan of it, but when I watched the action scenes more, I'm like, alright, the art style is actually pretty unique. So, Rise of TMNT does have its fans, and I know some people was like, oh, I wish it would have continued, but I'm like, you know what? The Netflix movie, I mean, I know the Turtles just talk about pizza and they save New York for the whole Krang invasion, but I definitely say it was like, a nice closure, and then that's where we welcome Seth Rogen's iteration of Mutant Mayhem, which that's pretty much the new Nickelodeon Prime. Like, just like what Lesnar said, Lesnar said that, yeah, the Turtles are 100% owned by Viacom, aka Nickelodeon, so they can do whatever they want, whether it's a new animated movie, and I almost forgot, outside of Rise of TMNT, so of course we're getting a Mutant Mayhem sequel, but also that we're getting our first rated R live-action Ninja Turtles movie, which is The Last Ronin, which one of the most iconic storylines where Raphael takes the Ronin identity. We're supposed to be getting a Last Ronin video game, which I remember that was supposed to happen, and I think it's pretty intriguing that Paramount is actually going to have some cojones just to bring some dark and some edge when it comes to bringing more Ninja Turtles content, whether it's something more for the kids or for something that knows deeper about the Turtles lore, the more of the Last Ronin adaptation, because I believe the last Turtles media that adapted the Last Ronin storyline was the 2007 movie, which honestly, that was the best part of that 2007 animated movie. I think that movie was okay, but the Raph as Ronin and Leo and Raph having their arguments, peak writing, peak conflicts. Baxter never became a fly in the Origin comics in the 80s show that was introduced in the concept. But either way, I don't know. I just feel like that would have been cool for Mutant Mayhem. But anyway, back to Rise of TMNT. Not as great as the 2012 version, because obviously I grew up with that and I have like more history with the 2012 version. And as expected, most Nickelodeon shows don't last that long unless if you're SpongeBob, Loud House, or Fairly OddParents. But I say, despite being short-lived, Rise of TMNT had a solid run. It was pretty good for what it is. So I have to agree with Lesnar. I'd definitely say it would be somewhere on the A tier. It's not as like 2012, but it's a good TMNT show for what it is.
Yeah, dude. Last Ronin. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if you never wrote it, like never read it, we're finally gonna get that in a movie form, live action, and it's rated R. And Paramount and Viacom approved it. It was first announced during CinemaCon, where Paramount's doing like their big panel stuff. Like they announced Transformers 1, which clearly that's Paramount's next upcoming movie. That's where they announced the fourth SpongeBob movie. And for me, the Sonic fanboy, the Sonic 3 plot synopsis. But then Turtles fans got excited for that Last Ronin announcement by, oh shoot, live action movie, but also it's gonna be rated R. That's gonna be peak. It's like, yeah, I think there's no other way to translate that movie to an R-rated one. Hopefully Raphael's like, you know, traditional like the old Turtles and not like Shrek's like Michael Bay's Shrek-looking Turtles.
Yeah,
I will admit
bro. I know Nickelodeon not involved in that.
But I will admit that 2014 song is pretty fire. Knock, knock, you about to get shell shock.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm looking at the Last Ronin right now. I know Nickelodeon's not involved in this, right?
No, wait. I don't know if they are or aren't. I don't think they are. But it is rated R, approved by Paramount.
Nickelodeon being involved in a rated R thing, bruh.
That would be insane. But hey, shows the balls that they got.
Yeah, like from back then, more.
Yeah, like we learned, like part one, we were just talking about Ren and Stimpy and Rocko's Modern Life, where they have very edgy humor around that time, where they had no, like, I like the fact that the old Nickelodeon shows, there was like zero shame of the adult jokes, especially SpongeBob had a lot of them, but then when we get to the 2010s, that's where they have, like, you know, let's direct more of the kids, and that's why we talk about the golden era of Nickelodeon, where it's like, you know, yes, it is a kid's network, but there's something that you adults or teens that could enjoy, whether it's our Nick Toons or sitcoms, because, you know, they got away with plenty of stuff in the 90s.
Yeah, at first it was like, ha ha, and now it's like,
Yep, that's how it is. Ha, funny, or Patrick's crazy talk in a nutshell.
yeah.
But anyway, that concludes our part 2 of our Nickelodeon tier list, and what do you know? It's been 4 hours because part 1 was 5 hours, but now we finally complete all the Nickelodeon shows. But most importantly, give credit to Lesnar, because I know for people in the community post that wanted us to talk about Nickelodeon, well, good for you viewers that voted for that. And because Nick Toons came out on August 11th, 1991, so that's 33 years. SpongeBob SquarePants is 25 years old, so that's our valid reasons why we did Nickelodeon. And 2, for the Sonic fans, I mean, there's no Sonic 3 trailer, so the Nickelodeon stuff is the best distraction to get my mind off of it. But first of all, even though you fans participated, but give credit to Lesnar, who's the one and only guest that thought this idea in the first place. So props to Lesnar, aka the real Nickelodeon star in the studio. Not referring to Nick Studio 10, but the better Nick Studio.
Yeah, dude, I'm the one, and I got my own network. Sick.
Yeah, Nickelodeon. Yeah, just to make a joke. For Nickelodeon, Dan and Gabe S tier. I Wade A tier. If we have to put Dan and Gabe and I Wade for the Nickelodeon tier list.
I thought you were gonna say F tier for I Wade.
Okay, F tier, yeah, because you know it's not the creator; it's the lead star that has disgusting allegations.
Yeah, you put it because of the star, not because of the show.
Mm-hmm. But either way, Dan and Gabe is more peak.
A tier for the show, F tier for the star.
That's the one thing. A tier, the show is funny, but F tier, the star, he's no good. But Dan and Gabe, 100% S tier for all the seasons, including Dan and Gabe Goes to Hollywood.
Hey, even cross media, I'm not Gabe.
Well, yeah, because Gabriel unfortunately is not in the stream. He was in part 1, but he's not involved in part 2 because Gabriel already said what he had to say about these Nick shows in a short period of time. But it's only just me and Lesnar because me and Lesnar just decided to go more in depth with these Nick sitcoms and the Nick shows.
Yeah.
So, either way, once again, give credit to Lesnar for his encyclopedia talk for Nickelodeon. Same goes for my experience, no matter if I've seen the majority of these shows or I've watched a little bit of it and I got something to say. So, for those people that are watching the chat, do you agree? Do you disagree? What are your favorites? What's your least favorite Nickelodeon shows? Feel free to let us know in the comments. And also, I probably won't be making another stream maybe until September, unless, I don't know, the Sonic concert could change my mind. But we most likely will be back to streaming probably like around early September-ish, if we're going to be honest. But, you know, most of you kids, I mean, for those that are kids or not, or you're in college or whatever, basically, if y'all at school, I mean, we'll just keep it in touch for the timing. Same goes for Lesnar as a whole. But for now, we're going to keep on moving on to other stream ideas. Like, you guys can mention in the comments down below that, not in the comments, but for our next tier list, whether it's in September, which, number one, what you guys would rather want us to make our tier list next? Do you want us to rank about Nickelodeon movies, whether it's the theater ones or the original ones, Nickelodeon movies to continue the Nickelodeon content? Or if you want to change to another animated topic, we can go from Nickelodeon to Cartoon Network shows, which I'm pretty sure that'll be a two-parter just like this one. We can do Cartoon Network because, you know, the recent shutdown of Cartoon Network, it feels like, you know, pretty much like that. Or the third one could be DreamWorks movies, which would be a super long list, but we'll do it for the sake of the new DreamWorks movie, The Wild Robot. But technically, it's all up to you guys. We'll make them the community post. But for now, that's a wrap on our Nickelodeon tier list stream, part 2.
Yup.
So for those,
thank you all for watching.
Yeah, for those that enjoy our 4-hour stream, so thank you all for watching. And Lesnar, you take it away since you played a big part in both of the Nick tier lists. That's one thing that's funny. The Marvel tier list streams, it's 100% a Dan and Gabe stream, and this is the only stream that Gabriel is not a part of, which Lesnar's taking Gabriel's spot, so now it's Dan and Lesnar, I guess, or Dan and Les, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, like that's what we're like. That's right, Gabriel. You quit the job. I'm replacing you now. We're gonna call it Dan and Les now for new podcast talk. How about now? How about now?
Yeah, that'll be a thing. No, it won't.
Never will.
Thank you all. Yeah, thank you all for watching this stream of us rambling on about Nickelodeon shows and how good or bad they are and like all that stuff. Especially when I ramble about my personal favorite Nick shows and our personal favorite Nick shows that we both grew up with. Basically, all of that. The shows we ranked from the 90s to 2000s, they're peak, but early 2010s, they're still good, but later,
went downhill to the bone barn.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you all for watching soon. If you guys want us to do a tier list of Nickelodeon movies or Cartoon Network shows, then let us know when Daniel ever
movies if you guys are interested.
Yeah, let us know when Daniel makes a community post, dude.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll definitely see you guys in the fall, September. So thank you, Lesnar, for being a part of this. Thank you for everyone that joined in the chat, and thanks for all the help, support. Subscribe for more content, for more streams, shorts, uploads, whatever the heck I'm uploading. Welcome to the Pop Culture Dude. Thanks for all the support, and we'll definitely see you guys in the next stream. So take care now. Bye bye then. Nick.